Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 851, A New Journey. Ronald arrived at a rather secluded editing room in West Hollywood, where Walter Murch was editing a new film for Orion Pictures. Murch had been working on this project for a long time, and Ronald estimated he was almost finished, so he came to ask for his help, requesting Murch to continue editing his next film. With this editing master on set, Ronald could keep the shooting time shorter. How to handle certain shots, what kind of footage would be acceptable for editing, Murch could provide on-set feedback. This way, Ronald wouldn't have to shoot extra takes for safety shots just to accommodate the editing. "Ronald, you're here," Murch said, adjusting Ronald's new pair of glasses made in Japan. These glasses were made of lightweight alloy, much lighter than his old, heavy-framed ones. These two collaborations with Ronald had significantly improved his financial situation, allowing him to buy several new outfits. "I've come to ask for your help." "Oh, what's this?" Tisk. Before Ronald could even explain his purpose, he saw a very erotic scene on the playback screen of the West German-made editing machine. Two very attractive women, holding cameras, were chasing each other naked in an old house, taking pictures. Ronald looked at Murch. "Dude, have you been editing these kinds of 9.5 weeks type erotic films for the past few months?" "No way." Walter Murch was a very ambitious professional. His tape business was doing well, and after editing 2 films for Ronald at a high salary, the financial difficulties caused by the failure of Return to Oz had been greatly alleviated. His 3 children were all in good high schools, and their future college tuition was secured. Murch was rather hippie-like in nature, choosing to work on films he loved, not just for the pay. He had previously said he was editing a major adaptation of a classic novel, a film with a chance of being nominated for an Oscar. "This is what I've been working on for the past few months. It's been very difficult. It's the most difficult and challenging job I've ever done in my career," Walter Murch said, turning a button on the control panel. The screen sped forward to a scene 10 minutes later. "Why are there black and white shots?" Ronald noticed the war scenes on the screen. "What kind of movie is this? It feels incredibly vast and complex. There's romance, erotic scenes between women, and black and white war scenes. What classic work could contain this much? Tolstoy's War and Peace? But that doesn't make sense. The weapons in the footage all look like modern warfare." "What have you noticed?" Walter Murch, still the expert-like figure, showed Ronald several minutes of footage, then a smile appeared on his face that seemed to say, "Do you see where the difficulty lies?" Ronald looked at it for a while. "These look like 16mm film. No, this is 8mm film, and then 35mm. These shots are so complicated, and they look like they were shot by amateurs." "That's right, these are real shots of the Soviet army entering Prague, Czechoslovakia," Walter Murch revealed the answer. "In this film, I found a lot of black and white footage shot by Western tourists there with portable cameras. It needs to be edited together with the footage from professional cinematographers in the film to give the audience an immersive experience. That's quite difficult." Ronald turned the knob back and forth, carefully examining the footage. Various formats, various shot sizes, various shots, all had to be edited together without the audience noticing any flaws. Especially the newly shot color footage, which was very different from the original black and white footage. The new film has a very fine grain, while the old 8mm film, when enlarged, is full of coarse grain. The transitions had to be seamless for the audience. It was a huge challenge for the editor. "Do you know where the biggest problem is?" "Where?" "Right here." Walter Murch switched to the 2 beautiful leading ladies, the prettier one, who was taking pictures with a small Leica camera. The screen showed her subjective view. A Salve officer was pointing at her, telling her to stop taking pictures. "That's all the footage we had back then. It didn't fit. I almost contacted director Philip Kaufman to reshoot." "So what did you do?" Ronald observed carefully. The elegant and very beautiful leading lady, and the leading man with a long face and a sleazy air, often appeared in the black and white shots. If Ronald wasn't mistaken, These segments were filmed with the current set and extras. Then they were deliberately aged and edited together with the original footage to create the effect that the protagonists seemed to be present at the historical scene. If Ronald himself encountered this problem of missing footage, he would spend money to rebuild the set and bring back all the extras to complete the shot. A film cannot have such a disjointed scene. Look, Walter Murch chuckled and pressed play. A close-up of the actor playing the officer froze into a photograph, then switched to black and white the next second, before the camera pulled back to reveal a picture from the front page of the next day's newspaper. "You're a genius," Ronald exclaimed in awe. It was like filming someone running into a dead end, and as they reached the bottom, the audience was watching to see what tricks they would use to escape. Then, they suddenly snapped their fingers, and the camera flew up with them. This was a unique solution found only in film. Television could never achieve such precision. It required a highly skilled editor to painstakingly polish the editing to achieve this stroke of genius. "How much longer do you need to edit?" Ronald hesitated for a moment before finally asking. "About 2 or 3 more months. Black and white film is giving me a headache." "But that's not the worst part. The female lead is the biggest problem." "Why?" "I think she's acting very well," Ronald said, pointing to the actress on the screen who looked somewhat like a fox spirit from traditional Chinese novels, with a pointed chin and captivating eyes. When she was chased by another actress to take photos, the shyness she displayed was something an ordinary actress couldn't portray. It was so natural that the audience would believe her and fall in love with her character. "Look at this," Murch noted down the number, found it on the shelf behind him, and switched to another reel of film. This was another take of the same shot filmed by the other actress. "Oh, how did she do that?" Ronald looked at this take. The actress's acting was completely different from the previous one. "These are my favorite actors. Every take they take brings endless possibilities to the editor. I have to think for a long time before deciding which take to cut and where to put it." Ronald understood why Walter Murch valued this film so much. These edits couldn't be done by anyone but a master with superb skills. Artists all understand this thrill of finding a worthy opponent. However, this meant Murch wouldn't have the energy to help him make his new film. Should he find another director to direct it? Or should he step back and become a producer? "Ronald, there are some things I shouldn't be telling you, but someone does need to. We've known each other since you were working for Roger Corman, right?" Walter Murch handed him a glass of homemade honey water. "Yes, if you hadn't been willing to teach me, I wouldn't have gotten into this industry, but have you ever thought about whether you're going to make Roger Corman's kind of movies your whole life?" "Huh?" Ronald turned to look at Murch. What did that mean? "Of course, I'm not saying Roger's movies are bad. His movies gave many talented people in the industry a chance to debut, and they did quite well at the box office. But for a director to be recognized by time and remembered by the audience, he still needs to produce a work that transcends ordinary stories." Seeing that Ronald wasn't ignoring his advice as a failure just because his only directorial film had failed at the box office, Walter Murch continued. "Of course, many viewers will remember your Top Gun and Spicy Dance, but unless specifically mentioned, they won't quote lines from the movies or imitate the costumes every day. But that's just a movie, just a 90 or 120-minute dream. Can anyone really love movies to that extent?" Ronald was a little skeptical of Murch's level of dedication. He was already very lucky to make a lot of money from movies and have audiences who liked them. Perhaps there were movies like that before the 1950s? Back then, televisions weren't widespread, and many people's main entertainment was watching movies. "Yes, Francis Ford Coppola's The Godfather is an example," Walter Murch said seriously. "That's true, but it's a masterpiece that most people can't make. Even if Mr. Coppola were to make it again, it would be difficult to do so." Ronald thought to himself, "You really think highly of me. I'm a filmmaker who makes exploitation films, and you're asking me to make a movie that's definitely in the top 5 of film history. Don't you want to make a name for yourself in film history? Don't you want to conquer film critics? Don't you want American audiences to talk about your movies?" Well, who doesn't want that in filmmaking? Ronald thought to himself, "I need that kind of luck too. These kinds of movies aren't made through hard work alone. The right time, the right script, the right casting, all are indispensable. But you have a great chance. Francis Coppola and I were on the phone the other day, and we talked about the future of Hollywood. We both agreed that you're the most promising young director to break through that ceiling. Even when you're choosing a script, you can't just look at the box office prospects. Sometimes, a script moves you, gives you a creative urge, and you should choose that decisively, not another one that will bring you more box office success. Besides, with your current abilities, you can let other directors guide you with scripts that have box office potential, and you can monitor the quality in the editing room. Walter Murch said a lot, but Ronald didn't hear a word. His mind was only focused on one question: do I really have the potential to make a movie that will go down in history and be talked about endlessly in the future? I know it's difficult, but you have to hold yourself to a higher standard. You have the opportunity, Ronald. I hope to edit your masterpiece when the time comes. Ronald's somewhat sluggish fighting spirit, fueled by the easy money he'd made, was reignited. Repeating the same formulaic stories each time lacked fresh excitement for Ronald. He wanted to rediscover the thrill he felt when he first made a film. Regardless of whether he could make a film that would go down in film history, he certainly had the right to demand higher standards in terms of artistry and story quality. Making films that audiences enjoyed didn't preclude him from making films that he himself enjoyed and that were challenging. "Thank you, Walter," Ronald said, having a better idea for his new film. "We all have high hopes for you, and for that guy Cameron too. You two might change something in Hollywood." Ronald was a little embarrassed by the praise. "By the way, what's the name of the movie you edited?" Milan Kundera's The Unbearable Lightness of Being. "What, haven't you seen it?" "No, I like suspense, detective, or romance novels." Ronald wasn't really into those artsy novels, or even movies. "It's a very good novel. Take a copy and read it." "Who's the female lead?" "This one." Murch glanced back at the screen Ronald was looking at. "That's a French actress, Juliette Binoche. She was nominated for a Kaiser Award for 2 of her previous films. She's a rising star, and Philip Kaufman is very satisfied with her performance." "Oh," Ronald thought, "no wonder. French actresses do have a different vibe than Hollywood or British actresses. It's like they can convey the atmosphere of the story just by standing there. Their approach and style are different from the British and American methods that emphasize using story to shape characters. Many of these films don't even have a complete story, but the atmosphere is captivating." "This is Daniel Day-Lewis. Philip Kaufman really likes him, saying he has the potential to be an Oscar winner." "Hey, Ronald, you're leaving already?" "This is honey my wife made. She specifically asked me to give it to you." "Ah, thank you. I rely on it to soothe my throat while filming." "Yes, I have appointments with others, so I have to go." "Oh, and my aunt asked me to bring you some cookies. I'll have Bud bring them over later." "Honestly, what's the use of good acting with that ugly donkey face?" "I have no interest in directing him." Ronald felt Murch had made a mistake in recommending him. That blonde beauty named Binoche, on the other hand, was really photogenic. The next evening, in Joel Silver's office, he looked at Ronald. "What are you willing to offer for Sybil Shepherd? You're the one negotiating with her, not me, Joel. But I can tell you something, it's free." "I heard she really wants to return to the film industry." Ronald chuckled. Silver also had to contribute to the new project. He couldn't just rely on his connections and promises. Okay, Joel Silver was always the type to take advantage of any opportunity. "I've talked to her, and she really wants to return to film. Blue Moon, whether she makes it to the end of the season or not, audiences are starting to get tired of her. Last year, she won the Emmy Award for Best Actress for that role. A person's ambition always grows with success." Ronald thought this assessment made a lot of sense. "What projects do you have for her? Or is she a perfect fit for the role?" Ronald looked at the smug Silver, wondering if he was trying to get benefits from both sides again. "Fox has a lot of female-centric films in development. Sybil will be renewed for at least one more season next year, and she needs time to recover after giving birth. In short, if we can make this film a success, we can get more power." "Joel, I've had a new thought today. I won't be directing this film." "What?" Joel Silver jumped up from the sofa. "Don't worry, I'll still be the producer and responsible for the overall quality of the film. Can you come with me to watch the daily drafts as much as possible?" Joel Silver understood that Ronald wasn't withdrawing his investment and was mostly relieved. A successful director like Ronald would eventually have this day. Spielberg and Lucas have many projects where they find other capable directors who don't have the opportunity to helm them. Anyway, for these kinds of commercial film projects, the most important things are the script and casting. What's needed is a director who can complete the daily shooting work on time and with quality. In the end, the producer has more power in the editing room. "I'll try to come when I'm here, but I have my new film Moonstruck in promotional work." "No problem, Actually, I have a few director candidates here. Why don't you interview them with me? Okay, while I'm here. You should focus your energy on the male lead. Try to get Bruce Willis signed as soon as possible. If there are any problems, remember to come to me. I have special influence over Bruce. Great, let's get to work. Joel Silver struck a lewd pose, excited about launching the project. Want a drink? Where's your good stuff? Ronald started rummaging through Silver's cabinet. I'll get it. Silver rushed to the desk, bending down to reach for the good wine in the cabinet. Ronald grabbed the TV remote and turned it on. Next up is the local news, a briefing. Channel 5 popped up on Silver's TV, a young female presenter reading the briefing. Famous Hollywood actress, Cybill Shepherd, star of Moonlight, has given birth to twins. Thump. Ouch. Joel Silver heard the news and quickly stood up, bumping his head on the corner of the desk. This evening Pacific time, Cybill Shepherd's publicist said that the actress who plays Maddie Hayes in the TV series Moonlight has given birth to a boy and a girl, and all three are in good health. Sister Ariel Shepherd Oppenheimer, weighing 4 pounds 11 ounces, was born at 1:06 p.m. 8 minutes later, her brother Zachariah was born, weighing 5 pounds 2 ounces. Shepherd had received widespread acclaim for her outstanding performance in her debut film, The Last Movie. Now, audiences remember her more for her television series. Mother and babies are both very happy and healthy. Oppenheimer appeared on television, hospitalized with Shepherd. The baby's lungs are fine, they are healthy. Damn it, how could she give birth today? Joel Silver was on the verge of tears. He didn't know if it was the impact on his head that hurt more, or the regret of paying the price for Shepherd's suspension of television production. What's going on? She's not full term yet, is she? Ronald was also surprised. Cybill had been pregnant since filming began this spring, after Demi noticed, so this was considered premature. You don't have children, Ronald. Premature twins are very common, Silver said, touching his own belly, which was also quite large. I didn't expect it to be twins. This means Cybill will need more time to recover and get back in shape. Sigh, what if he had given birth yesterday? We wouldn't have had to make any exchange, forget it, who knows? Joel Silver also let it go. Anyway, it was a promise to the future, and these things can easily change. Chapter 852, Director and Lead Actor Confirmed. Cybill Shepherd was scheduled to take a break at the end of the season of Blue Moonlight due to her pregnancy. The production team had contingency plans in place, including filming some scenes for Cybill in those 2 episodes before she was officially away from the detective agency. However, the premature birth of twins caught the production team off guard. They only knew she was pregnant, not that it was twins, and they hadn't made many preparations for the unexpected premature delivery. Therefore, after Shepherd's public relations representative preemptively announced the news to the media, the production team had no choice but to follow suit, releasing a revised version of Shepherd's draft press release, along with a statement from the entire cast and crew wishing the lead actress well. This surprise approach ensured that viewers were immediately exposed to the news from Shepherd's side, highlighting her loving husband, healthy children, and the production team's well wishes. Discussions about Cybill Shepherd not telling the producers the whole truth, the sudden production halting filming, and so on, all seemed out of place amidst the overwhelming well wishes from viewers calling the television station. The producers, helpless, had to spread Cybill's previously filmed scenes across 3 months of episodes, having other actors fill in the gaps. Her screen time became minimal, with virtually no scenes with Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis was also forced to slack off, quickly filming the next 3 months' worth of story while awaiting Ronald and Silver's call to film movies. This was fatal for the television series ratings. It was uncertain how many viewers would continue watching a show lacking a female lead. After all, sending well wishes to a female star is one thing, a bad show is another. Even ABC, the network hosting Blue Moonlight, had shows like Growing Pains to support its ratings. Glenn Gordon Cullen, the executive producer of Blue Moonlight, was furious. He was facing a long-running TV series whose ratings were already declining. In the final episode of the 3rd season last year, Cybill Shepherd's Maddie and Bruce Willis's David, after 3 seasons of mutual attraction and bickering, finally became a couple. However, viewers weren't satisfied with this plot. They were watching for the chemistry between Maddie and David, the bickering yet mutual affection. If they were actually together, it would lack the show's biggest draw. Therefore, Glenn Gordon Cullen had begun directing the writing department to slowly change the storyline, planning to separate Maddie and David again a third of the way through the season, reverting to their bickering lovers dynamic. However, Sybil's leave of absence meant he was determined to stick to the previous plot and could no longer adjust it based on viewer feedback. In a show that relies entirely on the chemistry between the male and female leads, a plot that viewers didn't enjoy, especially with the female lead only appearing for a few minutes each episode, was extremely detrimental. Glenn Gordon Cullen, furious, submitted his resignation, demanding the company find someone better or rewrite the storyline of the new character Terry for the season. He wanted Brooke Adams, who played a single mother, to be the new love interest of David, played by Willis. ABC, of course, had reservations about this change. In their view, the success of Blue Moonlight was entirely due to the perfect casting of the two leads. Sybil Shepherd was already 37, but she still had the air of a young urban woman in her late 20s. Paired with Bruce Willis, who was just over 30 but looked older, they had a very convincing couple vibe. Glenn Gordon Cullen scoffed at this. The producer, who had previously created the detective drama The Remington Steele Saga starring Pierce Brosnan, stated bluntly that his grasp of detective dramas was the reason for the show's 9th-place national ratings. He gave ABC a choice, keep Sybil Shepherd or keep him. Either way, one of them had to be fired. Through Demi Moore's tip-off, Ronald learned of another round of infighting within the TV series crew. He approached Joel Silver to finalize the main cast. Bruce Willis finally agreed to join. "It's a godsend," Joel Silver remarked, displaying a strange trust in Ronald's judgment. Whoever Ronald chose for the lead role became a star. The recent Dirty Dancing, starring Patrick Swayze, had become a sensation, recently invited to the White House to receive a personal commendation from the First Lady. The female lead, Jennifer Grey, was also inundated with offers. Had it not been for her neck injury from her boyfriend Matthew Broderick's car accident, she would undoubtedly be in high demand for multiple projects. Audiences across America adored the portrayal of Baby, the Jewish girl, even tolerating the typically unbalanced nose typical of Jewish women. She was voted one of the top 10 most popular teenage actresses in America. However, we can't let him think we can't do without him. Ronald, Joel Silver was a veteran producer, experienced in handling overly confident leading men. "What ideas do you have?" Ronald was prepared for the difficulties and squabbles producers face with stars, and now was a good opportunity to learn from Silver. The Eastern philosopher, Confucius, once said. Silver leaned back in his chair, then extended his right hand and drew a semicircle. "If you have the ability to do something, you should act as if you can't. If you can't do it, you should act as if you definitely can." That's what Sun Tzu said, Ronald muttered to himself, but this strategy might be a good approach in the current situation. Bruce Willis had contacted him with a request to handle both television series and films. Naturally, Willis and his agent knew that Ronald and Silver needed him. Besides the $5 million salary offered by the new president of Fox, they had also proposed various superstar treatments. For example, he wanted a luxury RV, a place for his girlfriend Demi Moore to rest, and his designated assistant, hairstylist, makeup artist, and a private dressing room. Of course, all of this would be paid for by the production company. And all of this was because Willis's agent felt the production company had no other choice but him. Now, Ronald and Silver needed to make a big show of things, to make them feel that there were other options besides Willis. "I've invited Harrison Ford to the party, and we can talk about future collaborations." Ronald stroked his chin. He had brought back many classic books from the East and quickly grasped these kinds of things. Anyway, Harrison Ford wasn't willing to act in the original script, so he could discuss other collaboration opportunities with him. "Bingo, I'll meet with Leonard Goldberg, the new president of 20th Century Fox. He's a veteran in television, he understands these things." Joel Silver was satisfied with Ronald's reaction. "What kind of rumors are you planning to spread?" "I think Bruce Willis is the best choice for this movie." "Don't overdo it." Ronald was a little worried. "The key to this movie is to make the audience feel that the hero John McClane is just like them, with many disappointments in his life." I understand, so I won't leak information about the suitability of the casting." Silver agreed with Ronald's reasoning for casting. "I plan to start with his salary, to create some buzz in Hollywood, which will also help promote our movie." "Ha ha ha, you really are." Ronald admired this move. It was a win-win situation, lowering the price while also generating free publicity. Moreover, the point of this publicity was exactly what Roger Ailes, Georgia's campaign advisor, had said, hitting gossip topics, which the public loved. Pretty good, right? Silver gave a take-note smile and plopped back down on the sofa. I'll go to CinemaScore and do an audience awareness survey for Willis. That way, we can back down later. Great idea. Silver jumped up from the sofa upon hearing Ronald's idea. SHXT, he was so excited that he bumped his thigh, rubbing it as he praised, "This idea is great, it fits perfectly with our gossip-mongering plan. Tomorrow we'll meet the director candidate." Roger Ebert described his last film as one that keeps the audience concerned about the protagonist from beginning to end, which perfectly matches your requirements for a film. Joel Silver also set a time for the director candidate and Ronald to meet. "Oh, he's a clown. He gave me a 1.5 out of 10 and then pretended to be helpful by saying he would direct Pierce Brosnan. He criticized the story of my film so harshly. I hate those kinds of critics." The director candidate, John McTiernan, in his 30s, showed no mercy to Roger Ebert when Ronald asked about film critics, immediately launching into a tirade. His first film was called The Nomads, an action film starring Pierce Brosnan. The box office was a disaster, only $2.3 million. However, the second film was Fox's big summer action sci-fi blockbuster, Predator, which raked in over $50 million. Therefore, Silver had great faith in a director who had proven himself at the box office and could create a compelling lead actor. He was the second best choice after Ronald, and the first to recommend him to Ronald. "Oh, I have a bit of a history with him. Let's not talk about this boring guy. What do you think of the film? Especially the lead actor, John. He's key to this movie. I really like the script. It has a good sense of humor, unlike Stallone's action movies where the terrorist villains are all disgusting, vulgar idiots." John McTiernan shared many of his thoughts on the script, most of which aligned with Ronald's understanding and his dream. "I'm planning to find a male lead like Cary Grant, outwardly gentle and refined, but inwardly calm and collected. Someone like that is the kind of person who can defeat terrorists when they hijack the headquarters, like the male lead in my first film, Pierce Brosnan." Ahem. Joel Silver gestured beside him, indicating he was unaware John McTiernan had so many ideas. In reality, the de facto executive director didn't have much say in casting. It was ultimately decided by the two producers and the president of 20th Century Fox. Ronald was about to object, but he remembered the Eastern wisdom Silver had mentioned yesterday. John McTiernan didn't actually have the power, but he had to act as if he did. People tend to accept decisions made by themselves, not by their bosses. "Actually, have you considered that we might be able to tell the story from another angle?" Ronald began to persuade him while brainstorming reasons. "What storyline?" "I'm very interested." John McTiernan didn't dare to underestimate Ronald. He was someone with a very keen sense for commercial films. "We all agree that the key to this film is that the audience accepts the protagonist as one of them, as an ordinary person." Ronald observed John McTiernan's eyes and, seeing his agreement, continued. "A New York detective comes to the free and open Los Angeles. His wife earns much more than him and doesn't use his surname, but her maiden name is her work name. Ordinary viewers probably also frequently encounter workplace troubles. In the end, McTiernan uses his experience and wisdom to defeat the terrorists and win back his wife's love." "You're right. We should probably find an actor who looks like an ordinary person," John McTiernan said thoughtfully. "This kind of producer, with a background in successful directors, thinks from the director's perspective. We could find someone average-looking, but with a good sense of humor, the kind of guy you go grab a beer with after get off work. A good sense of humor is important, but more importantly, he shouldn't be the shrewd, calculating gentleman. He should have a bit of a blue-collar vibe." Inspired, John McTiernan began to share his thoughts. "So, where do we find an actor like that?" "Actually, I was hoping you could give us some inspiration." Ronald shrugged sincerely, then gave Silver a look. "Right, John, you have a very deep understanding of action movies. Who do you think would be suitable? Acting skills aren't the most important thing. Ideally, they should have played similar roles before, or be able to play themselves." Silver understood immediately. "Let me think. It seems we really can't find an actor like that in the film industry. A young Frank Sinatra would be quite suitable. Let's use the template. A young Frank Sinatra." Ronald thought this direction was very correct. "I don't watch TV much. Have you seen any suitable male actors lately?" I just thought of one. What do you think of Bruce Willis, the lead actor in Blue Moonlight? He has a very friendly smile and a real working-class vibe." "Him? What? Is there a problem with him?" John McTiernan was worried about finding the right person and not having any issues. We contacted him before, but he can't handle both TV shows and movies. Didn't you see the news? The female lead of that TV series, Sybil Shepherd, is giving birth and needs to rest. Isn't that perfect? John McTiernan immediately said. Really? Maybe we should. I'll have 20th Century Fox contact him again right away. Silver chimed in. Ronald, I don't know who released this news, but it's clearly aimed at Bruce. You have to help him. Demi Moore, arm in arm with her boyfriend Bruce Willis, was hosting Ronald for dinner in their large Beverly Hills house. She had specially hired a Chinese chef as the hostess. This chef is authentic, just like the ones I ate in China, Ronald said, taking a bite of the stir-fried vegetables. The taste was quite good. Joel Silver's charade quickly took effect. The Hollywood Reporter, a gossip media outlet, released news that Bruce Willis was likely to join the new film being produced by Ronald and Silver. In particular, Bruce Willis, as a newcomer to the film industry, received a $5 million salary, a salary usually reserved for veteran actors like Dustin Hoffman, Robert Redford, and Warren Beatty. This television star was being compared to these award-winning actors, and the Hollywood Reporter article subtly implied that Willis was unqualified. This caused a great deal of controversy within the film acting community. You television actors have terrible acting skills but high salaries, fine. Now, you're just entering Hollywood and you're trying to take over the roles of film actors? We earn over $1 million a month, and it takes years of hard work. How can someone who's only made one mediocre film be able to rise to the top so quickly? Amidst constant questioning from industry insiders and the media, Bruce Willis felt the pressure, fearing he would lose his leading role. At this time, Demi Moore offered to invite him to her home for a private dinner, a private gathering with Cameron Crowe, the screenwriter of Street Elmo's Fire, which she starred in years ago, and a close friend of Ronald's, to smooth things over. Ronald, my agent may have said some things you didn't mean, Bruce Willis chimed in, defending him. Before filming this TV series, I was always playing minor roles, so my agent is focused on getting me better treatment. As an actor, all I need is a dedicated makeup artist and hairstylist. With the stock market crash causing a significant drop in filming opportunities and no new projects in sight, he was desperate to land the role. You'll get all the treatment you deserve. That's the norm in the film industry. Ronald waved his hand, indicating it wasn't a problem. Movies are different from TV series. Movies start with a script and rarely make major changes during filming, unlike TV series which modify the main storyline based on audience feedback. Of course, I respect the director. I've seen John McTiernan's Predator, it was fantastic. Bruce Willis, though not highly educated, had seen a lot in the TV industry. He understood Ronald's subtle dig and immediately implied he wouldn't act like a diva this time, demanding script changes or other such bad habits. Bruce is an actor who respects directors. He's on Glenn Gordon Cullen's side, the producer of Blue Moonlight. Demi Moore chimed in. Oh, what was the final result? ABC executives still chose Sybil in the two-way choice. Sybil didn't appear in the new episode, only had a voiceover. The ratings dropped sharply, so ABC chose her instead of him. Bruce Willis and Sybil Shepherd actually had a deep conflict, but he couldn't kick Sybil out for the sake of the producers. He also felt that the show couldn't function without either of them. Ronald, I really like your movies. Look, I bought your Top Gun VHS tape. Demi and I watch it every night. Bruce Willis wasn't good at asking for favors. He started praising Ronald in a cowboy-like manner, but couldn't come up with anything good to say, so he just awkwardly flattered him. Ronnie, Demi Moore, watching anxiously, pinched Ronald's butt while Bruce turned to put on a videotape. Ouch, Ronald almost cried out. What's wrong? Willis turned back and asked. Ahem, actually, this isn't entirely hopeless. Ronald slowly put his hands on his hips and rubbed his butt. You know, the new president of 20th Century Fox, Leonard Goldberg, is a former television station president. His strategy is to use the same stars in both TV series and movies. Silver will go see him, he'll probably put in a good word for you. Aha, I knew it. These days, TV actors are the ones who leave the deepest impression on the audience. What do you think, Demi? Aren't I America's most famous action star? Bruce Willis struck a bodybuilding pose. Don't do that during the audition, it reminds me of Sylvester Stallone. Okay, I won't do it. Bruce Willis lowered his arm. I'll get you a coffee. Demi bought it. She knows where to buy good stuff. Willis, unusually, personally made the coffee to flatter Ronald. "Ronnie, can you let me play the lead role?" Demi Moore persisted. "Look at Sybil Shepherd, she can play roles that don't look like her. She's 37, a mother of 3, and she can still play women in their 20s. That's not something I can decide, Demi," Ronald said, though he could. "This movie needs chemistry. Bruce will most likely get the role, it depends on whether he and you look good on screen. Here you go, Ronald." Willis brought the coffee back, spilling some on the table. Demi Moore frowned. She turned to her boyfriend and asked, "Bruce, what do you think of me playing the female lead in this movie? I want to appear on screen with you, how can that be? She's a mother of 2 school-aged children, and you're still a young girl. Darling, you want to be my woman, and now you are, aren't you?" HMPH, Demi slapped her boyfriend's butt. Then Bruce Willis hugged her and kissed her. "Isn't Demi charming? Get ready, Mr. Goldberg, the president of Fox, Silver, director John McTiernan, and I might do a joint interview with you." The joint interview was a great success. Fox's president, Goldberg, was eager to adopt a new strategy, merging Fox's television network and film division. The most important step was to prove that there wasn't a significant difference between television and film actors, and that television stars could seamlessly transition to film without their acting style affecting box office performance. Such a large company with both television and film divisions could integrate resources and mutually promote each other to form a cohesive whole. He wouldn't allow anyone to question his decision to give Bruce Willis $5 million for a top-tier movie lead role. At this point, Ronald produced the research he'd commissioned from CinemaScore. While Bruce Willis's fame didn't directly influence whether people went to the movies, it didn't negatively hinder it either. This research was enough for Goldberg to cover his tracks. Director John McTiernan was also satisfied with Bruce Willis. The role he'd envisioned was a perfect fit for the script. Whether he'd actually make the movie was unimportant, he could train him for 2 months, and he'd be good enough. Next up is the supporting actor, the terrorist leader Hans Gruber. This is also important. The hero's prowess is highlighted by the villain. We're not looking for a typical, bumbling villain. We're looking for a highly intelligent one who disguises a robbery as a release of terrorists, secretly taking the real target, a large, anonymous Bond, without the police's knowledge. John McTiernan was eager to find the key role and began preparations. "What are your thoughts?" Ronald asked, seeking his opinion first. "He has to look like he's not a terrorist, preferably the kind of Shakespearean actor who makes the audience immediately think he's the good guy, like a college professor, even a little charming, the kind of woman who would fall for him without knowing his background," John McTiernan began to describe. If you put it that way, I do know a Broadway actor who plays the male lead in Dangerous Liaisons. Why don't you come with me to see him perform?" Chapter 853 Rickman's film debut. In an interview, Harrison Ford stated that he had not discussed a new film adaptation of Roderick Thorpe's novel with 20th Century Fox. His meeting with renowned director and producer Ronald Lee was simply a normal exchange between friends. They both admire each other's work. However, Hollywood stars don't necessarily know each other unless they've worked together before. Fortunately, they had both worked with Kelly McGillis and were acquainted with George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, so they hit it off immediately. "I had a very pleasant conversation with Ronald, and I hope to have the opportunity to work with him in the future. No, I didn't talk to Fox about that action film, that's all." At Los Angeles Airport, Ronald, along with director John McTiernan, Joel Silver, and others, watched Harrison Ford being interviewed by entertainment reporters in the waiting room. Silver intentionally informed the media about Harrison Ford and Ronald attending a party together. The very next day, he was surrounded by the media, demanding clarification on whether he would be working with Ronald on his next film. Harrison Ford, currently the hottest male star, was used to these gossip reporters and didn't suspect that Ronald's side had leaked the information. Or rather, even if he knew, he wouldn't mind being used by Ronald. He had the lead roles in 2 blockbuster movies and could make any film he wanted. "So, Harrison really contacted us?" director John McTiernan asked. Having such a big star was certainly better for him than having Bruce Willis as a television star. "Yes, but he had opinions on script details, his own lines, and even the camera angles. We couldn't reach an agreement with him before. This was just a private conversation." Ronald couldn't, of course, say that he had simply asked Harrison Ford to pressure Willis's conditions. "Oh, that's true. Bruce Willis is still a better fit for John McTiernan." John McTiernan, hearing that a star wanted so much power, realized that he, a director who had only recently gained some fame, probably couldn't resist. It seemed Willis was the better choice. Have you finalized a female lead role? Ronald was pleased to see that director John McTiernan had finally come to his senses. Aiming too high wasn't a good habit. Having Bruce Willis and then still thinking about Harrison Ford was unwise. A good star is one you can control. Bruce recommended Bonnie Bedria. He said she left a deep impression on him in her role as the first female hard-track racing driver in My Heart Never Stops. John McTiernan replied. Oh? What do you think of her? Bonnie is great. She's 39, which suits the mature elegance of a middle-aged professional woman, but she looks young. She pairs well with the older-looking Willis. I arranged for him to audition during a break from filming the TV series, and their chemistry was good. Ronald left the subsequent auditions to director McTiernan. He took the photo of the female lead and saw that she was exactly the woman of his dreams. Excellent, your eye is first-rate. This is the Mrs. McLean from the script, gentle yet assertive, a perfect fit for the character. To be honest, I thought Bruce Willis would recommend his girlfriend, Demi Moore. Demi Moore did apply, but she's too young and doesn't have children. It would be difficult for her to portray the qualities of the middle-aged woman. Hell. I don't think Bruce wants his girlfriend for this role either. Joel Silver reminded the two directors that it was time to board. My assistant overheard Bruce telling Demi outside the audition that she should stay home and tidy up her room. This role isn't suitable for her. Hey, still a chauvinist, Ronald boarded the plane with his small bag. Here are your tickets, Mr. Lee. At the St. Regis Hotel where they were staying, the lobby manager was a very well-connected man. The Broadway tour of Dangerous Liaisons was nearing its end, but as long as you could afford it, hotel managers could get tickets to any popular show for their guests. Many guests at these Manhattan hotels are tourists, and a must-see for them is a Broadway classic. Managers from different hotels have a trading network, exchanging goods and services. Tickets for everything from football, basketball, and baseball to Broadway shows can be bought and sold at a certain price. The New York Knicks, having drafted the #1 draft pick center last season and a high draft point guard this year, have seen their ticket prices skyrocket. The manager paid 2 Knicks regular season tickets to secure 3 tickets to Dangerous Liaisons for Ronald. That's him, Ronald said, pointing to Alan Rickman on the poster after seeing the show with director McTiernan and Silver. He really does look like a knowledgeable, daring villain. Hypocritical, McTiernan looked at the huge poster, which, like a scene from a movie, clearly captured Alan Rickman's appearance. You'll see his performance, it's absolutely fantastic. Clap clap clap, amidst the applause, McTiernan whispered in Ronald's ear, very good, really good, exceptionally good. He should be playing the lead in some movie. Then he repeated his impressions to Silver. We're probably lucky to have him play the villain. This guy's acting skills are good enough to make him a leading man, but his accent and nationality limit him, Ronald replied. Unlike Hollywood, which benefits from the huge North American market, where many roles can be categorized and played by different types of stars, the British theater and film markets are small. They can only find a few highly skilled actors to play different types of roles. This has led to different tastes among audiences in the two regions. British audiences can appreciate an actor playing a role that doesn't match their appearance, focusing on the acting skills. American audiences, on the other hand, prefer a star who specializes in one type of role. HMPH, true, McTiernan looked at Alan Rickman. His typically deep, elegant, and somewhat languid voice would limit his acting opportunities in the fast-paced world of Hollywood. However, the villain in this film was an elegant, high-class scoundrel, which suited him perfectly. Alan, after the actors finished their curtain call, Ronald and his 2 companions ran to the backstage dressing room and met the actors. Hi, Ronald. You've come to ask me to make a movie? Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for this for ages. Rickman saw his acquaintance Ronald and assumed he was there to support him again. In Britain, the connection between theater and film is much closer than in Hollywood. Many directors are both theater and directing professionals, and they sometimes discuss acting techniques with actors. You're absolutely right, but the director isn't me, it's this Mr. McTiernan. John, this is Alan Rickman, the actress I recommended to you. And this is Lindsay Duncan, the female lead. Ronald smiled and nodded, then introduced the director and Rickman to each other. You really want me to act in a movie? What role? A role similar to one in a Shakespearean play, very challenging, like a modern-day Richard III, evil and powerful. You're not joking, of course not, Mr. Rickman. I just watched your entire performance, and I'm completely captivated." McTiernan stepped forward and shook his hand. Lead actress Lindsay Duncan hadn't expected that. As a member of the renowned British theatrical family, the Duncan family, she hadn't even gotten a chance for her film to be shown in Hollywood, and Rickman had already beaten her to it. The other supporting actors also came up to congratulate her. Dangerous Liaisons was about to end its Broadway tour, and neither Rickman nor Duncan had been chosen by the director of the film adaptation. They would be returning to Britain before Christmas. Unexpectedly, things had taken a turn for the better. "Alan, congratulations. I never imagined your film debut would be a Hollywood blockbuster." Lindsay Duncan also came up to congratulate her, subtly pointing out Alan Rickman's lack of film experience. "Of course, we still have some auditions, but I have high hopes for you." "No, Ronald was the first to see your potential. I admire his eye for talent." McTiernan realized his mistake halfway through his sentence and quickly changed course to flatter Ronald. "We contacted your agent before we came, but you were preparing for your performance, so we're telling you now to give you a surprise." Ronald also stepped forward to shake hands with Rickman. "I remember after your performance, you all went back to the bar to chat and drink beer. Let's go chat today, it's on me." Then, seeing the actors still surrounding him, he added, "Please come along if you're free. We have many supporting roles open for auditions. If you're interested, you can leave your contact information with Mr. Silver." Oh, the supporting actors cheered. "I'm sorry, Alan, Mr. Lee, I already have an appointment with an admirer." The female lead, Lindsay Duncan, was a little embarrassed and politely declined. "That's all right." Ronald didn't try to persuade her to stay, leaving Duncan standing there. Lindsay Duncan covered her mouth. Hollywood really didn't take their elite West End actors seriously. "Well, have a good chat, Alan and I. Let's all go to our usual spot. If you're free, you can come over later." Ronald didn't pursue the matter further, laughing and chatting as they walked out of the Music Box Theater and went to the bar they'd been to before. At the bar, they had a few drinks. Alan Rickman listened to McTiernan talk about the role and learned that Ronald had invited him to play a major villain. He hesitated for less than 5 minutes before Rickman's agent arrived. After whispering the fees Ronald and Silver had proposed, he agreed without hesitation. He was short of money, and the film's production costs were high. If he performed well and the film did well at the box office, he could even open up the American market. If the film didn't do well, he could simply go back to London to perform in plays, without any loss. How about it? These Broadway actors are pretty good, aren't they? Good value for money. Ronald, seeing Joel Silver frantically collecting business cards, approached him to strike up a conversation. His experience filming Moonstruck had taught him that Broadway actors willing to take on supporting roles often became highlights of the film. "That's true, but I wonder how many are willing to go to Los Angeles to work. Their play just ended, they have some spare cash, and when they're not in a rush, they'd probably prefer to wait for new shows on Broadway." Joel Silver was somewhat surprised by the quality of the actors, but after talking to them, he realized that securing even a few actors for the minor supporting roles was the real problem. "That's your dilemma," Ronald said. "I've already solved your big problem of getting the main villain role today." Ronald patted his behind and walked away. He went to the bar and ordered another beer, watching his fellow actors excitedly congratulating Alan Rickman. He felt a pang of emotion. Actors ultimately owe their success to talent. Alan Rickman's acting was visibly superior to the three leading ladies, and the entire play's acclaim was largely due to him. The supporting actors' congratulations were genuine. They hoped more audiences would see his talent. Ding ding ding, Ronald rang a bell on the bar. "A round of beer for me," Ronald said with a smile to the bartender. "Coming right up." A free round of beer. Several waitresses came to help, and one of the waitresses even boldly kissed Ronald. The waitress who kissed Ronald joined the others, carrying several glasses of beer to serve the people opposite. Ronald noticed that Kevin, the comedian from last time, was also there. "Hi, Kevin." Ronald raised his glass to him. "Thank you, Ronald." Kevin smiled at him, then said to the waitress, "Honey, come sit here." He then reached out and pinched the waitress's butt. "Get off me, Kevin. If you flirt with me again, I'll tell the boss to move your stand-up comedy to the worst time slot." "Please don't." Kevin raised his hands in surrender. "Ha ha ha." Everyone burst into laughter, then raised their beers to toast Ronald. One actor with a square jaw shouted to Ronald, "Cheers." "Thanks for the beer and bread, Ronald." This was a compliment to Ronald for the job opportunity he'd brought him. "Hello, "What's your name?" After finishing his drink, Ronald approached them and started chatting. "I'm a Broadway actor, Alec." The one unusually extended both hands. "Hello, Alec." Ronald shook his hand. "You don't seem to be an actor from Dangerous Relationships, but you look familiar. Have we met before?" "Yes, I just finished a revival of Tennessee Williams' famous play A Streetcar Named Desire, where I played Stanley." Alec smiled at Ronald. "As for why I look familiar, it's probably because I used to be a bartender at Club 54. A lot of people say that." "Maybe so. I've been there a few times." Ronald wasn't sure. "Do you have a business card? We can keep in touch." Ronald knew that Tennessee Williams' A Streetcar Named Desire was a famous play, and the movie version's lead role of Stanley was played by Marlon Brando. Since Alec could play the lead role in the Broadway version, he must be a good actor, so he wanted to get to know him. "And you, Kevin, you haven't called me since last time." "I've been busy with my stand-up comedy career and honing my acting skills." Kevin took out his business card and handed it to Ronald. Ronald also took out 2 business cards with only his agent's phone number on them and handed them to Alec and Kevin. He looked at the 2 business cards in his hands. Alec Baldwin, Kevin Spacey. Chapter 854 Helicopter Aerial Photography. Both Broadway actors were eager to switch to film, but they didn't want to do television. This is an interesting consensus within the acting industry. Generally, television screens are small. The average American household television is still far from 20 inches. Therefore, to ensure viewers can understand the plot and not miss details of the performance due to the small screen size, televisions use close-ups for dialogue. This is very different from movie screens. Even the smallest 1.85:1 aspect ratio movie screen is enough to accommodate close-ups of the upper bodies of the 2 main characters while allowing viewers to clearly see their facial expressions. Therefore, television actors' performances are relatively formulaic, and actors don't need to worry about the posture of other parts of their bodies or their interactions with other actors when making facial expressions. Many television actors, such as Bruce Willis and Sybil Shepherd, performed dialogue scenes with stand-ins. If the 2 had conflicts, which were indeed quite significant, they could simply avoid meeting each other during filming. However, movies are different. Over-the-shoulder shots of dialogue inevitably include a portion of the actor's scene partner in the frame. Therefore, actors usually have to stand behind the camera and act opposite the main actor. Consequently, film actors need physical training to hone their physical and verbal responses to each other's lines, mutually reinforcing each other and better getting into character. This method is closer to that of stage actors. The main difference is that movies can be reshot many times to find the best shot, while stage performances only offer one chance. Movies can have different shot sizes, while the audience in a play can only see the entire performance from a fixed angle. Comparatively, stage actors have higher requirements for acting skills and dialogue delivery, and lower requirements for appearance and physical posture. Alec Baldwin and Kevin Spacey, of course, preferred the easier transition to film. The next day, Joel Silver and director John McTiernan returned to Los Angeles with the agreement for the villainous actor they had secured. They were going to begin scouting locations in Hollywood and finding suitable buildings for filming. Ronald stayed in New York, intending to remain there for a few more days. In the center of Staten Island, the house used for filming The Godfather had its interior decorations and furniture recreated to match the film set. The outer courtyard was now fenced-off, preparing for new renovations. "Ronald, that kind of Chinese style you mentioned, what's it called?" "What's it called?" His errand boy was Richard, his agent. After working with Ronald for so many years, Richard's income had grown alongside Ronald's, and he now devoted most of his time to providing Ronald with various business and personal services. "Garden," Ronald pronounced in Chinese. "It roughly means a landscape garden." Right, Yuan Lin," Richard said awkwardly in Chinese. There was no direct equivalent for Lin in English, so he had to use the first part of Linda to remind himself, but most native English speakers couldn't pronounce the full Yuan correctly. "I've searched for designers all over the East and West coasts, and not a single one can do it. They can't even understand the meaning of your style. Is it like Versailles in Germany, where the plants are trimmed neatly? If so, this yard definitely isn't big enough." "No, gardens don't need to be big. It's a small style from southeastern China. Let me put it this way, in this small yard, within a 10-minute walk, you can create scenery for all 4 seasons, Ronald thought of the garden he visited while filming Spielberg's Son of the Sun in Jiating, which was quite beautiful. Richard was sweating profusely. Creating scenery for all 4 seasons within a walking distance seemed a bit too difficult. Even movie sets might not be able to achieve that. At least in winter, you need large equipment to blow soap bubbles to fake snow. Forget it, you don't need to worry about that for now. I'll try to use my connections in China to see if they have a suitable designer there. Ronald didn't know how to explain to these Americans who had never seen a Jiangnan garden before. This kind of thing required an expert to build one so they could appreciate the ingenuity of Chinese culture. The Versailles style, which relied purely on its size and orderly planting, didn't suit his tastes. Besides, he couldn't possibly buy such a large plot of land to suit Versailles. What else do I have planned in New York? Ronald asked Richard, who was increasingly acting like his assistant. This was actually outside Richard's job scope, but Richard was very dedicated and had a good relationship with Ronald, which was why he had handled such a troublesome matter. However, as Ronald's work became increasingly busy, this free-for-all approach wasn't suitable anymore. Ronald was considering finding another capable assistant. You and Tom Cruise have arranged to visit the set of his new film Cocktail. The female lead is also your friend Elizabeth Shue? Okay, how many days will they be filming in New York? Just a week, some location shooting, and some basketball court scenes. They'll be going to Jamaica to film the beach this weekend, and the rest of the scenes will be in Canada? Then let's do it the day after tomorrow. Ronald settled on the date. This film, invested in by Disney's Touchstone Pictures, is aiming for star power. Tom Cruise, one of the hottest male stars right now, wants to try his hand at a romance film, and Elizabeth Shue rose to fame with A Nanny. After they expressed their interest in participating, they immediately ousted the original male and female leads, preparing to ride the wave of star power for another box office hit. Ronald had rejected Tom Cruise's Rain Man script and had no interest in directing Cocktail, mainly because the script was too ridiculous. Cruise plays Brian, a college student who works as a bartender in a New York bar turned tuition. After a falling out with his mentor Doug over a woman, he dropped out of college and went to Jamaica to work as a beach bartender. 2 years later, he met Jordan Mooney, a wealthy woman played by Elizabeth Shue. A romance blossomed between them. Meanwhile, Doug, who was also in Jamaica, made a bet with Brian to see who could win the heart of a wealthy older woman. Jordan saw Brian with the older woman and returned to New York heartbroken. Brian, still pursuing Jordan in New York, discovered that Jordan's family was the true source of their wealth. Jordan's father forbade him from seeing his daughter. After a struggle, he finally saw Jordan. When her father threatened to cut off her inheritance, Brian and Jordan agreed to forego her father's financial support. With the help of Brian's uncle, they opened their own bar in New York, and the business became so successful that they planned to open a chain. Ronald felt that the entire character and story were unconvincing. Who goes to college, becomes a bartender, and then successfully marries a rich woman? These days, young people in America most want to work for Wall Street financial companies, which require degrees from prestigious universities. Moreover, the odds of succeeding in New York solely through flair bartending are about the same as winning the Powerball lottery. Therefore, he declined the idea of working with the two leads again. On the other hand, Tom Cruise and Elizabeth Shue's salaries had skyrocketed due to the success of their previous films. According to Nisida, Cruise's salary was approaching $5 million, the salary of top stars. Richard had also heard rumors that Elizabeth Shue's salary was approaching $1 million, the salary of top actresses. This placed high demands on box office performance, so Ronald also declined the invitation from Touchstone Pictures owner, Michael Eisner, not to invest in the film or become a producer. However, the group maintained a good friendship, and Ronald agreed to visit the set as a promotional bonus. After enjoying some quality time with his Aunt Karen, Ronald went to the streets of Manhattan the next day to watch the filming of Cocktail. The film's director, Roger Donaldson, is an Australian-born director who became a New Zealand citizen. He was able to land this year's $20 million big-budget film, The Spy Who Loved Me, because his previous movie, The Spy Who Loved Me, grossed a respectable $35 million. The Spy Who Loved Me, starring Kevin Costner and actress Sean Young, featured a scene where the two engaged in a passionate encounter in the back seat of a luxury car, which was voted one of the top 5 sex scenes, second only to Mickey Rourke and Kim Basinger's in 9.5 Weeks. Hi, Tom, Elizabeth, Ronald greeted the two leads with a hug and a pleasantry under the flash of the cameraman's flash. "This is director Roger Donaldson, and this is, haha, Ronald Lee needs no introduction. Although I'm from New Zealand, I know your reputation." Director Donaldson was very polite. Since today's filming mainly consisted of outdoor scenes and wouldn't be too troublesome, he wasn't annoyed by Ronald's visit. "What scenes are we shooting today?" Ronald spent 10 minutes waiting for the cameraman to finish taking the footage before preparing to leave. Film shoots are always time-constrained, but that doesn't preclude a director's absolute authority on set. It's common courtesy among film professionals. "We have a helicopter aerial scene today." The producer went to great lengths to secure just 10 minutes of shooting time. "New York has very strict regulations on helicopters," Director Donaldson said. "Oh, can I watch from the sidelines?" Ronald's interest was piqued. His dream film featured many aerial shots. Helicopter aerial filming was something he'd never done before, but it seemed like a way to realize the scenes from his dream. "Of course, please stay behind the camera. The wind will be very strong when the helicopter lands." Director Donaldson gave a few instructions, then ignored Ronald and went to contact the helicopter. "Ronald," a beautiful woman nudged Ronald's shoulder from behind. "Rachel. What are you doing here?" Ronald recognized a woman greeting him as Rachel Ward, the Australian actress he'd had a past relationship with. Ward hugged Ronald first, then pointed to an older actor on set, Doug, the mentor of Tom Cruise's character Brian's character. "That's..." Ronald looked at the somewhat older-looking Australian actor. "Wasn't that the male lead in Ward's film at the Tokyo Film Festival?" "My husband, Brian Brown," Ward said, a smile spreading across his face. Ronald was about to greet Mr. Brown when Director Donaldson picked up a megaphone and began clearing the set. "Attention everyone, the helicopter is coming soon. Get ready, we only have 2 takes to shoot. Attention everyone." Ronald stepped back a few paces and looked up at the sky with Rachel Ward. The weather was clear and visibility was good. Soon, a helicopter slowly approached from the waters off Lower Manhattan. The closer it got, the louder it became. As it landed, the cameras and microphones went live, filming the descent. The roar of the engines and the whirring, seemingly inverted propellers were incredibly imposing. In terms of sheer intimidation, a helicopter was actually more powerful than a fighter jet. Ronald couldn't help but recall the actress Jennifer Jason Leigh from his film years ago. Her father, Vic Morrow, had been decapitated by a helicopter rotor on set. Ronald took 2 steps back. "Cut." Director Donaldson called a halt to filming after the helicopter came to a complete stop. This take was spared by the helicopter company and didn't count towards the 2 takes. Urged by the director, Tom Cruise and Elizabeth Shue boarded the helicopter, and then they filmed the takeoff. Throughout the process, the director's action didn't count, it depended on the helicopter pilot's judgment. Because these large machines, like locomotives, required a long recovery time after a single take. The airflow in Manhattan, New York, was complex. Only when the pilot declared it safe to take off could the takeoff be counted. This take had a slight problem: the helicopter swayed a bit during takeoff. Director Donaldson watched the footage on the on-set camera monitor for a long time before discussing with the director of photography whether to reshoot. "How is it going?" Elizabeth Shue and Tom Cruise also got off the helicopter and gathered around to ask about the situation. "One more take," Director Donaldson announced. "Everyone, get ready for one more take. Let's hurry, maybe we can even shoot a 3rd take. Quick, quick, quick." Oh, Elizabeth Shue immediately started walking towards the helicopter. The helicopter had just come to a stop, the propellers had stopped, but the tail rotor hadn't stopped. Civilian helicopters have very quiet tail rotors, almost no noise. This aerial photography helicopter model had its tail rotor very close to the ground. This design had no advantages other than looking good. A professional pilot would designate the tail rotor area as a no-go zone. No one was allowed to approach until it came to a complete stop. SHXT, Tom Cruise, who had just obtained his propeller plane pilot's license, was also taking his helicopter license test. He turned pale when he found out. Elizabeth Shue hadn't noticed the vertically rotating, high-speed tail rotor. If she continued forward, it would cause another helicopter accident, the 2nd decapitation accident in film history. Tom Cruise hesitated for a moment, whether to call out to Elizabeth or run over to pull her away. He saw Ronald rushing over at high speed. Cruise followed. Ronald, still thinking about the Vic Morrow beheading incident, noticed the tail rotor was still spinning before anyone else on the crew. He rushed behind Elizabeth, yelling, "Elizabeth!" Elizabeth Shue was startled and turned around while still walking forward to save filming time. Ronald had no choice but to slide in, then wrap his legs around Elizabeth Shue's legs, throwing her down in a standard wrestling move. He then used his hands to cushion the fall of Shue and held her tightly. Thump thump thump. A dazed Elizabeth Shue started hitting Ronald. "What are you doing? Greeting me with karate?" She even struck a karate pose she learned from Dragon Boys. Ronald slowly stood up. The two of them were only a few steps away from the tail rotor. "Look over there." Tom Cruise, who had arrived, pointed to the helicopter's tail rotor. "Oh my God, oh my God." Elizabeth Shue's face immediately turned pale, and she screamed in terror. It's all right." Ronald quickly pulled her into his arms and gently patted her back. "Damn it, who's in charge of the helicopter?" Director Donaldson, having discovered the danger, angrily rushed over to the assistant in charge of the helicopter and kicked him hard in the butt a few times. "Elizabeth, are you okay? We still have 5 minutes." The helicopter rental time was precious, and although Donaldson was ruthless, the situation required them to continue filming. "Your karate was pretty good. I plan to film some of that later." Donaldson's eyes lit up when he saw Elizabeth Shue's final, pre-fighting move. "Oh, that's what Ronald and I learned when we were filming Dragon Boys." Elizabeth turned to look at Ronald, her eyes filled with gratitude and a lingering shock. "Damn it, these helicopter pilots must be veterans. They don't care about safety at all." Ronald and Elizabeth nodded and looked at the helicopter pilot. The pilot, wearing sunglasses, nonchalantly chewed gum. These people, relying on special licenses to fly helicopters in Manhattan, were completely oblivious to safety. "I'll have to be more careful if I shoot aerial footage in the future." Chapter 855 Premiere Invitation. After filming wrapped, Ronald took Elizabeth Shue to the hospital for a checkup. Shue was quite shaken, and the checkup provided psychological comfort. Otherwise, problems might arise during the remaining filming. Ronald felt the crew's safety measures had many loopholes. According to Hollywood Stunt Guild regulations, a safety zone should be maintained around the helicopter before filming begins. Furthermore, for scenes involving actual flight, stunt doubles should be used whenever possible. Cocktail had a high budget, but a large portion went to the two lead actors' salaries, leaving little for actual filming. The helicopter could only be rented for half a day, with only 10 minutes of actual filming time. To expedite the filming schedule, many safety measures had to be sacrificed, and actors had to perform stunts directly. Ronald felt that continuing like this would inevitably lead to accidents. His future projects, which he dreamed of making, would have significantly smaller budgets compared to this mid to high budget film. He needed to learn from others' mistakes to avoid the same misfortune befalling him. "Hey, you on the Hairspray set in Baltimore, reiterate the safety protocols for filming." Elizabeth Shue almost repeated Vic Morrow's tragedy today. Ronald, in the hospital, found a phone and called David Simpkins, the script assistant for Daydream. Simpkins was transitioning into producer and was on a business trip to Baltimore as an assistant producer, gaining experience and learning. "Elizabeth? She's fine." "Yes, make the safety protocols even clearer and have the people on set follow the checklist item by item." "What? Increased costs? How much more?" "That musical just requires thorough warm-up every day and careful checks before rehearsals to ensure there are no water stains or small items on the set." "Oh, and what's that?" "Dozens of dancers and hundreds of audience extras, all young men and women. Remember to provide them with adequate safety measures." David Simpkins, a screenwriter by training, knew nothing about actual filming, and Ronald gave him instructions one by one. "Ronnie." After hanging up the phone, Ronald turned around and saw Elizabeth Shue. She had been standing behind him for quite some time after he checked her and found she was all right. "Are you all right?" Ronald asked about the results of the checkup. "I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine now." Elizabeth Shue's big eyes were watery, with something glistening in them. "That's good." "I was quite startled too." Ronald stepped forward, wanting to comfort her. "Ronnie, I was so scared." Elizabeth Shue hugged Ronald tightly, resting her head on his chest. "It's all right, it's all right. You need to be more careful in the future." Elizabeth Shue suddenly pushed Ronald away, looking up and demanding, "Don't you really like me? Or am I not pretty enough?" "What do you mean?" "This is what I mean." Elizabeth Shue jumped up and kissed Ronald, then leaned softly against him. Hi, Ronald felt the softness and warmth of the karate girl. Want to come to my place? Acting is a profession that relies on emotional intensity. Long hours of filming every day can be tedious, and sometimes there are difficulties in performing. So, a passionate encounter is very helpful for actors to stabilize their performance. Elizabeth Shue entered a high-rise apartment on Fifth Avenue, jumped onto Ronald, and began kissing him passionately. Having practiced gymnastics and played soccer since childhood, her athletic ability was completely different from any girl Ronald had ever met before. She was very competitive and had a strong desire to win. Slightly fuller figure than the average actress, Elizabeth Shue was actually quite slim or well-proportioned in real life. Ronald carried her without any difficulty, and the two kissed as they walked into the bedroom. Elizabeth's hair was damp with sweat, clumped together, and she felt a little uncomfortable, so she quickly brushed it back. Then she went to get a glass of water. Ronald looked at her face, with its delicate European nose, and found it very beautiful. He gently touched her lips. Ronald and Elizabeth Shue both slept the sweetest sleep they had recently. They were awakened by the doorbell the next morning. "It's my manager." Elizabeth hurriedly jumped out of bed, put on her pajamas, and said to the door, "Wait for me a moment." Then she quickly took a shower, put on yesterday's clothes, and gave Ronald a quick kiss. "You were great. When I get back from Jamaica next year, we'll have another match." Then she hurriedly opened the door to catch her flight with her manager. "There's a women's clothing store downstairs. Go to the Saint Laurent boutique on the second floor and get a new outfit to change into. Put it on my tab. It's always a bit inappropriate for a white person to wear yesterday's clothes. Not changing is impolite and makes it easy for people to see what they did last night." "Okay, thank you." Elizabeth Shue hurriedly opened the door and left with her manager who had come to urge her. Ronald also got up to take a shower, then opened the curtains of the attic apartment. The winter sun shone in through the large French windows, making him feel warm. This serviced apartment had everything. Ronald first called the housekeeper to ask Saint Laurent to make arrangements, then ate a chef's English breakfast. Feeling warm all over, he dialed his agent's number. "Hey, Richard, find Zhao Li. I need to talk to him." Ring 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 ring. A moment later, the phone rang. Ronald answered. "This is Ronald, it's Zhao Li on the phone. I'll put him on hold." Richard connected the two of them. Ronald, this is Zhao Li. What brings you to call me? You're such a busy man. Is there something you need? I'm in New York right now." Actress Zhao Li greeted Ronald over the phone. "Oh, what a coincidence. I'm in New York too. I bought a new house on Staten Island and want to design it like a traditional Jiangnan garden. Do you know any landscape designers in China? I can hire one with a high salary, no problem. Every company in China is looking to export and earn foreign exchange. They love the US dollar the most. Right now, China is developing its economy and contracting projects. A landscape designer would be very happy to come to America and build a new garden, then I'll leave it to you. Please call me if you have someone in mind. My whereabouts are uncertain. If I'm not here, call my agent." Ronald listened to Zhao Li's explanation. Nowadays, landscape designers in China can only do maintenance and restoration work for government-owned gardens. They haven't had any new projects for a long time. Which company wouldn't want to go abroad and earn foreign exchange for its employees? Perhaps, to secure this opportunity, several landscape masters would first have to argue about who had the highest seniority. Zhao Li's family has higher-ranking officials in China, so asking him for help shouldn't be a problem. "Will you be staying in New York until the weekend?" Zhao Li asked Ronald after finishing their business. "If you're staying until the weekend, I'd like to invite you to a movie premiere on behalf of China." What Chinese movies are premiering in America? Chinese or English? Ronald became interested. Not many Chinese films are shown here. For a Chinese actor like Zhao Li to be actively involved, it must be a major production in China. It's a co-production with Italy, Bertolucci's The Last Emperor. China is one of the producers. They asked me to invite some heavyweights to attend, and I'm worried about not being able to get any truly heavyweights. "Oh, that movie. Is it already finished?" Ronald remembered meeting producer Jeremy Thomas briefly in London. Later, when he visited the Forbidden City, he ran into Peter O'Toole, who played the tutor of The Last Emperor, riding a bicycle. It premiered in Italy last month, and the response was great. This weekend it's the US premiere in New York, in English. The Chinese version will be released later. "Okay, I'll go then. Have someone send me an invitation. I'm at the Building on Fifth Avenue. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. A vice minister will also be attending the premiere, and he'd like to chat with you then. Oh? I'm just a director. I don't understand all that stuff about the two countries. Ronald knew what kind of people the Chinese officials were. He couldn't understand the high-level stuff they were talking about. You must understand, he's a professional. Before becoming vice minister, he was a famous actor, and he also acted in The Last Emperor. Ah. You guys are really something. Even a serving minister can make movies. Haha. Nowadays in China, they emphasize promoting capable people, letting professionals handle professional matters. Before Ronald even met the actor vice minister, upon hearing the news that he was going to renovate the gardens, a delegation from China came to him. Mr. Lee, we are currently in New York on a cultural trade delegation's visit to the United States. We heard from the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so we took the liberty of coming to visit. A young bureaucrat, accompanied by a translator and an older man, proactively approached Ronald. Hello, what a coincidence. I thought you wouldn't be here for at least a week or two to discuss the garden project. These days, speed is money, efficiency is life. We also learned by chance that there are suitable design firms in Tiger Hill and Jiading, and we wanted to visit you as soon as possible. The young bureaucrat, nicknamed Lee, spoke good English and could speak independently without a translator. Would you like to come and see my place? Ronald looked at the two men. Of course, old Wang is an expert in garden design. If it's convenient for Mr. Luo, we can go over now. Great. Lee, you've really gotten there first. Shall we go now? Ronald felt a sense of familiarity when Lee addressed him as Mr. Luo, so he switched to Chinese and even used an idiom. Director Luo's Chinese proficiency is truly impressive. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Lee's eyes. I suffered from aphasia when I was young, and the doctor said learning Chinese would help my recovery. Later, I also took a course on classical Chinese poetry appreciation in college, and I still remember some of it. For example, your arrival today is like a friend coming from afar. Isn't that delightful? Old Wang felt less pressured knowing that his potential employers could speak Chinese. The Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York already has a Jiangnan garden, and now Chinese style is all the rage in America. If a wealthy person like this director Luo could start a trend, then his company could also export and earn foreign exchange, and his status in the company would also increase. After all, he would have the opportunity to go abroad. Ha ha ha, yes, I've memorized that line from Confucius Analects. Ronald laughed and led them to Staten Island for a site inspection. This land is excellent. This house is in typical Italian style. There are mountains over there, a railway line nearby, and an open space here where you can see the sky. That's what gardens are all about. You can't rely entirely on artificial landscaping. You have to borrow scenery from nature. We can build a moon gate here, which will provide a view of the sunrise. We can build a corner wall over there, and walking past it will open up another world. We can dig a lake here and add tehu stones. We can build a bamboo grove here. Old Wang, being a professional, quickly sketched out a rough plan for the site. Very good. Look at this garden. How much will it cost? The design fee isn't expensive. Our standard fee is 100,000. Then we need some building materials with Chinese characteristics, which can be found in America's Chinatown. Only some unique handicrafts, such as special tiles, special bamboo, and the blue bricks and bluestone paving unique to Jiangnan, need to be imported from China. I think it won't exceed 200,000, and the total price will be around 300,000. 300,000 US dollars? That's not expensive. I'll finalize it now. Ronald looked at this miniature exotic garden, which only cost 300,000, even cheaper than his estimate. Inviting his friends to see the currently popular Chinese-style garden would be a very prestigious thing. 300,000 is RMB. Old Wang, show Mr. Luo what other small details that reflect Chinese style can be added. For example, palace lanterns and screens. I think Mr. Luo wants to create a small but complete display window. Little Lee quietly came over and stepped on Old Wang's foot. Ah, yes, I'll go take a look right away. Ronald Lee, fluent in Chinese, has a deep understanding of Chinese culture, and a friendly attitude towards China. Having secured the interest in the garden, Lee returned to his small hotel, took out a locked notebook, and began writing Ronald's materials. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 856 What kind of agent does a celebrity need? At JFK Airport in New York, Diane Lane saw Ronald waiting for her as soon as she stepped out of the gate. "Ronald," Diane exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she ran over to him, grabbing his arm. "Are you tired? I booked you a room at the Peninsula Hotel. You can stay there if you want, or in my new apartment. I've already arranged with Donna to stay at her place, so don't worry about it." "Haha, that's fine too. She's currently living in that old apartment above the leg warmer shop in Midtown." After putting her luggage in Ronald's car, Diane happily climbed in. "Why did you let me come to the premiere with you? What's the movie about? Is it good?" "It's about the last emperor of China. He became emperor at the age of 3, then staged several restorations, abdicated, and finally became an ordinary citizen." Ronald told Diane the story of the last emperor. Ronald needed a female companion for the premiere to show he valued her. After all, a deputy minister was attending. Helen Slater, who was already in New York, was busy raising funds for her new film. Ronald was a little late in scheduling an appointment. She had already gone to New Jersey to meet a potential investor. Since Diane was free recently, Ronald called her back from Los Angeles to spend a few days with him. Diane's career has been going poorly lately. Her new film with Schwarzenegger, The Running Man, after more than 6 months of reshoots and editing by the director, was finally released last week. This action film has been criticized by critics as using the camera angles and lighting of a live talk show to make a big-budget commercial film. Director Paul Michael Glaser is widely considered a poor choice. He's only good at television, not movies. He turned the currently popular action star Schwarzenegger into a silly TV guest. He made the once-teen idol Diane Lane a background audience member at a live television show. After seeing the finished film, distributor TriStar Pictures completely gave up. A $27 million production, it didn't even have a decent premiere. It opened in over 1,600 theaters, but only grossed $8 million in its opening weekend. Its average box office per theater was even lower than Fatal Attraction, which had been in theaters for 10 weeks, and barely surpassed Disney's re-release of the 1950 animated film Cinderella. Diane was depressed at home for a long time. She didn't know what was wrong. It seemed that after starring in 3 capital films in a row, all her good luck had run out. Every movie she made was a box office flop. She was delighted to receive Ronald's invitation by phone, immediately packed her clothes, bought a plane ticket, and flew over. When he arrived at Donna's apartment, Ronald still had the key. He entered and found Donna already there. "Oh, Diane, what brings you here?" Donna happily hugged Diane, leaving Ronald standing to the side. "I'm here with Ronnie to the premiere of a foreign film." "Great, great. What nice clothes have you prepared?" Donna took her best friend's suitcase and opened it. Thud, a bunch of crumpled clothes fell out. Diane was in a rush to catch her flight, so she hadn't tidied up her clothes. She just tossed them in, closed the suitcase, and came. "You're in too much of a hurry. I actually prepared a flight for tonight. You could come with my agent, Richard." Ronald smiled and helped her close the messy suitcase. "I've prepared 2 dresses, one from Saint Laurent and one from Armani. You can try them on later." "Great. I'll come with you." Donna was happy for her best friend and, ignoring the research she was doing on her computer, put on her coat and headed to Fifth Avenue with him. Giving the back seat to his sister and Diane, Ronald sat in the passenger seat, picked up the car phone, and started contacting boutiques and arranging dinner. Upon arriving at their apartment building on Fifth Avenue, Diane picked out a YSL Saint Laurent outfit in a boutique on the ground floor, looking quite dashing in it. The 3 then went to a nearby Japanese restaurant, enjoying tuna flown in by special, along with tempura prepared by a master chef from Japan, also flown in by air. "Help Diane, she's not getting any good scripts lately," Donna whispered to Ronald as Diane went to the restroom halfway through their meal. "It's strange. Diane is beautiful, photogenic, and a good actress, but lately she seems to have had a run of bad luck. Nothing she does seems to be a box office hit. She's caught in a vicious cycle. The less successful she is, the fewer good scripts she gets, and the fewer good scripts she gets, the more she becomes box office poison." Ronald didn't know what was going on either. Perhaps celebrities, especially actresses, are subject to a bit of luck. He had tried to find opportunities for Diane several times, but things had always gone wrong. and she hadn't found a role that would make her successful. Why don't you ask your agent? They're the professionals. I see your agent's clients are doing very well. Tom Cruise is a big star now, and Diane's acting is definitely better than when he first started out. That's true. Ronald patted Donna's shoulder lightly to express his gratitude. He hadn't really thought about it from that perspective. Diane's agent didn't seem very helpful. He was very busy these days and sometimes forgot to look after Diane. Instead of trying to find a good role for Diane through his connections, it would be better to get her a better agent. What are you talking about? Diane returned. We're talking about your new clothes. Donna smiled happily. Richard, why can't Diane get good roles? That evening, Agent Richard also arrived in New York, and Ronald talked to him in detail at the bar downstairs from the apartment. She's had bad luck. At the most crucial moment, she followed the wrong director, resulting in 3 consecutive box office failures, and she was blacklisted. Richard was very familiar with the situations of these stars and immediately gave his answer. On the one hand, roles for young, innocent actresses in Hollywood are very scarce, and the competition among actresses of that age is too fierce. There are probably only about 20 good movies featuring young female characters each year, but actresses from 16 to 35 years old are all vying for these roles. On the other hand, Diane's agent didn't have a good long-term plan for her. Diane Lane started as a child star, but she hasn't had any breakthrough female roles since. Therefore, her pay is very low. At her peak, she only earned less than $300,000 per film. So, her agent couldn't treat Diane as a key client, but instead recommended her for roles based on the highest pay. Diane is also quite particular about her acting skills, and she wouldn't take on obviously bad films. Eventually, William Morris's agent seemed to lose hope in Diane and stopped caring about her career. And switching agencies within William Morris because of a perceived incompetence is a taboo act, so the quality and quantity of opportunities Diane received were unsatisfactory. I see. Could you take over her agency contract? Ronald looked at Richard. He didn't have any suitable actor clients right now, so looking after Diane wouldn't be a problem. Are you sure you want me to take this on? I didn't think you'd let me represent the women around you, Richard said bluntly to Ronald. Why? Ronald was confused. I'm your main agent. What if Diane's interests conflict with yours? Richard asked. How could there be a conflict? Ronald was even more confused. Let me give you an example. If you have a movie that needs a female lead, let's say Diane wants the role. As your agent, I need to fight for her. But she might not be the most suitable for the role. Remember what happened with Paula? Ronald listened carefully for a while and understood Richard's meaning. It was actually quite simple. As Ronald's agent, Richard had a certain amount of influence with him. If he only served Ronald as a client, he would ultimately strive for the film's greatest success. If he had other actress clients, he would try his best to recommend them even if they weren't the most suitable for the film, all for the sake of the actress's success. Trying to balance the interests of Diane and Ronald might result in a situation where no one achieves the best outcome. Ronald nodded. It was just like with his other agent, Paula Wagner, back then. Between Tom Cruise and himself, she would definitely prioritize Cruise's best interests. Similarly, his other agent, Rick Nisseta, wasn't really suitable to be Diane's main agent. Does CAA have anyone suitable to take over her contract? I'm willing to endorse Diane. She definitely has potential. Why go to such lengths? Richard smiled. Isn't there a very suitable candidate? Who? We were just talking about her, Paula. Ronald stroked his chin. This answer was unexpected, yet perfectly logical. Back then, she had a conflict of interest between him and Tom Cruise, but now she was no longer his agent. And over the years, Paula had been incredibly dedicated to Cruise's career, managing it perfectly, helping him advance step by step. Paula Wagner is best at planning a star's long-term career. It's not about getting the highest salary for the current film, but about finding the best option for an actor's long-term development. If you're worried she'll spend too much time on Tom Cruise, just find an assistant agent for Diane who's usually busy with her work. Paula just needs to keep an eye on the overall direction. CAA has a system of signing multiple agents anyway, Richard explained slowly, finishing his drink. Ronald appreciated it. It was like offering a ready-made commission. Richard's abilities and connections were secondary. What mattered was that he always put Ronald's interests first, something very rare in this industry. Thank you, Richard. Our contract is renewing soon, and I think we should keep everything the same, Ronald promised. Good luck, Richard ordered another martini and toasted with Ronald. The next day, Ronald contacted Paula Wagner at the cocktail set in Jamaica through Nisida and shared his hopes with her. Paula Wagner was delighted. Losing Ronald as a major client and focusing on cruise had led to rapid growth in her career and income. But the loss of a big-name director, even though he was still her husband Nisida's client, was a slight disappointment for the ambitious woman. Now that Ronald had reconnected with her, asking her to represent his girlfriend Diane, it was a welcome arrangement. "I've been meaning to say this for a while now," she said. "Diane's agent really doesn't know how to market her. She's just an ordinary American star. Anyone who sees her would think Diane is their friend. So, what are your plans for her career?" Ronald asked. "The competition for big-budget films is fierce these days. Even with your connections, it's hard to make Diane a star overnight. It's a different story if you're willing to tailor a film specifically for her. That depends on finding a suitable script. I can look at some. The best way is for her to start with the currently popular independent productions, or TV miniseries and TV movies. Those are different from regular TV dramas. They're filmed using cinematic techniques, which will enhance Diane's acting skills. Since Ronald's production of Spicy Dance was a box office hit, many small and medium-sized studios and Wall Street capital have started experimenting with this production method." "Okay, you're the one. I'll have Diane come to you." Ronald understood Paula's meaning. TV movies and TV miniseries are much better productions than TV dramas. Diane's acting skills can be showcased, and she can also gain recognition among television viewers first. "I think it's best if I approach her myself." "That would be better." Paula Wagner had already decided to give Diane a good makeover. Ronald's recommendation versus her actively seeking her out made a very different impression on Diane Lane. During Diane's low point, having a renowned agent proactively approach her was a great boost to her confidence. "Diane, this is Jelly." Outside Hall 1 of the Twin Theaters, Ronald and Diane, wearing a new Saint Laurent gown, appeared together at the New York premiere of The Last Emperor. Diane, hello, long time no see." Jelly and Diane had acted together in Demons in Chinatown, and although the film didn't do well at the box office, they had a good relationship. "Let me introduce you. This is John Long, who plays the adult Last Emperor. This is Joan Chen, who plays the Empress. She's from China. She's acted in director Zi's films before." Jelly was familiar with Chinese actors. Hello everyone." Ronald shook hands with the Chinese lead actors. The two leads were very excited to be at the premiere. John Long, dressed in a black suit, was a very refined actor, possessing the best of both East and West. Joan Chen's English, however, had a slightly lilting, almost Xia Longbao-like accent. She was a typical Chinese person. The two lead actors were both excited and a little worried. They knew Ronald was the director of several blockbuster films, and the presence of such a prominent figure at the premiere of this foreign film surprised them and boosted their confidence in the movie. Their worry stemmed from the fact that, apart from Ronald and his beautiful companion, no other industry figures were present at the premiere. Only a few New York celebrities were there to ride the wave of attention. These were the kind of so-called celebrities who would go wherever there were reporters and seize any opportunity for exposure. "Hi, Ronald, I love your movie," said Grace Jones, a black model who had squeezed into the group, a typical celebrity. Her skin was dark, unlike that of many American blacks. Her complexion was no longer so dark and had a healthy glow. She was Jamaican black, having immigrated to New York in her teens, unlike any other native-born black person. Grace Jones has a square face and skin as dark as charcoal, and her clothes are often bizarre, but the fashion world now recognizes her, calling her a true African black, and giving her many opportunities in the name of racial equality. Ronald, on the other hand, finds it hard to accept. This dark-skinned star is completely different from his aesthetic. He exchanged a few perfunctory words and went inside with Diane. "Hey, I wanted to talk to director Ronald a little more," Joan Chen said helplessly. "What do you want?" "Don't forget we're married." "Whatever you want, let me arrange it for you. I'm your agent." A man stood behind Joan Chen, looking worried at the scene. "I'm going in first." John Long rolled his eyes. Joan's husband and agent was annoying. It was like everyone was trying to seduce his wife. He followed her around doing everything, trying to keep an eye on her. "Jimmy, what are you doing?" "I'm here to expand my social network." "How am I supposed to find suitable opportunities if you keep acting like this?" Joan Chen was furious. After so many years in America, She finally had a film that could be shown in mainstream theaters. Her husband, Jimmy Law, although he had been a great help when she first arrived, was now becoming increasingly suffocating. "If you want better opportunities, I can help you. I'm your agent," the husband, an agent named Jimmy, argued. All right, stop talking," Joan Chen angrily flung her hand away. She couldn't find any agents or roles, he was only holding her back. "Let me introduce you. This is Minister Ying from the Ministry of Culture," Zhao Li continued, leading Ronald and Diane into screening room number 1. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, Minister." Ronald extended his hand to shake hands with a tall, refined-looking man. "Hello, I've long admired your work. Director Z from Zhujiang, who speaks highly of you." The British minister spoke with a perfect London accent, his English fluent and unlike the Chinese accented English Ronald had met in China. "Director Z told me he really likes your films. I'd also like to get to know you. I heard you know some Tang Dynasty poems, haha, I learned a little in university. A bosom friend afar brings a distant land near." Ronald dropped a line. "Ah, yes, very true. Actors and directors from both China and the US appreciate each other, though separated by vast distances. We are still close." The British minister appreciated Ronald's knowledge of classical Chinese literature and pulled him to sit down beside him. "I'm here not only for the premiere of this first important co-production since the reform and opening up, but also for exchange." Ronald listened for a while, becoming drowsy. "Please enjoy the film first, and we'll discuss your thoughts on it later." "He's an actor in The Last Emperor?" Ronald asked politely. "Yes, he plays the prison warden of The Last Emperor, a very important role," Zhao Li replied. "Now that he's an official, sometimes he's not in control of his own destiny." After saying that, Zhao Li gestured to a bespectacled, somewhat reserved-looking Chinese man behind him and secretly winked at Ronald. Ronald glanced at the man, who didn't look like an actor. Perhaps he was part of the delegation? He smiled at the delegation member. Zhao Li smiled, knowing Ronald wouldn't know the man's role. So he started talking to him about the British minister's abilities. "Old Ying is a true relative of the last emperor, of Manchu descent. His English is excellent, he can act in Shakespearean plays and once played Kublai Khan in the Italian TV series Marco Polo." "Really?" Ronald looked at the tall, thin man, unable to connect him with the historical great Khan Kublai Khan. "Really, he's very talented. He even translated the American play Death of a Salesman, which was staged in China. His father was a translator on par with Jin Songshu." "Oh, I really didn't realize that." As Ronald and Zhao Li chatted, the lights in the movie theater began to dim. A red oriental seal appeared on the screen. A beautiful melody began to play, like the playful early morning sunlight peeking into the room. The rhythm of the drums had a distinctly oriental feel. The film opens with the last emperor being arrested and recounting his life in an interrogation room. As the Empress Dowager, who had ruled China for decades, was about to die, the 3-year-old Ronald was summoned to the Forbidden City and designated as the next emperor. "This is the scale of an epic film." Ronald observed the opening visuals, gaining an understanding of the movie. Director Bertolucci seemed to have grand ambitions. Ronald felt a liking for this film, which could rival Lawrence of Arabia. Such epic films are not easy to make, they are a great test for both the director and the actors. Duong. Several monks in red robes, banging gongs, performed a funeral ceremony in the Forbidden City as the Empress Dowager passed away. PFFT, Ronald almost laughed. Italians often have strange interpretations of Chinese history, and as far as Ronald knew, Chinese funerals wouldn't be conducted this way. Although artistically, this treatment might appeal to American audiences. The entire film spans the life of the last emperor. In the end, the elderly emperor returns to the Forbidden City, to the hall where he ascended the throne as a child. From under the dragon throne, he pulls out a cricket he hid there as a child and shows it to the children nearby. Outside, tourists, led by guides with small flags, are visiting the Forbidden City. Clap clap clap, Ronald began to applaud. The film was of high quality, filmed smoothly and seamlessly. Although there were many inaccuracies and discrepancies with Chinese customs, Ronald could understand this for the sake of commercial films and box office success. In particular, the actors were all excellent. An elderly Manchu beggar was especially outstanding. Although he only had a short scene, he left a deep impression. A gatekeeper was also interesting. He portrayed a gatekeeper with the air of a general. Director Ronald, what do you think of this film? We are very supportive of co-productions. Spielberg's co-production in Zhujiahu will be released next month. Director Ronald, you could also come to China to film on location if you have the opportunity, the British minister said to Ronald again. Of course, I'll definitely go if I have the chance. Ronald felt that China had certain requirements for co-productions. They had to be epic blockbusters, and his purely commercial film didn't have a high chance of being approved. What do you think of the performance of our Chinese actors? Director Bertolucci is very satisfied with them, saying that with this budget, having actors like them is beyond imagination. That's right, that's right. I think that old beggar is a very good actor. He must be a big star in China, right? Ronald asked. He's from the Zhujiahu Film Studio Actors Troupe. He's acted in many good movies, Minister Ying said somewhat awkwardly. The actor playing the Manchu bannerman was named Li Wei, who used to be a star. But now he could only play supporting roles. It was only recently, after Bertolucci saw Li Wei's film and specifically asked about him, that he was loaned out for this small role. These directors have a very sharp eye, they can find good actors in just one shot. The British minister gained a new appreciation for Ronald's artistic abilities. We recently held a Chinese Cultural and Arts Festival at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, and our traditional Chinese paintings, calligraphy, and gardens received a very positive response. I really like your gardens, and I also like your calligraphy. It's very similar to our modern art. Director Ronald, since you love Chinese art so much, could you condescend to serve on the China Arts Festival Foundation? This foundation promotes Chinese art in America, organizes art exhibitions, and seeks out. Haha, I'd be happy to. To be honest, I'm also planning to build a miniature Jiangnan-style garden in my new home. That's great. I'll report back to my superiors and give you a formal letter of appointment. Ronald and the British minister chatted and laughed, both feeling that the other had a deep understanding of their country and that they could continue to stay in touch. After the premiere, Ronald and Diane prepared to go back to have dinner with Donna. Joan Chen seized the opportunity to come up and continue chatting with Ronald. Director Ronald, did you like this movie? I really liked it. Your performance was impressive. I also really like your directorial work. I've watched Spicy Dance several times. Do you have any advice for my development in Hollywood? Joan Chen stayed at home every day, watched over by her husband Jimmy, who didn't allow her to go out and socialize, so her thinking still carried a strong imprint of her Chinese roots. Advice? I can't give any advice, but have you considered acting in China? Ronald replied with a smile. Go back? Why? I finally got the opportunity to go abroad and come here. How many roles of Chinese descent are there here every year? Ronald asked. Roles for young women are so scarce that even white actresses like Diane don't get opportunities, let alone someone of Chinese descent like you. Apart from movies specifically telling Chinese stories, what other movies would cast a Chinese actress? I see. Joan Chen seemed to have grasped something. Joan, why did you come without saying goodbye? Her husband, Jimmy Law, quickly found her. Director Ronald, I'm Joan's agent and husband. If you need anything business-related, you can contact me through me. Jimmy pulled out a business card. No need, I'll take my leave. Ronald smiled and took Diane's arm as they walked out of the theater. What about him? That director is really arrogant. Arrogant. Jimmy put the business card back. Joan, hey, why did you leave? Hey. I was talking to you. He took Diane back to Donna's place, and the three of them had dinner. Diane suggested sleeping with Donna. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Donna and I haven't seen each other in a long time, and I have some things I want to say to her. Diane kissed Ronald on the lips. No problem, Diane. I'll pick you up tomorrow, and we'll go somewhere fun. I'm a New Yorker, you forgot? I'm not going anywhere tomorrow, just to make it up to you. Ronald kissed Diane again and went back to their Fifth Avenue house alone. Ding dong, ding dong. The next morning, Ronald heard the doorbell ring. You're here so early. Ronald saw Diane outside the door. I have good news for you. A new agent wants to sign me. Diane smiled broadly. It seemed her luck had improved since coming to New York. Oh, who is it? Which agent wants to sign you? What about your old agent? Ronald pretended not to know. It's Paula Wagner, the agent of Tom Cruise, who's currently at the top of the charts. She heard my management contract was about to expire and wants to sign me. That's great. She's very good at creating stars. Looks like your good luck is coming. I'm leaving soon, so I came to make it up to you now. I'm flying to Jamaica as fast as I can. She's there with Cruise filming his new movie. I'm going early in case she changes her mind. No way, she won't change her mind. Upon hearing that Diane wanted to sign a contract quickly, Ronald realized their short vacation was ruined again and hurried back to find her. You don't understand, Ronnie. Maybe that's true for a big director like you, but for an actor like me with no future, having an agent like this offering me a chance is too good to pass up. Okay then, but could you stay with me for one more day? Ronald felt he had done something stupid. He could have had Paula contact Diane in 2 days. You're the best, Ronnie. Diane kissed him tenderly. But this opportunity is very important to me. If I miss it, I might really say goodbye to Hollywood. Diane began to flatter Ronald. After all, she had promised to come and stay with him. Okay, then at least stay a little later. I'll arrange the flight. Taking advantage of the time before parting, Ronald picked up Diane and held her tightly in his arms. Although Diane had been practicing yoga recently and seemed to have lost some weight, her figure seemed even better. Diane made a muffled sound, responding passionately. Chapter 857. 2 award-winning films. The Last Emperor failed to make a splash at the box office in its opening weekend. This epic film, funded by the British, distributed by the American public, directed by an Italian, and starring Chinese actors, cost $24 million and didn't even crack the top 10. Its final box office gross was $198,000. However, considering this was achieved with only 6 theaters showing, averaging $33,000 per theater, it still garnered attention from Hollywood. The film's distributor was Hyundai, the company that had previously invested in James Cameron's Terminator. They easily acquired the distribution rights, but the film's delayed editing led to doubts. When the film was finally completed and screened, Hyundai saw lukewarm reception from European audiences. Sensing trouble, they sold the North American distribution rights, along with 2 other films, to Columbia Pictures. Unexpectedly, The Last Emperor became a huge hit when it premiered in Italy last month. Bertolucci is an outstanding Italian film director. He wrote the screenplay for Once Upon a Time in the West, and his film Last Tango in Paris, directed over a decade ago, earned him an Academy Award nomination for Best Director. However, this wasn't the only reason for the film's success in Italy. What truly captivated audiences was the story of the last emperor of an ancient and mysterious Eastern kingdom. He was the Emperor of China, but learned English from a Briton. He was once the ruler of a nation of hundreds of millions, later became a prisoner, and finally a common citizen. Western audiences are filled with imagination about China, and film is undoubtedly the best medium to portray a country. Due to China's strict restrictions on tour group numbers, many viewers curious about China could only find images of the country in theaters. This widespread curiosity, coupled with the fact that Chinese films rarely see mainstream Western releases, translated into a strong desire to see The Last Emperor. Italian audiences filled the initial 19 theaters. By the second week, the screenings had rapidly expanded to 65 theaters, and the theaters remained packed. By day 16, it had quickly surpassed $2 million. In Germany, where it was released a week later than in Italy, it also sparked a viewing frenzy, exceeding $1 million in box office revenue by day 10 with only 50 theaters. This result made Hyundai very regretful. Having sold the North American distribution rights to Columbia Pictures cheaply, now it seemed like a potentially huge profit was in store. Columbia Pictures' distribution department, of course, also noticed this phenomenon. However, Europe is Europe, and America is America. They cautiously adopted a strategy of limited releases, allowing only a few screenings to generate word of mouth, and then using the scarcity of tickets to keep audiences in suspense. It must be said, their strategy was very successful. At the top of the box office charts that week was the Hollywood English version of the same name, a remake of the French film Three Dads and One Kid. It surpassed $10 million in its first week. Besides the re-release of Cinderella, the real second place went to John Hughes' comedy, Plane, Train, and Car. Although the box office was good, both films received some criticism from film critics. The film that truly garnered unanimous critical acclaim was The Last Emperor. The discerning Chicago Sun-Times critic Roger Ebert gave it a perfect 4 stars. His review was filled with longing and adoration. Bertolucci's entire film was shot in China. He was even allowed to film within the Forbidden City, a vast medieval complex of approximately 250 acres, 100 hectares, with 9,999 rooms. The Chinese believe only heaven has 10,000 rooms. Appreciating a film because of its location is usually an unforgivable petty bourgeois act, but in the case of The Last Emperor, the narrative cannot be separated from the awe-inspiring presence of the Forbidden City, nor from Bertolucci's astonishing use of locations, authentic costumes, and thousands of extras to create the everyday reality of this strange little boy. Another Chicago film critic, Jonathan Rosenbaum, who had just joined the Chicago Reader's Weekly, went even further in his praise of the film. I had the pleasure of seeing Spielberg's new film Empire of the Sun, which is releasing next month. At best, aside from a few breathtaking shots, Empire of the Sun gives us an idea of a director's story. The Last Emperor, on the other hand, achieves the same effect quite casually. What's truly remarkable is that it also gives us insight into the lives of the billion people who share this planet with us. And even better, it makes us want to know more about their way of life. Is The Last Emperor better than Empire of the Sun? Is Bertolucci better than Spielberg? Helen Slater took Ronald's review, exclaiming in amazement as she read. She had always loved epic films, and, as Roger Ebert quipped, she had a petty bourgeois appreciation for films shot in ancient China. You didn't go to the premiere, the New York audience loved it, Ronald replied. As for the parents in Oklahoma, that's uncertain. I haven't seen the full Empire of the Sun yet. I heard it'll be released nationwide around Christmas. The premiere is on the 8th of next month. So, I can't answer your question right now. Okay, I see. Is your Moonstruck also releasing next month? There are so many new movies at the end of the year. Yes, that's right, Ronald replied absent-mindedly, slowly kissing Helen's neck from behind. Helen had a special uptown girl charm that fascinated him. Helen Slater's observation was correct. More and more films nowadays are adopting the returning home and glory strategy for awards. In the last 2 months of each year, many films, ranging from dozens to hundreds of studios, gather enough entries to qualify for the Oscars. They then hope that the film will receive an Oscar nomination after the New Year's holiday, using this free marketing to boost box office revenue. If they are lucky enough to win an Oscar, they can have a long run and high box office returns. The two films currently considered the frontrunners for next year's Oscars are The Last Emperor and Empire of the Sun. Besides these two, Ronald's Moonstruck, under a joint plan by MGM and his marketing consultants, is also preparing to follow this path. It will open in early December, remain in fewer than 10 theaters until the end of the year, and then begin a wider release in mid-January. It will rely primarily on word of mouth from audiences and public relations efforts with film critics to achieve high praise. Helen let out a long breath, as if her soul had returned to her body. Ronald hugged her from behind, their flushed faces pressed together, their breaths mingling. How are your financing negotiations in New Jersey going? Ronald regulated his breathing and asked the still soft Helen in his arms. Not very smoothly. After the stock market crash, many investors who were originally very generous to the film industry are now facing difficulties. The TV stations my father has been contacting are also drastically reducing their budgets for purchasing film broadcasting rights. So, I still have to rely on myself. I've decided to have screenwriter Melanie star alongside me, and another screenwriter, Caitlin Adams, direct. This will save a lot of money. Helen was a bit exhausted, and even when talking about her favorite production, her eyes were starting to droop. I can fund it, my daydream. I'm still looking for a suitable script. How much budget do you need for your new film? Ronald saw how hard Helen was working and knew that the financing plan his father had arranged, using the film broadcasting rights from TV stations as advance payment, had failed due to the stock market crash. Although independent productions are always difficult, and producers have to personally persuade investors, Ronald felt that he could handle the persuasion himself. You have money? After the stock market crash, does your company still have money for investment? Helen perked up, turning to Ronald and saying, my entire film needs about $2 million in investment, and there's a shortfall of $1.5 million. No, $1.2 million is fine too. I can have Melanie's boyfriend be the cinematographer. Why are your director, lead actress, and screenwriter all women? Ronald felt less pressured upon hearing it was only a little over $1 million. We want to make a women's film. The two main characters are also women. They're a string duo, one playing the violin and the other the cello, performing on the street. Helen quickly explained the story to Ronald. A friend of the two main characters gave them a bag to keep safe, and the two girls discovered it was full of cash. Ronald listened to the story and thought it was a decent low-budget story. It started with a huge sum of money as a gimmick, followed by the two girls spending the money, being chased by bad guys, and finally paying it back and returning to street performing. It also had a theme about not relying on ill-gotten gains. This kind of low-budget film was actually very suitable for the videotape business. Many people would spend $1.50 on weekends just to see beautiful women in comedy and have some fun. Tomorrow, send the script to my office at Daydream. My screenwriting department will evaluate it, and if it passes, I can write you a check soon. Really, Helen had worked hard to find funding, and she didn't expect Ronald to say he could invest so readily. She was afraid he was joking. However, I still need to read the script and evaluate it before I can decide. Then my Daydream team will also send an assistant producer to the set to manage the finances. Ronald looked at her. What kind of evaluation will you give? My script is very well designed. Helen happily leaned in. That depends on how you convince me. Ronald struck a reserved pose. Wasn't this enough to convince you? Helen, despite her exhaustion, pressed herself against Ronald's chest, giving him a thorough persuasion. Ronald, I've spoken with the production team about the script you sent. Eddie, the general manager of Daydream, called Ronald a day later. I have to say, the producer, director, screenwriter, and the two lead actors, who also work part-time, don't inspire my confidence. I doubt their ability to bring the scenes in the script to life. Really? That bad? It's that bad. Helen Slater talked to me for over an hour about her ideas, the history and future of women's films in America, but not a single word about the story or the filming. My God, are they making a movie or some kind of feminist performance art? Ronald knows Helen is from a wealthy family and isn't very familiar with these Hollywood tricks. She's a bit naive sometimes. Could it be that someone is after her connections and is deliberately trying to persuade her to make a movie? It's hard to say. I suggest not approving the budget, Eddie offered his advice. This isn't an option, Eddie. Think about how to prevent Helen from being exploited, and how to make a film that doesn't lose money. Well, not too much money. In that case, I can agree first, then make demands, like having them create an industry-standard storyboard and shoot a test scene to demonstrate their abilities. That way, we can weed out those without professional skills. Do it that way. Don't be too cruel to Helen. I'll be careful, but don't expect too much. This crew is full of amateurs, or people who just snuck in to gain experience. According to business logic, many will be weeded out, especially the director, Kathleen Adams. She's actually an acting coach. She's just here to build up her directing experience and exploit Helen's social connections. Isn't there anyone usable? Ronald wondered. If he fired Helen's own team, would she turn against him? That screenwriter, Melanie, who co-stars with Helen, is pretty good. She's a bit naive, writing her own script, but Kathleen Adams snatched the lead screenwriter position. Oh, and her boyfriend, the cinematographer, is professional. I think he's quite good, and he likes tinkering with gadgets. He's capable. I reckon if this movie has the original cast, only he can be professional. Then let's go with your plan. I'll give you $2 million in authority. You can invest without telling me anything beyond that. Also, if you're interested, you can work as a producer. Okay, that's settled. Explain it to Helen. Eddie hung up. Sorry, Director Wong, I have a lot of things to do here. Hollywood movies have to be, or as you say, economically efficient, so we have to carefully consider every film, or we'll lose money. Ronald put down the phone and explained to Director Wong, who had come from the Zhujiahu film studio. Director Wong and a delegation from Zhujiahu, arriving in New York at a different time than the delegation from the capital, also met with Ronald. You're a busy person, aren't you? Director Wong said, indicating that waiting for Ronald was only natural. We're here mainly to collaborate with Director Luo. Production budgets in China are very tight right now, so we need to broaden our thinking and revitalize the economy. Ronald smiled at Director Wong. This was quite a stretch for her. Someone must have taught her to recite it from memory. Forget it, Director Luo knows me. I can't articulate this kind of logic. I'll talk about movies instead. Ha ha ha, Director Wong said, opening up. Like the delegation from the capital. The Zhujiahu delegation also hoped Ronald could participate in a Chinese arts foundation they were establishing to promote traditional Chinese paper-cutting films, ink wash animation, and other distinctive Chinese film art forms. After the reforms, funding for this type of film, which had high social benefits but low economic benefits, gradually decreased. Animation studios had to shift to producing children's animations that met market demand, like Black Cat Detective, Calabash Brothers, and the Avanti series that Ronald had seen last time. The number of films produced each year had decreased dramatically compared to before. Before I came, the city leaders told me that director Luo's lighting factory in Minhang has excellent exports and has filled a world-leading technological gap. They asked if I knew of any other suitable factories I could open back home. I only know a little about film technology. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. I know, this lighting factory was invented by old Yan. I was just saying, but before I came, the city specifically called our delegation over. The mayor specifically instructed me that Director Luo's factory is a model of Sino-American cooperation, and he felt very, well, what's the English word again, excited, said Xiao Yan, who had taken leave from school to accompany Director Wang. Let me see if there are any products suitable for the workers' skill level there. Ronald didn't have high hopes, the workers' skills there were relatively backward. Besides long arc xenon lamps used for lightning lamps, technology obsolete in the West, producing other products there wouldn't be profitable. We'll stay until after Spielberg's Empire of the Sun premiere. We'll have to trouble you this time. Director Wang's visit this time also has the intention of vying with a capital film studio. Both are co-productions between China and foreign countries, and both are aiming for this year's Oscars, to see which co-production will win. Thanksgiving is coming up soon in America. Come to my house, I'll treat you to dinner. This Thanksgiving is similar to the Mid-Autumn Festival in China, a time for family reunions. Then I'll inform the director that several of my colleagues from the studio will be going to Director Luo's house for dinner. Director Wang was very pleased. He had heard that Americans don't easily invite people to their homes for dinner, unlike in China. Here, they usually eat at restaurants. Cooking at someone's home is the proper way to treat a good friend. Chapter 858 Improving the Marketing Plan. Ronald greeted Director Wang, Xiao Yan, and a member of the delegation at his aunt's house on Staten Island. Thank you, these are truly beautiful gifts. Upon entering, Director Wang presented several prepared gifts, including a small pouch strung together with silk thread containing spices, said to ward off evil spirits. Ronald smelled them and felt a pleasant sensation. He welcomed the group in and introduced them to Aunt Karen and Donna, who had returned specially. Aunt Karen's boyfriend served a roasted turkey, champagne was opened, and chopsticks were specially prepared for their Chinese friends. Aunt Karen's boyfriend, Eric, had meticulously prepared a Thanksgiving feast, a specially selected turkey wrapped in whole slices of bacon, its cavity smeared with butter, black pepper, lemon, sage leaves, and other special seasonings. Roasted twice in the oven, the turkey was still juicy and had a pork and bacon-like aroma, not dry at all. Combined with a sauce made of chestnuts and cranberries, the flavors were perfectly balanced. After dinner, with Xiao Yan translating, everyone watched TV and chatted, experiencing the life of the American middle class. Auntie even brought out her baked cookies and shared them with her friends from China. Donna quietly chatted with Ronald. Diane had signed with Paula Wagner, and she was happy for her childhood friend. However, upon hearing that Ronald had invested in Helen Slater's film project, she became a little worried. Is that script really that good? You invested quite a bit? Donna asked. I don't know. Who can predict a film's box office performance? The same script, with a different director or a different actor, could go from a blockbuster to a box office flop. I just think the script does have some commercial potential. Even if it doesn't do well in theaters, it can recoup its costs on video. Ronald was speaking frankly. No matter how artistic a film is, it's ultimately a business, and only if the audience buys it can it last. Famous classical oil paintings on the market today, works by the three masters of the Renaissance, were all sold as commodities at high prices. Would you mind if I went to see how you make movies? When I was in high school, my mom and I went to Los Angeles to see you make a movie, and I thought it was amazing. I've been going to the set ever since. Donna casually mentioned wanting to visit the set of the movie Helen Slater was directing. We haven't decided on a director yet, but if you want to go, we can go together this weekend. Ronald didn't mind and agreed. Donna had previously worked as an internet daydream, and it was good that a family member was interested in his business. The guests praised the American standard of living, and as the conversation flowed, Ronald suggested that Director Wang and his group stay at his aunt's house. Anyway, there were people at the delegation headquarters, so a quick callback for approval was all it took. The delegation leader, upon hearing that it was Ronald, a director highly regarded by a vice minister in China, who is hosting the guests, quickly approved it. What kind of TV program is this? Are the two of you just chatting on TV? As the conversation deepened into the night, Director Wong prepared to rest and noticed the program on the living room television. Yes, this is a talk show on our TV station. You're watching Johnny Carson. He hosts The Tonight Show 4 or 5 nights a week, chatting with different guests. On average, tens of millions of viewers watch, just chatting with people, and so many people watch. Director Wong was quite surprised. In China, the highest-rated show is the Spring Festival Gala, but that's an annual celebration with celebrities and spectacular programs. Just 2 people chatting and so many people watch? American people really have a lot of free time. Director Wong, still amazed by the vastly different customs between the Chinese and Americans, went upstairs to his guest room to rest. Ronald returned to his room. Immediately after Johnny Carson's The Tonight Show, he watched the next late-night talk show, hosted by David Letterman. Our first guest is an artist. He once had 5 songs simultaneously in the top 100, a record shared only by the Beatles. He's also an actor and a mayoral candidate for Palm Springs. Let's welcome Sonny Bono. A man in a floral shirt and a small mustache walked up. His hair wasn't as thick as it used to be, and his gait seemed a little unsure of himself. Sonny Bono, the pop music icon who dominated the charts with his wife Cher in the 60s and 70s, hasn't been doing so well lately. Besides starring in Ronald Lee's ultra-low-budget film Hairspray, his singing career has also hit rock bottom. In recent years, besides cameo appearances in films and television, Sonny Bono's main focus has shifted to a profession often pursued by Hollywood stars, or singers after their careers have faded, running restaurants. Regardless of the quality or price of the food, celebrities have a natural advantage when it comes to restaurants. Many fans will come to support their idols. And celebrities usually have other celebrity friends who frequently patronize the restaurants, bringing their fans along. In short, if you were once as famous as Sonny Bono or Cher, running a restaurant for 2 or 3 years, making enough money, and then selling it is still a reliable way to secure a meal ticket as a celebrity. You look fantastic. I heard you're currently filming a movie. David Letterman began to guide the conversation. Ah, yes, I have a supporting role in a musical. I just flew back from the set. Sonny Bono knew this was the agreed-upon opportunity to promote Hairspray, and immediately began praising the film. I think it might be a black musical version of Spicy Dance set in Baltimore. You'll see it next year. Oh, the Baltimore version of Spicy Dance. But in recent years, we've rarely seen you in movies or have any new songs. Instead, you're always in the political arena. Well, that's right. Since Cher and I separated, Sonny Bono touched the pants his pregnant current wife had prepared. His popularity waning, he had to mention his ex-wife's name to bask in the spotlight. Since Cher and I separated, it's not that I've left the entertainment industry, but that the entertainment industry has left me. I still really want to continue in the entertainment industry. Ha ha ha. The audience loved this self-deprecating humor from the guest. I heard you've found a new direction in politics. Are you now preparing to run for mayor of Palm Springs, California? Letterman's role was to guide the guests into discussing topics that interested the audience. Yes, I own a restaurant in Palm Springs. You know, singers and movie stars all want to open restaurants, as if opening a restaurant would allow them to run into their old flames like Humphrey Bogart in Casablanca. Ha ha ha. So why are you running for mayor? I have business in Palm Springs. I like the place, but the government there is very bureaucratic, and I want to change it. The towns around us are developing rapidly, but Palm Springs seems to have stagnated. Sonny Bono certainly had a unique charm that made him likable. Perhaps the president gave all the fading stars in the entertainment industry a bit of confidence, and they all began to seek to continue their acting careers in front of voters. He was being harassed by people in the government at his restaurant in Palm Springs. They wouldn't even let him put up a large neon sign. Sonny Bono felt that the town's population was small, and many of them were elderly people retiring there. His name recognition in the area was decent, so he simply began preparing to run for mayor. Okay, let's not talk about politics. David Letterman steered the conversation back on track. Let's talk about something happy. What happened? How did you suddenly become? Ha ha ha. The late-night audience loved Letterman's comedic style, and Ronald was amused as well. Seriously, what happened? You were still singing, performing, writing songs, and suddenly, becoming famous was very difficult for Cher and me. We wrote songs together, sang together, became famous together, and then had to continue this kind of life, Sonny Bono was prepared and tried to steer the conversation towards Cher, who is now much more famous than him. You and Cher are now, we're still good friends. We call each other when something comes up, but we're a bit incompatible. We can talk about life issues or legal matters on the phone, but we can't meet. It's a bit awkward when we do. Sonny Bono tried to be tactful. Cher only had her lawyer call him when her daughter called her mother crying about her father's irresponsibility, or when Bono's child support payments were late, threatening him not to make a mistake. That's good. Tonight we'll have our next guest. She was nominated for an Oscar for her brilliant performance in The Skewers Incident, and later won the Best Actress award at the Cannes Film Festival for The Mask. She's also in this studio, calling the Axxol. Ha ha ha. These late-night talk shows are all about using vulgar jokes to amuse the audience. This is her first album in 6 years. Cher, let's welcome Cher. Whoa, Ronald exclaimed. At the entrance, Cher, wearing a leather jacket unbuttoned, rushed onto the stage and began performing the title track from her new album. Underneath her jacket was a semi-transparent leather bodysuit, paired with black garter belts and leather boots, and combined with Cher's curly hair, it was simply an eyesore. Is this a new song from your new album? After the commercial break, Cher quickly changed into a white coat. The camera switched to a close-up, so she couldn't be so revealing. Yes, it's a new song, Cher replied with a smile. On her left was her trashy ex-husband, and on her right was her trashy host, but for the sake of her new song and new movie, she had to smile and face it all. You sang brilliantly tonight, Letterman said sincerely. He was sure Cher would get high ratings wearing such a see-through outfit on his show. Thank you, Cher, with her back to her approaching ex-husband Bono, braced herself for David Letterman. This host was not easy to deal with. What the hell are you wearing today? Letterman exclaimed, feigning surprise as if he had just noticed her outfit. This was a deliberate attempt to draw the audience's attention back, in case anyone had missed it. Did a fire break out in the hotel and burn holes in your clothes? Hey, like you said, I could wear this to Darth Vader's funeral. Cher, having learned her lesson from last time, now knew how to retaliate. Ha ha ha. The two tacitly avoided mentioning the Axxol incident from the last show and began discussing Cher's new album and her new movie. My new movie is directed by Ronald Lee, and I play Loretta, an Italian-American divorced woman. Yes, it will have a limited release this year. Will you go see it? Me? I haven't seen the finished film yet, but I'm looking forward to it just like you. After finishing the pre-arranged conversation, David Letterman prepared to unleash the biggest suspense of the evening. Look at you two. Does this remind you of the past, your past conflicts? Or, the biggest gimmick of the evening was to have Cher and Bono sing their hit song, I Got You Babe, finally steer the conversation to the main topic. Her ex-husband, Sonny Bono, seized the opportunity to lean in, grasp Cher's hand, and intertwine their fingers. Since the host was asking, he figured he'd just play along. The media would definitely bring it up tomorrow. I don't feel anything, not at all. Cher glanced at her ex-husband. This was the first time she had looked at him properly all day. She had agreed to come tonight for her new album and movie, and she didn't want her ex-husband to get too much publicity. Are you still on friendly terms? Letterman continued to stir things up. You know, David, my relationship with Sonny is a strange one. We've talked about it on the phone before. I think maybe no one can understand our relationship, and sometimes I don't understand it myself. Cher glanced at her ex-husband again. Actually, it was easy to understand. It was all about money and exposure. It was beneficial for both of them, so here it was. Now you're holding hands, looking at each other. Do you sometimes wake up in the morning and think, if David Letterman seized the opportunity to continue stirring things up? You know what, David? I think you should pay us for coming on this late-night talk show together. Cher interrupted Letterman's question, glaring at him, signaling him to stop playing games, or she'd explode. Sometimes, I wonder, do you ever wake up in the morning thinking about going back together? Letterman didn't care about that. For the sake of ratings, this question had to be asked. Go back together? What do you mean? Cher still managed a forced smile. Go back together, remarry. I think Sonny's wife, Mary, wouldn't be happy if you said that. She's pregnant, and you, Sonny? Do you also think going back together would be unfair to Cher's boyfriend, Rob? I think he's a good guy. Sonny Bono knew he couldn't offend Cher, so he spoke well of Cher's baker boyfriend, Rob Camilleri, who was more than 10 years younger than her. Have you met him? Cher turned her head. I talked to him on the phone, He's a good guy, although I haven't met him yet. Sonny Bono thought to himself, why isn't she playing by the rules? He was the one who answered the phone and said a few words when we were rehearsing yesterday. A typical Italian bull, a very arrogant young man. You guys, Letterman tried to skirt the issue. David, I think you're a man of substance. I have higher expectations of you, Cher explicitly threatened. Don't do it again, don't do it again. David Letterman knew Cher was about to curse again. He hoped this woman wouldn't call him an asshole again. It was all for the show. Cheryl covered her mouth, indicating she wouldn't say anything more. Then, turning her head to the audience, she mouthed asshole. Wasn't it just for the sake of the show? Anyone could do that. Ha ha ha. Under the direction of the on-site director, the audience began to laugh loudly, trying to smooth things over for Letterman. You know, NBC wanted me on another talk show, you know, Johnny Carson's Tonight Show. I told them I wanted to be on Letterman's. Seeing Letterman's displeasure, Cheryl immediately put in a good word for him. Thank you. Letterman had a way out and quickly moved on. The show continued with some gossip, and finally, Letterman brought the topic back. Is there any possibility that you two could get back together? Cheryl was about to explode. Wait, I meant getting back together, singing a duet? We didn't agree beforehand, we didn't rehearse, but the atmosphere is right, and the audience loves it. The audience started yelling, I got you, babe. You call this not agreeing beforehand? Before I came on TV, director Ronald warned me that Letterman would definitely let you sing. I didn't believe him, so I told him that if he wanted me to sing, Letterman had better take his pants off right there and show you know what. Cher was getting more and more experienced on talk shows, and this time she teased David Letterman instead. Ha ha ha. Amid the audience's laughter, the band started playing the intro to their hit song. Should I sing first? Cher hadn't sung this song in a long time and almost missed the beat. They say we're too young. We only realized it when we grew up. We don't know if they're right, because I have you, and you have me. They say love can't pay rent. We spend all the money we earn right away, but I have you, and you have me. Now, things have changed, and the two former spouses and partners are singing this sweet song again. After all, it's a song that perfectly captures the hardships and sweetness of that time. Back then, one of them was 27 and the other was 16. This song was composed by Sonny Bono on a piano with a dozen or so broken keys. It's a song that belongs to their shared memories. The look in their eyes softens somewhat. The ratings are the highest this year, breaking records, with over 7 million viewers. The assistant brought David Letterman the latest ratings report. David, how's it going? I didn't screw you over, did I? Ronald heard his assistant mention the record-breaking ratings on the phone. Cher almost left me stranded on stage. Thankfully the final result was great. Letterman wiped his sweat with a handkerchief. You can't sweat on stage, or it'll ruin your makeup. But after being under the bright lights for over an hour, it seemed like sweat was pouring out all at once. The next day, all the American television stations and newspapers were reporting on Cher and Sonny Bono, who had performed this song, a shared memory of the 1960s, on Letterman's Late Show. Many audience members were interviewed, recounting how they had played the song at their weddings. Hearing the now somewhat aged Sonny and Cher sing the song again was a great comfort. Especially at a time when the economy was suffering and people were worried about the future. Ronald, we should adjust a marketing strategy for Moonlight Enchantress. Michael Gray, the marketing consultant Ronald had hired for the film, called early the next morning. Cher is incredibly popular. Everyone's talking about this woman, her old hits, and her current see-through outfit. Our film marketing should focus on the female lead. That way, we can achieve the best results with the same resources. You're right. Fax the revised plan over so I can take a look. Ronald was very satisfied with the suggestion. The consulting fee he paid was well worth it. Like The Last Emperor and Empire of the Sun, his Moonstruck was also going to rely on awards to build word of mouth. MGM originally thought the film was of high quality and intended to use public relations to compete for a Best Picture nomination. Now that Cher had emerged to boost the hype, it was a good strategy to shift the focus to getting Cher a Best Actress nomination. Anyway, audiences weren't very familiar with the prestige of the Oscars. In their eyes, and Best Actress award was worth going to the cinema to see what a Best Actress performance was like. Chapter 859, A Grateful Heart. Their Mid-Autumn Festival is quite fun, but why do they eat turkey? We don't seem to have that kind of chicken in China. Director Wang, while exercising the next day, talked to Xiaoyan about the banquet from the previous night. It's called Thanksgiving. I heard it's a holiday to thank their ancestors who immigrated here for a bountiful harvest. Thanksgiving is about eating turkey. This turkey is quite delicious, better than the chickens I raise back home. That's because their chef is generous with the ingredients. You see, the turkey is wrapped in bacon, the pork juices seep in, and it's roasted twice in a special oven. After it's cooked, they discard the bacon, focusing on the smoky flavor. The turkey my classmates made in college was like chewing cardboard, so dry. Xiao Yan, you should study hard in New York. Director Wang, old enough to be Xiao Yan's aunt, offered this advice on behalf of old Yan. Ronald also got up early and overheard some of the conversation upstairs. Thanksgiving is a holiday with a strong emphasis on family reunions for the people of America. Besides the gratitude to God that Xiao Yan mentioned, Auntie also said there was gratitude to the Native American tribe that had given the immigrants food years ago. So, this holiday carries many elements of gratitude. Many people write letters or call those who have helped them during this holiday. Ronald, lost in thought, returned to his room, took out paper and pen, and began to recall who in his industry had provided crucial assistance. The first to help him were Roger Corman, then the Camerons, then director Woody Allen, the casting studio's female staff member. Soon, Ronald wrote a list and began writing to each person. Dear Roger, on this day of gratitude, Ronald wrote a few sentences, then felt something was amiss. Hollywood has no shortage of stars who, after winning an Oscar, want to thank everyone, even their hairstylist. But in this cruel industry, those who offer help in times of need are rare. Actions speak louder than words in expressing one's feelings. Ronald folded the paper with a list twice and tucked it into his notebook. Then he dialed Roger Coleman's number in Los Angeles. Julie, this is Ronald. Happy Thanksgiving. Is Roger there? Roger Coleman's stock investments comprised the majority of his wealth. The recent stock market crash had caused him significant losses due to leverage, forcing him to temporarily divert cash from his film division to offset these losses. Ecstasy, a film Coleman and Ronald co-produced, was also facing delays because Coleman's company couldn't come up with the agreed-upon $3.5 million investment. Ronald proposed that his Daydream Films would advance this portion of the cash, with Coleman repaying a portion next year once his cash situation improved. The remainder could be deducted from the film's distribution and video sales revenue. Business is business. Why are you thinking like this? Roger Coleman was naturally pleased with Ronald's generous terms. However, a veteran producer who had never lost money in the film industry for 30 years couldn't understand Ronald's approach. Ronald, have you noticed? Hollywood's production industry is sluggish right now. I'm not talking about the big projects from the big 7 studios, but even mid-budget independent productions and those small budgets around $1 million have shrunk dramatically, Ronald remarked, sharing his observations. The film industry experienced a severe contraction after the stock market crash. Funds withdrew significantly from Hollywood production in the short term, and it's unclear when they'll return. The number of projects approved and started this year is much smaller than the same period last year. Several industry unions are also facing significant difficulties with membership fee payments. The Screen Actors Guild and the Directors Guild have begun offering temporary deferrals of a quarter's fees for members experiencing financial hardship. Ronald also received invitations from the Directors Guild and the Writers Guild to attend charity parties where props and costumes from older films featuring veteran stars would be auctioned off, essentially, a plea to wealthy members to raise funds for lower-income members within the unions. Sigh, these are tough times. Coleman understood Ronald's meaning and accepted the young man's offer. This wasn't charity towards Coleman personally, he was just experiencing a temporary cash flow problem. As long as he had foresight, he could recover in 6 months. Ronald wanted to expedite production, giving those in the lower and middle ranks of the industry a chance to make a living. If they faced unemployment within 6 months, some average workers might have to rely on welfare. Even more regrettable was the possibility that many promising young people might abandon the industry for other jobs. For them, a film crew and a minimum wage job would be enough to sustain them until the market recovered. Is the industry really that bad now? Donna, dressed in her Saint Laurent work attire, looking capable and elegant, had overheard Ronald's phone call for over 10 minutes and learned some details. Actually, the box office hasn't dropped significantly. I think it's like the impact of the stock market crash on the American economy. In the long run, there's no real impact. It's just that people in our industry are still very vulnerable to risk. Ronald explained to his cousin the typical financing structure of a small Hollywood production company. They first need to convince a star to star in the film, and then use that star's name to sell the pre-sale distribution rights. Once they have the distribution rights, they can use them as collateral for bridge loans from banks to raise funds for filming. For any shortfall in collateral, they need to attract numerous small investors to fill the gap. Finally, after filming and release, they sell the rights to overseas distributors, broadcasting rights to television stations, and the now popular video rental market. These steps are like a tightly wound spring. Even with all conditions in place, it takes at least 2 years to recoup the investment. If anything goes wrong or there's a delay of a few months, the project could fail. It seems making movies isn't a good business, Donna said, looking at the financial documents for Helen Slater's Sticky Fingers, which she was about to take over. She found it to be a capital-intensive business with extremely long payback periods and uncertain profitability. On Wall Street, bankers don't like these kinds of projects. Unless you can make a box office hit, then you can really make a lot of money. Donna suddenly realized why Wall Street always bet on producers or directors who had proven themselves when investing in Hollywood. Movies are a strange commodity. Out of 10 films, about 7 lose money, 2 break even, and 1 makes a fortune. With most films failing to make money, the return on investment for that one successful film is incredibly high. Let's go. Ronald and Donna got into the car, and Bud Jr. drove them to Daydream's New York office. Today they were taking over the Glued Fingers crew. Helen. Ronald first saw Helen Slater, wearing a white sweater, a floral skirt, and ankle boots. Ronnie, Donna, Helen came over and hugged them. This is Melanie, the screenwriter and another lead actress. Hello, Melanie, Ronald greeted her. Melanie stared wide-eyed at Ronald, surprised that the big spender Helen mentioned was this director of a blockbuster film. Are you really going to fire Caitlin Adams? She taught me so much about acting, Helen said, still a little uneasy. She and Ronald walked to one side of the conference table, wondering if they could continue using that acting coach as director. It's more of a business decision, Helen. Leave it to me. Ronald smiled and put his arm around her, letting Helen sit next to him. But Melanie and I both really trust her analysis of the character's inner thoughts, Helen said, her voice softening as Ronald put his arm around her waist. Remembering their earlier intimacy, her cheeks flushed slightly. However, Caitlin Adams' understanding of the script had given Melanie a lot of suggestions for revisions, which both she and Helen found very helpful. Hi, Helen. Melanie, I heard you found a sucker to invest. Our movie can start filming soon. A woman around 40 years old walked in with several handsome men and beautiful women. She was the originally planned director and acting coach, Caitlin Adams. Who are you? Caitlin Adams saw Ronald sitting casually at the head of the conference table, his arm around Helen, and thought, so this is his lover's investment. This Helen has quietly snagged a rich guy. I'm the sucker you mentioned. Ronald frowned. Caitlin looked vaguely familiar. Melanie, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, stepped forward to introduce her to Ronald. She's a senior coach at the Actors Studio. She joined the studio at 14 as Lee Strasberg's assistant. Now she mainly trains film actors. Her clients include Jane Fonda and Michael Douglas. Could I have seen this woman at Jane Fonda's? Ronald wasn't sure. He disliked her self-important, artist-like attitude. Now that the money's in, we can start casting immediately. Look, this is my student, the roommate in the script. She can play the role. Caitlin Adams, completely unaware that this was Ronald, the director of the sizzling dance in Top Gun, began assigning tasks. Madam, we are investors. Before casting, shouldn't you first share your ideas for the film? Donna couldn't help but ask. This person clearly looked like a schoolteacher, completely ignorant of practical matters. He hadn't even secured his own role yet, and he was already assigning roles to students. Was this some kind of high school drama club? Young lady, directing is a complex art. I've already talked a lot with Helen and Melanie. If you'd like to listen, you can come work as a helper on set. Brad, you can mentor her. A handsome man with long hair stepped forward from behind. Miss, while the main cast is chatting, would you like to talk to me about something else? This man had a large chin, exuding a wild, powerful aura. Ronald glanced at him. Another actor who didn't know how to read the room, though he was quite good-looking. Ronald, who was expecting Donna to retaliate, was surprised to find her stunned and speechless. Donna. Ronald turned around and saw his cousin staring blankly at the actor, as if he were a big star. Oh, Well, I'm Donna, one of the investor's representatives. According to the investment agreement, we have the right to hear the director's opinion before filming begins and make the final decision. Donna snapped out of her daze, stammering out her lines while still glancing at the handsome man. What's going on? Ronald turned back to look at the handsome man again. Apart from his more muscular chin, he was still quite different from himself. Ronald turned back and noticed that not only Donna, but even the actress Melanie seemed to have a deep, affectionate look in her eyes. This actor's gaze seemed to have a kind of magic. Looking at that woman could make her lose her composure. Ronald's gaze then fell on Helen. Thankfully, Helen's beautiful eyes were still only fixed on him. Yes, are you related to one of the investors? You can come to the set to learn. I'll have Brad explain everything to you. Catelyn Adams understood the mindset of outsiders. A celebrity's appearance had a lot of magic in the eyes of ordinary people. As for the core of this film, it mainly relies on Helen and Melanie. You two need to practice the emotional memory method more. It's the essence of the actor's studio method. Emotional memory method. Ronald finally remembered where he'd seen this woman before. Back when he and Meg Tilly went to actor's studio to learn, it was this infamous emotional memory method that drove them to their breaking point. Wasn't this Catelyn Adams the acting coach who was Lee Strasberg's assistant at the studio? Ahem. Ronald coughed twice, drawing the woman's attention. What brilliant idea do you have? Catelyn Adams turned to Ronald Lee. My name is Ronald Lee. You're fired, Ronald Lee. What a name, like a Hollywood director. But it's a very common name. There are probably hundreds of people with that name in New York. Wait, fired? What fired? Who are you saying is fired? You're fired, Miss Catelyn Adams. Ronald stared at her, motionless, until Catelyn began to back away. Why? You have no right. Sorry, I do. You don't have the production rights to this script, and your agreement with Melanie is only verbal. I invested most of the money in this film, so of course I have the right to fire you. As for why? You don't need to know. In New York, this kind of creative contract is considered free employment, which means I can fire you without any reason. Ronald deeply resented this emotional memory method that disturbed people's emotions and mental state. Helen Slater was already somewhat unstable. If this method were used, wouldn't it be very likely to trigger her illness? This is discrimination. I can report it to the Screen Actors Guild. Catelyn Adams's momentum didn't diminish. As a well-known acting coach in the New York acting circle, she had always advocated for gender equality, and her accusation of Ronald's sexism was still somewhat intimidating. Who in Hollywood would believe you? Me, sexist? Ronald felt that this acting coach was mentally unstable. So many feminist films like Spicy Dance and Coherence had been made, no one would believe this woman's nonsense. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Explain to me how you plan to shoot the opening scene. Ronald gestured for Donna to turn on the portable mini recorder made in Japan, giving Catelyn Adams an on-the-spot test. Donna hurriedly took the recorder out of her bag and pressed the red record button. Do you need a little time to prepare? Ronald glanced at her sideways. No need, I've already thought it through. Catelyn Adams realized her disadvantageous position, put the script on the table, and began to explain her understanding. Helen and Melanie enter side by side from here, and then discover the bag on the floor. That's it? What's your camera movement? What lens will you use here? What focal length? How many lenses will you use simultaneously? How many reaction shots? How many over-the-shoulder shots? Where will the main shot be positioned? Ronald immediately knew that Catelyn Adams knew absolutely nothing about filmmaking. She had no concept of the skills required of a film director. She would just fix the camera to the side and try to shoot a movie like a stage play. In other words, she was so stupid that she didn't even realize her ignorance. Catelyn Adams was stumped. She didn't have much experience as a film actress, mostly playing supporting roles that required a lot of screen time. Her main focus was on honing her acting skills, and she couldn't answer these questions at all. You can go. Ronald waved her away. Catelyn Adams turned back, embarrassed and indignant, facing the handsome men and beautiful women who had come with her. She now regretted bringing her student to show off. They had all seen her pathetic state. Well, goodbye everyone. Bye, Donna. The handsome guy named Brad stayed behind, looking at Ronald, hoping to get a role, but seeing Ronald's mocking gaze, he opened his mouth, then turned to say goodbye to Donna. Bye, Brad. Donna greeted him, causing everyone present to suppress a laugh. So, "Who do you want to direct?" Melanie asked Ronald, coming back to her senses. This film originally had a very good selling point. The producer, screenwriter, lead actress, and director were all women. They could ride the wave of feminism and get their film submitted to the women's section of the Los Angeles Film Festival. Helen turned to look at Ronald. An all-female crew was indeed to her liking. It would also create a great publicity stunt. "She should be here soon," Ronald said, checking his watch. He had originally wanted to ask Emil, who had shot commercials for Vice President George. However, after reading the script, Emil said he didn't like or was good at this kind of comedic style. Ronald respected his opinion and thought of Howard Dutch, the director he had once mentored and who was described as brilliant. Dutch was skilled in comedy and could direct teen films, making him a good choice. However, Dutch declined the offer after receiving the call. He was already fully focused on preparing a multi-million-dollar comedy, Wild West, with 2 Canadian comedy stars, John Candy and Dan Aykroyd, making it clear he wouldn't direct this small project. Finally, Ronald considered the all-female crew again and sent an invitation to an acquaintance in his contact list. Ronald, a tall woman knocked and entered. "Are you here?" "Yes, please come in, Catherine." Ronald turned to introduce his chosen one to Helen and the others, the beautiful director Catherine Bigelow. Looking at this tall, elegant woman with long arms and legs, everyone was a little unsure whether she was an actress or a director. Ronald's admiration for Bigelow's beauty made those present underestimate her abilities. "Catherine, we're discussing how to shoot the first scene. Do you have any ideas?" Of course, Catherine found the script for that scene. "I'll set up a camera here, and then, as Helen and Melanie talk, I'll rotate the camera 45 degrees to bring out a bag of money on the floor. The audience's attention will naturally be drawn to the focus we want. Helen, your focus should be on your conversation with Melanie. Don't worry about the bag, the accidental movement of bumping into it will seem more natural." Ronald watched as Catherine Bigelow began directing the actors on set. This beautiful director, who had self-financed her film, attended film festivals herself, and even lost all her investment, possessed an aura that the amateur acting coach couldn't match. The actors were immediately impressed by her confident tone, thorough preparation, and experience. "That's settled then. We can save the extra details for after the official signing and filming begins. You can get to know each other first." Ronald was satisfied that Bigelow had gained the approval of the screenwriter and lead actors, thus finalizing the director selection. Catherine Bigelow hadn't had a film role for years, and this opportunity was a chance for her to return to directing. For a woman to become a director in Hollywood, opportunities are measured in years. "Can we go now?" Ronald looked at Donna, who was still somewhat distracted. Bigelow had control of the entire crew. They could leave first. "Yes." Donna packed her documents and left with Ronald. She was still thinking about that handsome guy, Brad. His smile was so charming. "Donna, Mr. Lee." Just as they stepped out, the handsome Brad ran over. He hadn't gone back with Catherine. He was still waiting for his big opportunity. "You want a role?" Ronald asked. "Of course, Mr. Lee, of course I do. Leave your resume and audition photo with Director Bigelow inside," Ronald advised. Thank you. Brad returned the favor with a charming smile. "Miss Donna, would you like to have dinner with me?" Chapter 860 Preparing for the Premiere. "Sorry, I'm still working," Donna frowned, declining the handsome man's invitation. She was a little annoyed by his crude way of dating. Shouldn't he have been smarter and asked for her phone number first, then called her tomorrow or the day after? While the workplace offers excellent opportunities to meet men, one shouldn't be so blunt about personal matters in front of the boss. On Wall Street, people handle these mutual attractions subtly. They always find a work-related excuse to get her number first, and then use that excuse to get to know each other better while exploring their personalities. The handsome man named Brad seemed unaware that there were women who could resist his charm, and suddenly didn't know what to say. In the past, Brad never needed any techniques to date women, he just needed to express his desire, and he was always successful. He was the only one who could refuse invitations. No one had ever been able to refuse him. "Damn it," Brad muttered under his breath. How could his charm suddenly fail him at such a crucial time in his acting career? "Maybe you could leave your phone number, and you can try to ask me out when I'm off work." Donna took out her business card and exchanged it with the handsome Brad. He was still handsome, really handsome. Even if he was a bit dim-witted, it wouldn't stop her from going on a date with him. Consider it a perk of working as her cousin's part-time assistant. He took the handsome man's business card from Donna. It bore the name Brad Pitt. "Would you go on a date with him?" Ronald asked Donna, who was having lunch with him at the restaurant. "He's still very handsome." "I just want to have lunch with a handsome guy." Donna put her knife and fork aside and reached for the business card. "You really like him?" Ronald pulled his hand back, preventing Donna from succeeding. He felt a little uncomfortable. His cousin Donna, who had grown into an elite professional woman, was being asked out by an actor who was good-looking but otherwise useless. "I think he's really handsome, cute." "Hey, that's my personal life, and I haven't asked about yours. I'm just curious. I haven't seen you have a boyfriend since you graduated from college. Do you like this type?" Ronald rubbed his nose and handed the business card back to Donna. In America, especially in international metropolises like New York and Los Angeles, men and women make their own decisions, so it's really not good to interfere. "Being hit on by a handsome guy makes me feel good, you know. A Wall Street professional woman needs that kind of compliment." Donna took out her purse to pay for her meal. "Hey," Ronald pretended to be angry and stopped Donna from taking out her money. "I just think you might be disappointed. Many actors don't have the personal charm they have on screen. I might not." Donna brushed her hair back. "Whether you like someone or not, isn't that something you only find out after you go on a date? Hey. By the way, how's your boss Mr. Simmons' new fund going?" Ronald had to change the subject. "Very good. Many senior managers within the company have bought in, and the subscription shares sold out quickly. Just follow your own ideas regarding casting. I won't interfere. I only have one requirement: shoot and edit according to the structure of a commercial film. Save money where you can, and don't be afraid to spend money on large-scale scenes needed for the climax. As long as you follow the planned schedule." That evening, Ronald chatted with Kathryn Bigelow again. Bigelow, after all, was a strong woman who had directed theatrical-length films, so these things were no challenge for her. As long as the filming didn't deviate from the plan and no excessive time was spent on the effect of a single shot, the overall budget for the film was unlikely to exceed the budget. Of course, the beginning of the film, and several parts between the second and third acts, needed to give the audience a little treat, and Ronald wouldn't be as overly frugal as Roger Corman. After all, nowadays, audiences have hundreds of choices in video rental stores, and they still have basic requirements for the quality of films. "Do you have any special requirements regarding casting? Can I make the decisions?" Kathryn Bigelow asked. She had finally gotten her second chance to direct a feature film, and she was prepared to agree to any request Ronald made. "Who are you talking about?" Ronald thought. "I've already put in a mediocre actress as the lead. That's all I ask for. If I put in someone with connections, I'm afraid you won't be able to maintain the film's quality." "That Brad, is he related to your—" "Never mind that, just go by your professional judgment." Ronald stopped mid-sentence. Seeing Bigelow hinting at giving Brad a chance, he thought this kind of thing was quite troublesome. In Hollywood, gossip spreads quickly. If he gave Brad a chance, wouldn't that be pointing the way for other actors? To get a role in a film directed by Ronald, all he had to do was use his family connections. The effect would be excellent, right? "So, what's your professional judgment?" "What? Oh, you mean Brad? He has no acting skills at all. There aren't any roles in the film suitable for him to play naturally, so..." Kathryn Bigelow concluded that Brad couldn't act. "Very good. Now that you say that, I have even more confidence in the film. It's clear that you're considering the film from a professional perspective." Ronald expressed his satisfaction. After seeing Bigelow off, he put the audition photo and resume of the actor named Brad Pitt on the table into a folder. Then he made a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Frank McPike. This is Ronald. I have some business to consult with you. If it's convenient, come to the restaurant at the entrance of Chinatown to chat." He handed Brad's information to the private investigator and asked him to do a background check. Ronald then put aside his sticky business and began preparing for the release of his film, The Temptation. Spielberg's Empire of the Sun was scheduled to premiere on December 11th. His ambition and Warner Brothers' confidence in the film's quality were much stronger than those of Columbia Pictures, which distributed The Last Emperor. It would be shown in more than 200 theaters that opening weekend. Among films that use the strategy of aiming for awards first and then box office success, this was a film with a very large number of theaters showing. Ronald and MGM were not so confident in The Temptation. Their plan was to release it in about 10 theaters on December 18th, which met the minimum requirements for awards. If they followed the strategy of Empire of the Sun, there would be a risk. If the audience did not appreciate the film, the box office results would be quickly revealed. With over 200 theaters showing the film, the audience was too large. And word of mouth could quickly form, perhaps even undesirable ones. If it were only shown in 10 theaters, fewer people would see the film's quality, giving the opportunity to control reviews and let critics save the market. To create a positive reputation after the premiere, Ronald was calling friends in the industry, inviting them to the Los Angeles premiere. Michael Gray, in charge of marketing, had personally gone to Chicago, using the PR budget Ronald had allocated to him, to create special treatment and itineraries for several nationally influential film critics. First-class airfare for the critics and their families, 5-star hotel suites, VIP dining, weekend getaways, and interviews with local media after the premiere. Basically, they were given whatever they wanted. The excuse was easy to find. Moonstruck was initially only showing in Los Angeles and New York, and to allow America's most influential figures, Roger Ebert and Gene Sisco, to see the film with the general public, thus providing the producers and director with offering constructive opinions. These are all reasonable arrangements. As for the film critics circle in New York, because of the large number of media outlets, it's inconvenient to offer the same high-profile treatment as Chicago film critics. Ronald can only discreetly call them one by one, inviting them to the New York premiere to watch the film and give their reviews as quickly as possible. Of course, a private donation from the wealthy Hanson family in Stanton helps the New York Film Critics Circle better organize film review events and screenings of foreign and historical films that suit their tastes. These film review events and screenings of foreign films will be confined to a small social circle. All members of the Film Critics Circle who attend the premiere of Moonstruck will receive an envelope containing a number of complimentary tickets to the event. In the same envelope, there are also vouchers for the 5-star hotel restaurant, swimming pool, and various entertainment facilities that can be used after the screening, as well as some vouchers for free hotel stays. Film critics come so late to support your film, and they want to write reviews. You're providing them with food and entertainment. Arranging accommodations seemed perfectly reasonable and wouldn't violate the industry rule against bribing film critics. Next, he called friends in Los Angeles to try and secure free media coverage for the premiere. Since his biggest friends, Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis, were both filming new movies, Ronald had enlisted Patrick Schwitz, the male lead of Dirty Dancing, to help out. Add to that Cher, the female lead who had become a media sensation again due to Letterman's show, and he figured he could get free media coverage in Los Angeles for the next day. Besides attracting the media, there were also Ronald's friends in the industry. He'd invited all the actors he'd worked with in the past who had voting rights at the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Michael Gray said that the film's best chance for an Oscar nomination was Cher. And Best Actress nominations are voted on by members registered with the Screen Actors Guild. So, from Richmond High School student Jennifer Jason Lee to Japanese karate master Noriyuki Morita, to Michael J. Fox from Back to the Future, invitations were extended to everyone. You still have a few directors' numbers to call. Michael Gray and Ronald went through the list of stars they needed to call personally, leaving the rest to his company. Forget it, I'm not going to get an Oscar nomination for Best Director, Ronald said, not wanting to be a telemarketer. For a director with pride, calling actors to invite them to premieres was a bit of a hassle. Spielberg came prepared this year. His previous film, The Purple, a more artistic and socially relevant work, didn't receive a Best Director nomination, leaving him disappointed with the Oscars. He hadn't made a film with such award-winning potential for several years. This time, with the popularity of China in America, the support of the best-selling book, and the inclusion of scenes depicting Japan, a subject of some current resentment among the American public, Spielberg saw this as a strong opportunity to win an Oscar. Meanwhile, The Last Emperor received widespread critical acclaim after its release. Hollywood insiders also praised this film, which was full of Chinese flavor. Many people are looking for producer Jeremy Thomas, hoping to invest in his next film and collaborate with him. However, so far, it's said that no one has spoken to him personally. With his two films already successful, Ronald has no hope of getting an Oscar nomination for Best Director. Besides, he's still very young, and the Oscars generally don't reward such young candidates. Moreover, this film is a romantic comedy, and historically, the Oscars have rarely recognized directors who make this type of film. It's hard to say, anything can happen. Ronald, I think you shouldn't give up this opportunity. Many directors have the same idea as you, not putting in the effort to build a strong public image when they were young. I'm not trying to make things sound bad, but the Best Director award isn't solely based on the director's ability, it's also related to the social climate each year, the strength of the competition, and so on. Look at Spielberg, he hasn't even received a Best Director nomination yet. You should still try to win it if you have the chance. The type of film you're directing is actually, Michael Gray advised Ronald, saying that only a very small percentage of Hollywood directors can get an Oscar nomination. Alright, I got it, I'll call right away. Ronald understood what Michael Gray meant. He made commercial films, and opportunities for nominations were already rare. He should do his best every time and not waste any chances. Besides, a nomination means you've gained recognition, and next time it means you have a real chance to win. Okay, stop talking, I'll call. Ronald then called his director friends to discuss things. Oh, little Ronald, why are you calling me? I just got back from Austria, Mr. Wilder, I'm calling to invite you to the premiere of my new film. The first person Ronald contacted was Billy Wilder, the famous director from Hollywood's golden age, who had visited his neighbor's house. Hey, I'm getting old, Ronald. You probably don't remember my age. The doctor told me to stay home and avoid too much social activity. The Academy is holding some commemorative events for me this year, and I'll remember to vote for you for Best Director. Hey, that's a shame. My film is out on video, I'll send you a copy. I hope to get your guidance. Ronald felt embarrassed that Wilder had seen through his intentions. He made a few perfunctory calls. Stopping and starting, not fully engaged. He ate pizza while making calls, finally calling his old friend Cameron. Hello, James? This is Ronald, SHHH. I'm discussing something with you. Don't use this as an excuse to avoid the phone. Why didn't you choose this script? Ronald heard a woman's voice on the other end, loudly reprimanding Cameron. It's Ronald, Cameron said to his wife, Gail Hurd, covering the receiver. Don't do this. We agreed you wouldn't interfere with my director choices. Ronald, this is Gail. What do you want? Gail snatched the phone. I'd like to invite Cameron to the premiere of my new film. I mean, you and your wife, separately, director Cameron and producer Gail Hurd. Ronald sensed Gail's displeasure and changed his wording twice. Have your agent send the invitations. James and I are going back. Phew, Ronald hung up the phone, wiping away cold sweat. With a wife who's a producer and overly assertive, it seems Cameron's life isn't as harmonious as he'd imagined. Luckily, he hadn't sold himself to a fixed producer just to make movies. Film directors and producers are both professions with a strong tendency towards autocracy. Ronald realized he couldn't work long-term with a producer who had equal influence, deciding which films to make. After finishing the call, Ronald went out and drove to a restaurant in Chinatown to meet private investigator Frank McCapk. Brad Pitt's file. Frank McCapk handed him a thick envelope. Goodness, this guy's history is long and monotonous. I don't want to read it, just tell me the conclusion. He's very popular with women, but what? If Donna were my daughter, I wouldn't let this guy get close to him. He's already telling his friends he might be on his way to a movie role. Okay, I get it. Ronald tossed over an envelope full of cash. Want me to take care of it? Frank McCapk stared at Ronald. Ronald thought for a moment. Never mind, let it be. If he doesn't get the role, he'll give up. Anyway, what Donna truly admires is probably a man with ambition and intelligence. For a male celebrity who only has good looks, maybe it's just the vanity of being dated by a handsome guy. Brad Pitt, a womanizer, wouldn't waste his time on Donna once she was no longer of any use to him. That night in his Fifth Avenue apartment, Ronald pondered the possibility of a long-term partner. Ultimately, compatibility is more important in a relationship. If their needs align perfectly, that's probably the key to lasting commitment. Drifting off to sleep, Ronald continued to think about the day. What kind of boyfriend would Donna ultimately fall for? A flash of light, like a transition from complete darkness, and a blonde woman appeared. She was facing away from Ronald, gazing at the view of the waters off Lower Manhattan, with a Staten Island ferry visible above. Judging from the angle, this blonde beauty seemed to be working in the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Would Donna, successful in her career, look like this 10 years from now? Wait, isn't this the movie he dreamed about last time, the one depicting life in the Wall Street financial world? Startled, Ronald woke up. What movie was it? The editing of these shots, coupled with the very evocative background music, clearly demonstrates the style of a master. Chapter 861, The Call of the Deep Sea. Do you know what kind of scripts are being submitted to Daydream Studios right now, set on Wall Street? With elements of workplace drama and romance, Ronald asked David Simpkins, his script assistant, sitting across from him. No, I haven't seen any scripts like that submitted to us, Rachel. David Simpkins had just returned from Baltimore, where he oversaw the entire filming process for Hairspray. He was escorting the developed film back to Los Angeles when he bumped into Ronald, who had flown back from New York, early that morning at Daydream Studios. I haven't heard of it either, boss. These kinds of scripts rely on the chemistry between suitable actors to be believable. They also require set construction or actual Wall Street scenes, and the costumes and props are very expensive. These kinds of scripts aren't submitted to small studios like ours. They usually try their luck at the Big Seven. Rachel Talalay was a capable female production manager David Simpkins had met on the Nanny's Adventures, and he had recruited her to be the production manager for Hairspray. Ronald had heard from David that Rachel was very capable and could potentially become an independent producer. Yes, Ronald, the structure of this script and the professional financial knowledge required are beyond the capabilities of a novice screenwriter. He's probably a veteran. He must have an agent who got it submitted to a major studio. What, have you heard anything? David Simpkins agreed with Rachel Talalay's assessment. I heard people talking about it in New York, but I didn't hear the title, so I asked you guys. Ronald made up an excuse for his dream. How's the shooting of Hairspray going? The slate has all been shipped back, the sound and picture are synchronized, and director John Waters said he will start editing in 2 weeks, David Simpkins replied. Ronald smiled. John Waters was a veteran at making ultra-low-budget films. He was well aware of the industry rule that directors shouldn't start editing immediately after filming. He wouldn't need to spend much time overseeing the editing for this film. Do you want to see the slate? Sure, let's go together, Ronald said, and the two of them went to the editing room. Is that divine? I didn't expect her to look so convincing as a plus-size mother with a wig. Ronald casually picked out a few reels of film to watch. The mother of the protagonist, the plus-size girl Trish, was played by the famous drag queen. She was quite convincing as a woman. We've all seen those plump, kind-hearted mothers in real life, who are often talkative and gossipy, but always take good care of their children and comfort them when they're feeling down. Hey, Sonny Bono's acting is pretty good too. Ronald picked out another reel, which was about Amber, the villainous female lead in Very Mean Girls. Her father, Cher's ex-husband, was played by Sonny Bono. He portrayed a snob perfectly. Very good, Rachel, your work is excellent. Ronald watched several reels of film. The sets and props were perfectly organized. For a story with many extras and large scenes, to be able to keep everything in order was a testament to the competence of the production manager, Rachel Talalay. Thank you, Rachel said, pleased with the recognition. You guys take a long break. The Ecstasy Master, which I'm working on with Roger Coleman, is about to start filming. And this time you can be the independent producer. Ronald didn't have many people under him. Michelle Canold's team seemed more adept at distribution, and having a capable woman here would handle many things. What about David? Rachel Talalay hadn't expected to be able to handle things independently so soon. This speed exceeded the industry's average promotion rate. David will also be helping me with script selection, and he'll be listed as executive producer, but you'll still be in charge of on-site affairs. Consult with the Coleman Company. The script you're talking about, does it involve love and betrayal, and also involve Wall Street financial operations? After reporting his work, David Simpkins suddenly remembered something. I think so, like a modern version of a classic drama set on Wall Street. The film Ronald dreamed of didn't have many scenes, but the woman sitting by the window was very beautiful, and she used professional terms like mergers and acquisitions. It must be such a film. So, you mean Wall Street is coming out soon? It premieres this weekend. The story is an adaptation of John Bunyan's The Pilgrim in a modern setting, set in the 17th century. It tells the story of a young man tempted by the devil, blinded by the desire to make easy money and falling into depravity. Oh? It's already filmed and about to be released, Ronald said with a disappointed oh. This was the first time he'd missed out on a movie from his dreams. Who directed it? What company? Ronald asked Simpkins with a sliver of hope. If it didn't turn out well, he could always remake it. Oliver Stone directed it, 20th Century Fox invested and distributed it. Charlie Sheen, one of Stone's crew members from Platoon, plays the protagonist, the tempted young man, Michael Douglas plays the villain who tempts him, and Daryl Hannah plays the villain's wife, who has an affair with the protagonist. You know all this so well. Ronald seemed to remember that Michael Douglas had indeed been filming in New York for a while. Oliver Stone, who just won the Oscar for Best Director, and Douglas, who is currently very popular, are paired with young, handsome men and beautiful women. It's impossible for me to remake it. What a pity. Of course, this is a rare film script in Hollywood in recent years with a complete classical dramatic structure. David Simpkins didn't notice Ronald's uncomfortable expression and enthusiastically analyzed the excellent parts of the film script structure. In general, it's a film script that fits the style of a Christian evangelistic novel. Righteous people, if they cannot completely abide by moral principles, will be tempted by evil people to commit original sin. And evil people, because their moral bottom line is lower, will win the war against that young person who has lost some of their virtues. To defeat those greedy demons on Wall Street, one must maintain one's own moral perfection. You understand it so well, remember to recommend it to me first next time. Ronald couldn't help but say sarcastically. Huh? Simpkins was a little confused. Sorry, I haven't seen many scripts this good lately, so I'm a little jealous. You've done a great job. Ronald stroked his chin, feeling a bit annoyed that he was a step behind in his dream film. However, that woman's back view seemed to indicate a career woman, not Daryl Hannah, the actress who played the trophy wife in Wall Street. Daryl Hannah's aura leans more towards a sexy bombshell who needs protection. She doesn't seem suited to playing a strong woman. Putting aside these unspeakable thoughts, Ronald finished his company business, and his most important task in Los Angeles was preparing for the premiere of Moonlight Seduction. After being persuaded by marketing expert Michael Gray, Ronald also began lobbying more directors. Gray believed that this year was a slow year for Best Film and Best Director. Apart from Spielberg's Empire of the Sun and the recently unexpectedly critically acclaimed The Last Emperor, there weren't any particularly strong films emerging in Hollywood. It was quite possible that highly artistic films wouldn't even garner 5 nominations. Thus, Ronald's Moonstruck, with its commercial packaging, artistic depth, and reflections on some less important social issues, family and the marriage and love lives of older single women, had a chance to earn a Best Director nomination. Ronald discussed his desire for a Best Director nomination with his agent, Nishida. Nishida listened to Ronald's idea in her office, then silently took out a decade's worth of Oscar yearbooks from her filing cabinet and began looking through the nominated films one by one. Finally, Nishida closed the yearbook and said happily to Ronald, "Indeed, there's a chance this year." Last year, Oliver Stone's Platoon won, and the nominees were Woody Allen, Hannah and the Sisters, David Lynch, Blue Velvet, and James Ivey, A Room with a View. Any one of them could have won this year. Even Coppola's Peggy Sue got nominations, so you think there's hope? Will your CAA cooperate? Seeing Nishida's attitude, Ronald felt a spark of hope slowly ignite within him. I can't say I'm sure, but it's definitely worth a try. Absolutely. Nishida's fingers tapped rapidly on the table. Renewing Ronald's contract would secure his influence within the CAA and even Hollywood for the next few years. As long as he and his wife Paula continued to attract Hollywood's most promising directors and actors, the couple's future influence was already foreseeable. I'll mobilize all my connections, going to the Directors Guild and Film Critics Associations in major cities. I'll also meet with Mr. Michael Ovitz later to ask for more assistance, Nishida decided immediately. Generally, a director needs to be in the industry for over a decade before the nominating directors will recognize their talent. But this year's situation was unexpected. With an opportunity before them, they should seize it with all their might. You also need to mobilize all your personal connections. Ronald, a director who has been nominated for an Oscar and one who hasn't, are, in the eyes of critics and some producers, two different species. Oh, Ronald hadn't expected his agent to value this nomination so much. You know, many producers don't really understand what a box office hit is. And those critics, they might not even know what makes a film good or bad. Once you've been nominated for Best Director, those mediocre people, seeing your honor, won't be able to say anything bad about your films without any scruples. Ronald understood now. Being nominated for an Oscar for Best Director was like being a certified brand product. If anyone wants to speak ill of you again, they'd better think twice. Even if they have solid evidence and point out many flaws in your film, readers might not buy it. Someone who's been nominated for an Oscar, does the Oscars know more than you? So, there really is a chance. Ronald had initially considered treating it as a rehearsal if things didn't work out. But hearing Nisada's opinion that this year was a rare opportunity, he was ready to go all in. Really, I'll have Paula connect you with some connections. Although she's no longer your agent, this is too important for your career, we must go all out. I don't really know many directors with voting rights. Ronald counted on his fingers for a while. Spielberg himself had a film in competition, Lucas was no longer a member of the Directors Guild, and his relationship with the Academy was strained because Star Wars hadn't received a major award nomination. Roger Corman, while also a director, only made low-budget horror films. He probably didn't even have the Academy's voting rights. Of all the directors he was very close to, only Chris Columbus and James Cameron had voting rights. Directors really are a species that rarely see each other. Ronald's acquaintances and frequent collaborators were mostly cinematographers, art directors, or screenwriters. After all, a film only needs one director, so they don't need to work together. Relationships are built entirely on personal connections or mutual support within the industry. With this in mind, Ronald called Cameron and visited him with a gift. "Gail, this is a gift for you." Ronald presented the hostess with a high-value shopping voucher for Yves Saint Laurent women's clothing. "This is for you, Jim." The gift for Cameron was a voucher for a custom-modified Harley-Davidson motorcycle. The Japanese had many professional parts available. After the modification, the Harley's rugged character would be maintained, while its durability and quality would be greatly improved. He personally presented James with an invitation to the premiere of Moonlight Seduction and directly stated his purpose. "Jim, I need your help. I'm working on this year's Oscar nominations." "No problem, you should have been nominated a long time ago. Those old fogies from the Directors Guild are still using the standards of 30 years ago to judge the best director selection, looking down on commercially successful films. You know, in the old Hollywood, only commercially successful films were eligible for nominations. Back then, if a film didn't do well at the box office, it would be ridiculed even if it got a nomination." "Thanks, bro." Ronald happily hugged Cameron. In fact, this trend became increasingly obvious starting in the 1980s. Ever since Jane Fonda's Return to Glory invented this method of rushing to release films in limited theaters at the end of the year to meet the Oscar selection requirements and thus grab Oscar nominations, more and more films began to learn this effective method of striving for awards. After all, at the end of the year, it's very close to the nomination process, and the judges' impressions are more profound. Those films released in the first half of the year, apart from a few that were both box office and critically acclaimed, some judges probably forgot about them. What projects have you been working on lately? Cameron, after all, is a director, and when he meets with friends, he is most concerned about the film industry. "I was originally planning a film about Wall Street, since many people are curious about bankers after the stock market crash. However, Oliver Stone clearly has a better sense of smell than I do." Oliver certainly has a keen sense of smell. He always manages to find topics that the public wants to see. Cameron agreed. Many directors can only film the stories they want to film. A truly great director is one who can reconcile their own vision with the audience's. Cameron sighed deeply. "What projects do you have lately?" Ronald sensed that his old friend seemed to have something on his mind. "The Abyss, a film I've wanted to make since high school. It was inspired by H.G. Wells' science fiction novels." Cameron explained his idea. H.G. Wells, an early pioneer of science fiction, has had many of his novels adapted into films and television series. This film, The Abyss, tells the story of deep-sea diving. Cameron mentioned that while editing Aliens, he watched a National Geographic documentary about operating deep-sea diving robots on the North Atlantic seabed. This documentary rekindled Cameron's youthful dreams. He modernized his H.G. Wells novel, transforming the original group of scientists into blue-collar workers, a more commercially appealing cast. However, studios were hesitant about making such a film. It required a massive investment, the water tanks would be incredibly expensive, and computer-generated special effects wouldn't meet the demands. Simultaneous development during filming was necessary, a risk most studios couldn't afford, especially given the current economic climate where conservatism was paramount. "Why are you saying this to Ronald? Do you think he'd give you his own money to make this kind of film?" "I've said it before, this film shouldn't be made now. We should wait 5 to 10 years for the technology to mature," Gail Hurd retorted, annoyed that Cameron was again criticizing his science fiction films. Cameron's talent in commercial films was undeniable. It was puzzling why he didn't continue making films with commercial potential. Like Ronald, He could have made a few blockbusters first, and then consider the films he truly wanted to make. If we have to wait for the technology to mature, then I can't make Terminator right now. Cameron was getting annoyed with the Gale Hurd's nagging. Whatever, I wish you luck finding a studio willing to spend $40 million without letting you squander it. Gale's voice also rose. The couple had clearly been arguing about this a lot lately. $40 million, Ronald hadn't expected the production cost of The Abyss to be so high. It might not be enough. I've talked to the engineers at Industrial Light and Magic in detail. They need more than a year to develop and produce it simultaneously. A production cost of over $40 million means it needs to gross around $100 million in North America just to break even. I don't know why you're so confident. It's just a diving story. Gale was full of complaints about the film. The story didn't have that much commercial potential. This is my lifelong dream. I just want to make a deep-sea diving movie. Cameron smiled. Gale still couldn't understand his dream. 40 million? In today's market, which studio would dare to gamble that much? Ronald scratched his head. Cameron was brilliant, but Terminator only grossed $38 million domestically, and Alien 2, even with its sequel status, only made $85 million. Hollywood suffered a cash shortage after the stock market crash. A large company could only mobilize $50 million to $100 million in cash. Who would dare to gamble their entire fortune on a sci-fi film like this? Ronald, Bruce Willis's movie is almost ready. When are you going to come and take a look? 20th Century Fox wants your confirmation before they'll hand it over to director John McTiernan. Joel Silver, having somehow found out Ronald was back in Los Angeles, immediately called him. It was time to check on the movie he was working on. Okay, when? Ronald thought he really should check on the movie. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet downstairs at the new 20th Century Fox building. Chapter 862. The director who always exceeds expectations. This is Bonnie Bedria, who will play the female lead. Joel Silver introduced the film's lead actress to Ronald in a conference room in Fox's new office building. Hello, Bonnie. Ronald stood up and shook her hand. This actress, personally recommended by Bruce Willis, surprised Ronald with her appearance and demeanor. Born in 1948, Bonnie was already 39 years old, but she looked only in her early 30s. She looked almost exactly the same in person as in her audition photos. The wrinkles on her face were very well defined and perfectly proportioned, without any signs of plastic surgery. Standing there, she exuded not only the confidence of a powerful woman but also a touch of the reserved elegance of a Japanese woman, making her a perfect fit for the story of how President Takagi valued her and promoted her to vice president. Bedria is also from New York. Joel Silver introduced Bonnie Bedria's background to Ronald. This choice required Ronald's approval. Although Ronald wouldn't usually reject a lead actor's recommendation, director John McTiernan approved of the choice. Interestingly, Bonnie Bedria's life story is somewhat similar to Ronald's. Her birth name is Culkin, and Bedria is her middle name. Bonnie is from Manhattan. Her mother tragically passed away when she was 14, and her father died shortly after from illness. She lived in an apartment with her two younger brothers and sister, without any adult guardian. Bonnie had previously studied ballet school on the George Blanchine Scholarship with the New York City Ballet, but after her misfortune, she focused on becoming a dancer because it would provide more money to support her younger siblings. I'm sorry, I've been busy with other things in New York until now. If there's anything we can help you with, please tell me directly, Ronald said, looking at Bonnie. Her experiences reminded him of losing his parents in his teens and his former girlfriend Antonia's struggle to become a ballet dancer from a poor family after receiving a ballet scholarship. Ronald had great respect for such a hard-working and ambitious woman. He didn't ask Bonnie any questions about playing the role, but rather inquired about her needs. Oh, Bonnie Bedria was also surprised. Ronald was a bit different from the rumors in Hollywood. Wasn't he supposed to be extremely strict with casting, nitpicking if the actor and role didn't fit? If possible. I have a small request. Bonnie had been independent for a long time and knew many people, so she could tell Ronald was sincere. My two sons, Yuri and Jonah, their father divorced me and is now taking care of them in New York. I miss them very much. If possible, could I spend a weekend with them every 2 weeks? Oh, they've inherited many of your good looks, Ronald said, taking the photo Bonnie handed him. It showed her and her two sons seemingly at an amusement park, their smiles radiant. They're in New York, Ronald thought for a moment. Or I should have someone pick them up and bring them here to meet you. I'll take care of the plane tickets and hotel rooms. The crew will be on holiday for Christmas, so you can stay here and have some fun with them. Haha." Bonnie actually laughed. She hadn't expected such upgraded treatment and quickly thanked him. "I didn't know she was your type," Joel Silver teased Ronald after seeing Bonnie off, noting that he was even dating a woman nearing 40 and a mother of 2. "It's purely for the sake of the film," Ronald said, not wanting to share his personal experiences with Silver, so he made up an excuse. "Don't you think Bonnie's situation is similar to the character in the movie? The mother's career is more successful than the father's. She brings her children from New York to Los Angeles for Christmas, and eventually divorces the father. This helps her control the emotions when she's acting." Yes, it helps with the acting." Joel Silver gave him a look that said, "Whatever you say, goes." Ronald smiled without explaining, but subconsciously, he also felt that if Bonnie Bedria were a little younger, she might be his ideal girlfriend. Or to put it another way, if his girlfriend had that kind of temperament and personality at her age, Ronald would definitely be very happy. "So, how was the chemistry between Alan Rickman and Bruce Willis during rehearsals?" Ronald changed the subject. "Rickman's performance was admirable. Director John McTiernan thinks that such a clever and charismatic villain will feel very fresh to the audience." Buzz. Silver's words were interrupted by the sound of a drill, an annoying noise that irritated Ronald as well. Silver's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. "What did you say?" Ronald shouted. Halfway through his shout, the drill suddenly stopped. Ronald realized Silver was also shouting at him. The two voices sounded frightening in the empty conference room. "What's going on?" Ronald asked. "The interior renovations at Fox Building are on and off. The legal department has moved in, but the top 2 floors are still under construction." "What's wrong with them? Are they out of money?" Ronald felt that if they couldn't even allocate such a small amount of money, was there something wrong with 20th Century Fox? "Actually, it's alright. It's just that 20th Century Fox's old problem is acting up again. They want to gamble big. Also, buzz." The sound of a power drill started again. Ronald couldn't stand it anymore and quickly fled the conference room of the legal department at Fox Building. "Shall we go up and take a look?" Fox agreed to lend us this building for filming, to simulate the Takagi building in the movie. Joel Silver opened the fire door, and the two went up the stairs. "Be careful, there are a lot of construction materials here." Joel Silver turned on his flashlight, and the two walked up one floor along the corridor. There were still many building materials piled up here. Another reason is that the screenwriter is writing some plots based on the Fox office building. The subsequent decoration can only be done after we finish filming. The two continued to walk up to the top floor. There was a path at the entrance leading to a special corner. Behind the corner was another small door, which led to the rooftop. "The most exciting jumping scene will be filmed here." Joel Silver led Ronald around the rooftop. The two clung to the railing and looked down, where they could see the glass curtain wall below. "We've hired the best stunt team in Hollywood. They will lay out the biggest air cushion to provide a safe landing for the stuntmen. This is a fire hydrant. The stuntmen will wrap themselves around the water pipes and jump over the railing from here to rappel down." "When will these stunt scenes be filmed?" Ronald asked. "We'll start filming right away, then Fox can do renovations during the day. Our main scenes are all at night." Crazy, Ronald muttered. Even Ronald, who had gambled on Spicy Dance, found 20th Century Fox's approach insane. That was their style. To achieve the best results, they even renovated their own office building. Moreover, the legal department had already moved in, renovating 2 floors of offices upstairs while filming. For a moment, Ronald was unsure which company was making the exploitation film, his own Daydream or 20th Century Fox, one of the big 7. Mr. Leonard Goldberg, thank you for generously lending Fox's new building for filming this movie. Ronald and Silver escaped the renovation site and went to Fox's old offices to find President Leonard Goldberg and confirm the filming schedule. In the end, the Japanese-American CEO in the film hid in Goldberg's new president's office, only to be exposed by the highly intelligent villain. "It's alright, just try not to bother me during filming," Leonard Goldberg chuckled. "The legal department is already complaining about the noise every day, and the administration department is complaining about not being able to work in a modern office. Let's try to stick to the schedule so I don't get yelled at so much." "Haha, thank you, we'll take our leave now." Ronald felt Goldberg was very helpful. The film's location resources were sorted out. "Wait, I have something to ask you." Leonard Goldberg took out a bottle of fine brandy. I heard you like a drink? I prepared some. I have to see Bruce Willis to coordinate the filming schedule with the Blue Moon crew. Joel Silver excused himself, knowing Goldberg had something to say to Ronald. I heard you and Cameron are on good terms? Goldberg poured Ronald a glass of wine, then picked up his own glass and swirled it around, asking slowly. Yes, we've been good friends for a long time. Ronald waited for more. From what you know, is he a director capable of handling big-budget productions? Goldberg asked. You mean that The Abyss? Ronald laughed. I've heard him mention it. Yes, that's even better. I'm in a dilemma. Some of our management team members love the film, thinking it will be a visual breakthrough, bringing unprecedented visuals to American audiences. But other managers feel that our special effects technology hasn't developed to that point yet, and the risk of investing so much money is too great. I'm not afraid of taking risks. That's Fox's tradition. My concern is whether Cameron has the ability to manage such a large project. The reports I've read indicate that the film includes both traditional special effects methods and the latest computer-generated imagery. These two methods need to be well coordinated. Ronald took a sip of his drink and remained silent. This was a golden opportunity for his friend Jim Cameron to realize his childhood dream. If he could find a convincing enough reason, the scales would tip in Cameron's favor. But if he did this, Gail Hurd would undoubtedly be very dissatisfied with him. She openly expressed her dissatisfaction with Cameron's handling of the project to Ronald. Both men were his friends, and the conflict wasn't actually about their personal relationship, but rather a disagreement about their career plans. Now, the core of this conflict had shifted to Ronald, and he worried that saying something might further damage their relationship. I want to hear your honest thoughts, Ronald. This is very important to Fox. Goldberg pressed when Ronald remained silent. I don't know much about special effects. Actually, when I was filming Top Gun, Cameron helped with a lot of the modeling and special effects. Oh, Goldberg became interested. As for computer-generated images, I don't know much about them, so I can't give you any professional advice. However, if there's anyone in Hollywood who can use the full budget to achieve a high level of effect beyond what the budget could achieve, it's Cameron. His films are the best example. I can't answer anything else, Mr. Goldberg. Ronald decided to tell the truth, or at least part of the truth. He couldn't deny Cameron's abilities anyway, so he could only say what he could. That's it, Goldberg laughed heartily. Ronald reminded him that Cameron's two successful directorial experiences, Terminator and Aliens, were both films that exceeded his capabilities at the time, yet both were not only successfully completed but also significantly surpassed their budgets at the box office. Such a person, regardless of whether there's a mature plan now, will definitely work tirelessly to make the film. Before Terminator, Cameron only had one failed project, Piranha 2, and before Aliens, he hadn't directed any projects exceeding $10 million. He managed to exceed expectations even with films slightly beyond his capabilities, demonstrating his strong drive and self-motivation. Since Goldberg didn't understand filmmaking anyway, instead of considering technical aspects and difficulty, qualities he had no real understanding of, he should return to his strengths from his television days and focus on the person. Cameron was worth investing in and taking the risk for. Thank you, Ronald. I hope you won't mention me to Cameron. It's his talent and hard work that deserve it, of course, but you've given me a bit of inspiration. I'll remember it. You're too kind. I was just stating the facts. Ronald raised his glass. Haha, your agent is campaigning for you everywhere, and I'll pass the word down too. I have connections with some directors and critics who will work hard for your nomination. Then it's my turn to say thank you. Ronald quickly raised his glass. The promise from the president of Fox was worth a few votes, right? I won't keep you any longer. There's too much going on lately, the new building, 2 new movies, and many more projects to prepare. Will you be there when your new movie starts filming? If so, I'll attend. Goldberg pressed the intercom, inviting his secretary in. He had many more people to meet. I'll be there when filming starts. That's the day we're shooting the most difficult stunt scenes in the whole film. Okay, Linda, make a note. I'm going to the new building on the day filming starts. Don't forget to remind the production department to bring some delicious treats, Goldberg instructed his secretary. Who else do I need to see? Then I'll take my leave. Ronald stood up to leave. Next up is director Michael Nichols. He hasn't arrived yet. I'll wait for him. He's been busy with his wedding lately and doesn't have much time. Ronald closed the door behind him, thinking, Michael Nichols, isn't that the famous 1967 film that made Dustin Hoffman famous? It even won an Oscar. I wonder what kind of film he's making this time. Has Nichols arrived yet? 10 minutes passed, and Goldberg still hadn't seen his guest. He was a little annoyed and called his secretary, Linda. He hasn't arrived yet. I called his agent, but he said he didn't know either. Lately, he's been spending most of his time shopping for the wedding, and it seems like the movie Bad Genius that he just finished filming hasn't even finished the final revisions after the test screening. Oh well, what can you do when he's the director who always exceeds expectations? Goldberg was somewhat exasperated. Michael Nichols' two most recent films were both collaborations with actress Meryl Streep. The 1983 Scott Wood affair earned Streep and supporting actress Cher both nominations. While neither Michael Jackson nor Streep received nominations for Heartfire in 1986, it was one of their few box office successes in recent years. Furthermore, Nichols was a German immigrant Jew, a distant cousin of Weinstein, and a well-known figure among German Jews. Goldberg valued Nichols highly and hoped he would direct this film. However, while Nichols was good in many ways, he didn't seem to care much about his Jewish identity. Not only were none of his 3 ex-wives Jewish, all being blonde and blue-eyed white women, but the 3 children from those marriages were not raised according to traditional Jewish customs. His 4th fiancée was Diane Sawyer, a famous ABC morning news anchor. It seemed he would continue the old pattern of being nominally Jewish but actually living a mainstream white lifestyle. Actually, Secretary Linda began, then fell silent. Actually what? Who were you thinking of, just now? Linda pointed to the office door, to Ronald from earlier. Although Cameron was often described as always exceeding expectations, he himself was like that. Him? He's a very good director, and very humble. But this is a love story for middle-aged people. He's too young, but his new film, Moonstruck, isn't that also a love story for middle-aged people? The secretary's liking for Ronald surpassed it for Michael Nichols, whose eyebrows were sparse and almost non-existent, drawn with a woman's eyebrow pencil. Hiss. You reminded me. I'll check on the film's reception first. Goldberg put down his pen and pinched his temples. Could it be that Ronald's Oscar nomination wasn't just his agent messing around? Or was the director genuinely good? He should keep an eye on the film's reviews after its premiere. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 863 The Alluring Moonlight, Los Angeles premiere. Cher. Ronald greeted the lead actress, Cher, with open arms at the Twin Theaters, where the premiere of Moonlight Seduction was being held. Ronald's arms were only half open, he didn't fully embrace her. Cher had developed a penchant for see-through outfits. Ever since she wore one on Letterman's show, the effect had been great, and she wore black sheer dresses everywhere. The Los Angeles night was still a bit chilly, but she wasn't bothered. She wore a mink coat over the see-through outfit, paired with a short leather skirt and fishnet stockings, a complete rock star look. Ronald, you're my lucky star, ha ha ha. Cher opened her arms wide, not caring about anything else, and gave Ronald a tight hug. Cher was in a great mood. She had sung her hit song with her ex-husband on David Letterman's Late Show, an episode that broke several of Letterman's all-time viewership records. The rebroadcast the following day garnered higher viewership than the live broadcast. American viewers were thrilled to suddenly see the golden couple from 20 years ago singing old songs, and the reaction was incredibly strong. Major media outlets began replaying clips of their duet, and Cher and Sonny Bono's popularity seemed to surge back to its former glory. Cher's new album, Cher, soared on the charts thanks to the renewed buzz, and sales skyrocketed. Rob, you remember me? Cher introduced her Baker boyfriend to Ronald again. Thank you for coming. Ronald didn't have a good impression of this gigolo bagel baker, but he had one redeeming quality: he never hid that he was with Cher to seek opportunities in Hollywood. Mr. Lee, Cher and I are delighted to be at the premiere. We'd love to see her performance on the big screen. We've discussed a lot about acting techniques. Rob Camille began to build rapport with Ronald, trying to impress him by revealing that he was also a professionally trained actor. Sonny, you're here too. Ronald turned around and saw Sonny Bono, greeting him casually. Ronald, this is my daughter with Cher, Chaz, Sonny Bono said, accompanied by his daughter. Hello, Ronald, Cher's daughter Chez's voice was a little deep, and she was a bit chubby, quite unlike her parents who were in the entertainment industry. "Should I call you mayor soon?" Ronald greeted them both. Sonny Bono's campaign in Palm Springs had become very promising because of this appearance. Many voters would vote for him just to get his autograph. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed cheerfully, except for Rob Camille, who was toasting bread, looking embarrassed by being ignored. "Let's take a picture," Ronald gestured to the photographer under Michael Gray's men, who immediately came over and had the two ex-husbands and ex-wives pose for a family photo with Ronald at the center. Rob also studied acting with the teachers at the Actors Studio, Cherry said to Ronald after a flurry of camera flashes, noticing her sullen boyfriend. "Actually, he doesn't need to study, learning from you is enough. I think your acting in Moonstruck might win a few critics' awards," Ronald said, clearly impressed by Cherry's acting. She hadn't received formal training, but her performance was fresh and natural. Some people can act without training, having already won Oscars and Cannes. Besides, he hated the Actors Studio system under Lee Strasberg. They turned every actor into a video playback machine, unable to act without his own tragic memories. "Ho ha ho ha, don't joke around." Cherry slapped Ronald's arm, letting out a hearty laugh. "This movie? A romantic comedy about a middle-aged woman, plus a bunch of mothers and grandfathers, who knows what kind of comedy it'll turn into? Little Rob, let's go in together." Cherry turned around and saw her boyfriend Rob Camille's jealous look. She pulled him by the hand and walked into the movie theater. Ronald laughed too. Cherry still had doubts about her abilities. After the master editor's editing, Cherry's performance in Moonstruck was still quite good, although it was still a bit lacking compared to the supporting actors on Broadway. However, his new marketing consultant's plan was very effective. He edited the best scenes of Cherry, Olympia Dukakis, who played her mother, her grandfather, and others into videotapes, made them into marketing packages, and sent them early to film critics associations in New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Dallas, Texas. There weren't many people with high standards among them. With such a highlight reel, many people would be guided to use these scenes to write film reviews. This was exactly what Ronald wanted. And the film critics associations in each major city, the nominations and awards, would also be an important indicator for Oscar nominations. Anyway, only films that film critics say are good will be watched by Academy members. This line is a very important public relations channel for awards. Goldberg, president of 20th Century Fox, kept his promise and secretly passed messages to film critics through intermediaries. This subtle, positive feedback gradually accumulated, creating an atmosphere where you might not vote for Cher in Moonlight Seduction, but it would be absurd not to include her in the nominations. Cher was also scheduled to participate in a series of television interviews arranged for her by Ronald. She was the biggest star in the film's promotion. In short, getting 2 or 3 Best Actress nominations from film critic associations was practically a certainty for Cher. Winning one wasn't impossible either. Ronald came the next to arrive, the male lead, Nicolas Cage. Ronald was speechless, shocked by Cage's attire. He wore a dark red suit, ill-fitting. Underneath, he wore a pristine white shirt and a black bow tie, his hair disheveled, making him look more than 10 years older. Ronald quickly gestured to the photographers not to take pictures, then grabbed Cage's arm and ripped off his bow tie. "Did you just come back from working as a bartender at a club?" This kind of outfit was indeed what bartenders and waiters often wore, and they'd often mistake him for a valet. Ronald pulled out a portable travel comb from his pocket and quickly combed Cage's hair back. His hairline looked a bit receding, but there wasn't a hairdresser to be found right now. The slick-back hairstyle, paired with an unbuttoned shirt, finally made him look less like a waiter. Ronald put the comb down, a necessary accessory for successful entertainers who respected their audience. "Where's your manager, Lamato? Why didn't he arrange it for you? I don't want to work with him anymore. He always picks stereotypical commercial films for me, leaving no room to showcase my preferred German expressionist acting style." Ronald looked at Francis Ford Coppola's nephew, who had mentored him years before, and felt helpless. He had mentored several of the most promising actors in the next generation of the Capello family, but unfortunately, they were all obsessed with acting. Why didn't they become stars? After your premiere, go apologize to Mr. Lamato right away, understand? This is the least you can do to respect your audience, and it's also about respecting your own star status. Ronald lectured his younger brother Cage like an older brother. There's another premiere in New York later. I want to see a completely new Nick, with star power, Ronald said to the slightly displeased Cage. In this industry, to get people to listen to you, you must first respect yourself and respect your audience. Be a star first, then you can act however you want, huh? Cage realized that Ronald was encouraging him to develop his unique acting style. No problem, I'll apologize to L'Amato in a bit. Cage felt that this path of becoming famous first and then acting like a diva suited him best, and he immediately became very cooperative. You need to find a female companion in New York, preferably a celebrity. You're a celebrity, how are you going to get gossip from the media? You don't have a female companion either, do you, Cage? A loner? Didn't like bringing a regular female companion to these kinds of events. You little rascal. Ronald hadn't expected this to happen to him. Look, isn't that him? Ronald waved to Diane, who was talking to the supporting actors in the distance. Ronnie. Diane turned around with a sweet smile and walked over to greet Cage, whom she had worked with before. Hi, Nick, did you enjoy your performance this time? Ronald, you stole the most beautiful girl in the crew back then, Cage grinned, showing his teeth. No problem, I'll find the prettiest girl in New York. While Diane went back to greet the new guests, Cage had a change of heart and said to Luo Zuo in a low voice. Come on. Ronald put his arm around Nicolas Cage and posed for the reporters, letting them take as many photos as they wanted. Afterwards, some of Ronald's old acquaintances arrived. For example, the Jewish comedy master Carl Reiner, whom he had met at the premiere. He was impeccably dressed, in a navy jacket with brass buttons, perfectly ironed. His trousers fit him perfectly, and his shoes gleamed. This was the style of a proper Hollywood star. Ronald, I've heard a lot about you from friends lately. You won't disappoint me this time, will you? I even gave up my evening TV time with my wife to come see your premiere, Carl Reiner said with a smile. You can trust Cher and Cage, they're both excellent actors. I really enjoyed the performances. This film is about family, and I hope you like it. Carl Reiner gave him a knowing look. Ronald and Diane posed for a photo with a handsome old man before seeing him off to the theater. Next up was Cassandra Peterson, who played the ecstasy master. She had recently learned from Roger Coleman that Ronald had financed her film before the end of the year, and she was incredibly grateful. All Cassandra could do was come and support Ronald. With her wavy, golden red hair and stunning figure, she deliberately defied her usual style, showcasing a natural, rarely seen sexiness to the reporters. A photo of Cassandra Peterson at Ronald Lee's new film premiere was a given. It would give Ronald's film publicity while also giving herself some space. Next up for the photo was Jim Cameron. He sported a large beard. And although his attire wasn't as flashy as a star's, his charisma was undeniable. Standing next to Ronald, they were like two sharp swords drawn from their sheaths, prompting reporters to snap photos incessantly. Fox signed me, and I know it was you who helped, Ronald, Cameron said, immediately thanking Ronald for his role in securing the Abyss project. That's your own history proving you can live up to your promises. I didn't really help, Ronald quickly replied. He wasn't trying to curry favor with Cameron, he just felt it was a good thing that Cameron was able to realize his childhood dream. Gail went to Fox and talked to Goldberg. She wants to be a producer, and Goldberg told her about you. Cameron shook his head. If it weren't for your words, this project might not have gotten the green light. It's a good thing anyway, Ronald interrupted Cameron's continued expression of gratitude. By the way, where's Gail? She'll be in later, after I go in, so we don't have to appear in the photos together. Cameron's previously assertive demeanor suddenly vanished, as if he were in some pain. Ronald raised an eyebrow. We've separated. We're giving each other some space and time to think about our long-term relationship. Cameron didn't have anyone else to share this with, so he told Ronald, an old friend of both of them. Apparently, Gail was unhappy that Cameron was turning down a commercially viable film to make a special effects blockbuster that exceeded Hollywood's current technological standards. The two started at Coleman's company, but their earnings weren't particularly high, and they still didn't live in a particularly luxurious apartment. Gail couldn't tolerate Cameron's all-in approach to pursuing his dream, ignoring opportunities to improve their lives. Of course, she didn't give up her role as a producer either. They had been partners as director and producer, but now that they were separated, Gail Hurd wanted to abandon this important step in her producing career. So, after Cameron received an offer from Fox, she went to Fox executives to discuss postponing the film's production and finding another film to shoot first. Moreover, upon learning that Cameron wanted to also serve as a producer, She flew into a rage, insisting on the agreement they had signed when filming Terminator, demanding that Cameron abide by the agreement that he would produce all their co-productions and retain production rights. The two parted on bad terms over this film. The next day, Cameron received a separation notice from Gale's lawyer. "Why did you become the producer yourself?" Ronald stroked his chin, feeling this was the crux of their conflict. "You know how I make movies. I want to control every detail," Cameron frankly stated. "And Gale wants to control everything. She didn't write a single word in the script, yet she wants to be credited as a screenwriter. On set, I do most of the producer's work. He wants to get rid of me. The producer position was something we agreed upon back then. He had nothing then. I was the one who secured the Terminator project for him. Now he wants to take back the production rights and make me a housewife? I have to prove to everyone, Ronald, that women can be producers too. I will not allow him to take away the fruits of my labor." However, the later photo of Gale Hurd with Ronald tells a different story. Gale Cameron wanted to kick him out and monopolize the film's production rights. The previous two films hadn't made much money, and the salary hadn't been used to improve their lives. Gale absolutely couldn't allow Cameron to breach his contract now that he was about to land a big contract, using the reputation he'd built on his hard-earned money in the first two films to dominate future projects. Watching the two of them glaring at each other with hatred in the theater, Ronald felt they had truly reached a point of no return. Hell, they're arguing, aren't they? They'll probably make up soon. Diane, sitting next to him, had also noticed Cameron and Gale sitting separately. Why? Ronald realized Diane's understanding of the situation was completely different from his own. "My father and mother were like that. After their divorce, they would still argue endlessly on the phone, bringing up things from over a decade ago. But in the end, as long as my father said darling, she would stop arguing. Maybe my mother was waiting for that darling. I hope you're right." Ronald didn't want his two old friends to go to the point of separation or even divorce. Oh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the premiere of Moonlight Enchanting ended, the lights came up, and veteran star Carl Reiner watched as the camera slowly pulled back from the kitchen where everyone was holding champagne with sugar cubes, laughing and drinking together. Then the camera focused on the furniture and furnishings of the old house, finally lingering on the elderly couple on the wall, a close-up of the first generation of this Italian immigrant family. This is a historical snapshot of countless American families. As a nation of immigrants, America is full of such large families, immigrant couples who, on the land of New Babylon, rich in milk and honey, established themselves and carried on their original traditions. Everyone was moved by the acting of Cher and a host of other excellent supporting actors, and also by the final scene where Nicolas Cage's Ronnie proposes to Cher's Loretta. The audience stood and applauded for a full 3 minutes. You know what? I've never felt this way before. It's like this character, Loretta, is completely different from me, completely separate. When I look at her, it's like I'm watching someone else's life story. Cher came over to thank Ronald. She had indeed edited herself beautifully, and acting alongside those Broadway veterans, she didn't seem out of place at all. Reviews of this film often make it sound like a crazy national comedy, and it is. But there's more to it than that, a bittersweet longing, an unspeakable romance, and a certain magical quality. It's a silhouette of America's millions of families. Roger Ebert, in his review the next day, spoke with the same fervor one would use for a true theatrical work directed by Billy Wilder in Golden Age Hollywood, showering it with praise. John Patrick Shanley's script is witty and humorous, placing 8 New Yorkers under a moon-like spell on a romantic night. Cher is the most dazzling of them all. The Time magazine film critic, a fellow Ronald from the same hometown, also lavished praise on Moonlight Seduction. Very good, Ronald said the next day in his office, browsing through the newly arrived photocopies of all the film reviews from across the country. Michael, you've done a fantastic job. Our PR campaigns were incredibly effective. This is the first time I've received such unanimous praise from film critics. Albert even gave me a perfect 4 stars for the first time. Ronald greatly admired marketing consultant Michael Gray's methods. He figured he'd spent just as much money and wouldn't have achieved such results himself. Why don't we sign a long-term cooperation agreement? From now on, your consulting firm can handle the marketing plans for my films and the films my company produces. Ronald knew Gray was committed to his entrepreneurial dreams, so instead of asking him to work for Daydream, he offered a generous long-term agreement to secure his business. That's my wish too. Michael Gray was happy to have a client who listened to his every word and paid readily. Moreover, Ronald's films, both produced and directed, were of high quality. Marketing such films would generate both profit and reputation, making him an ideal client. Chapter 864 All-Out Marketing and Public Relations. Hello, Cher, it's a pleasure to have you here for this interview. Erin Prose, Miss America 1966 and host of Good Day, the morning news program on ABC's Boston Bureau, was interviewing Cher in New York via satellite. This program was ABC's flagship show in Boston, broadcast nationwide via syndicate. The production companies, MGM and Ronald, hadn't invested a huge marketing budget, so they hadn't secured the airtime on the highest-rated Good Morning America, instead opting for the second most popular morning news program for a public relations interview with Cher, promoting the film and her acting skills. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Erin," Cher said from her New York studio as they began their satellite connection. "Moonstruck hasn't been released in Boston yet, but I hear that they will come soon." The host, Eileen, hadn't seen the movie yet, but the PR company approached her. The producer instructed her to follow the usual movie interview format, asking a question aimed at thin air. "Could you step back now and objectively look at the character of Loretta, the female lead? Consider her as someone completely different from yourself." Eileen's basic hosting skills were excellent. She smoothly delivered this awkward question. Clearly, the purpose of the question was to elicit a discussion about Cher's acting. "Oh, of course. I filmed this movie a long time ago, and time has given me a new perspective. I've watched it several times recently, and I can look at the female lead, Loretta, from an objective standpoint." Cher squinted, trying to see the teleprompter behind the camera, but squinting would accentuate her wrinkles, so she immediately gave up. The teleprompter was shrouded in the glaring light behind the camera, and Cher still couldn't see the answer clearly, so she adjusted her posture. "Do you like her?" host Eileen pressed. "Oh, yes, I really like the character of Loretta. It's very interesting. I don't see myself in this character, but, well, she's a great character." Cheryl struggled to find a non-reflective angle to see her answer, so she improvised. "I haven't seen the movie yet, but I want to see it after it's released in Boston, to see how different the character is from you." "Ha ha ha." Eileen sensed something was off in the New York studio. Cheryl's answer was hesitant. She fully utilized her experience as a seasoned host, starting to fabricate something out of thin air. "So, how did you research the character of Loretta before filming this movie?" Of course I did research." Cheryl had seen countless big events. Even forgetting the lyrics at a concert was something she could easily cover up. This kind of interview where the answer wasn't clear was no problem for her. But this research isn't like a doctor's or professor's research. I had to go to the set beforehand and try to integrate with the other actors. Over time, that's equivalent to doing research." PFFT. How? The two beautiful women awkwardly chatted for 5 minutes on a morning news talk show. The cameraman next to them found it a bit funny, but he couldn't laugh out loud during the live broadcast, so he had to hold it in. "What does your mother think of your collaboration with Olympia Dukakis in the movie? What does she think of the mother-daughter relationship you played with Dukakis on screen?" That's my mother's favorite movie I've acted in." Of course, she didn't specifically mention my scenes with Olympia. She liked the whole movie. "Did you enjoy working with Dukakis? In Boston, in Massachusetts, Dukakis is the talk of the town. We especially like her, our hometown person." Yes, very much so. When she first came to the set, director Ronald specifically mentioned that I look a bit like her, so playing mother and daughter would be perfect. I got along really well with her on set. She's a very nice actress. Cheryl's acting is pretty good. She had a really big argument with Dukakis on set. Ronald was watching the live broadcast on TV in his apartment, the two of them chatting awkwardly, but no one noticed anything amiss. He smiled and said to Diane beside him. Diane had her arm around Ronald's. Tomorrow he was flying to New York for another premiere there, and it was sweet to stick close to him and spend a little more time together. Diane looked up and asked, why were they arguing, regarding whether or not to respect my direction as director for her acting? Ha ha ha. Ronald recalled the conflict between Cher and Dukakis. Dukakis and the other Broadway actors were very respectful of their directorial position and tried their best to act in the direction Ronald was guiding. Cher, however, was a star. She felt Ronald's direction was wrong and would point it out on the spot, expressing her own opinions. During the final breakfast scene, the two genuinely clashed and blamed each other. However, This unexpectedly triggered a similar emotional state between the actors and the plot off-screen. Ronald noticed this and quickly filmed, successfully shooting the most difficult breakfast scene. You mentioned director Ronald. Does he guide your acting? We all know you have a tough reputation, like the Hollywood star Bette Davis. Do you think you can listen to Ronald's acting guidance? Host Eileen, feeling bored, improvised upon hearing Cher's answer. Bette Davis was a notoriously troublesome star who often clashed with directors on set. On set, does she listen to you? Diane became interested and nudged Ronald's waist. Let's see what she says. I don't actually direct the actors much on set, Ronald laughed. These interviews are just for show. Cherry wouldn't really go into much depth. His directing style is to respect the actors, providing guidance on the big picture, but letting them fully immerse themselves in the specific performances. Ronald isn't like Hitchcock or Stanley Kubrick, dictating specific acting methods. Ronald's directing style is heavily influenced by Roger Corman, and later by fellow directors like Coppola, Jonathan Demme, and Martin Scorsese. He believes in letting the actors improvise. Well, that depends on your definition of a director. If you ask Ronald or any of the other directors I've worked with, they all enjoy working with me, but Cher hadn't expected the host's unexpected question and started thinking as she spoke. But I have my own way of acting. I don't like being told how to act, but I like talking about acting with others. Hey, looks like she doesn't quite listen to you. Diane continued tickling Ronald's waist. Ha, you don't understand. The best directors are like that. They make the actors feel like they made their own decisions, Ronald began to boast proudly. There aren't many directors in Hollywood who can get Cher to perform at her level. It was rare for him and Diane to have some free time alone, and Ronald didn't want to waste it. Soon. Their hands were clasped together, their moist lips drew close, and pressed together. The moist feeling made them both close their eyes. To be able to control an actress like Cher and still let her perform within the framework, and to have an unexpected performance in the final dinner scene, I didn't expect Ronald's ability to control stars to be so outstanding. Goldberg, president of 20th Century Fox, arrived at his office early, also watching the live broadcast of Good Days. The Q&A segment where Cher described Ronald's directing skills impressed Goldberg. As a president who had worked his way up from the bottom in the film industry, he knew very well how difficult it was to manage top stars. Ronald's ability to control Cher's performance, regardless of his methods, was a clear sign that his directing skills were beginning to reach a higher level. Linda, bring me all the film reviews I asked you to collect about Moonstruck, Goldberg called in his secretary, Linda. These are reviews from 2 Chicago newspapers, I put them on top. The videotape is yesterday's TV program where Albert and Cisco critique this week's new films. Linda brought in a large box of newspapers and several videotapes, then gently closed the door. Goldberg picked up the Chicago Sun-Times first and turned to the film review section. When the moon shines on your eyes, it's like a giant pizza pie, that's love, Dean Martin. Roger Ebert began his review of The Temptation with lyrics from the opening song sung by Dean Martin. The most captivating quality of The Temptation, and the most difficult to describe, is its tone. Reviews of the film often make it sound like a crazy comedy about a nation, and it certainly does. But there's more to it than that, a bittersweet longing, an unspoken romance, and a magical quality reflected in the film's title. The film stars Cher, who plays a widowed Italian-American in her 30s, but she's not the only one in the film to be stirred by the moonlight's allure and love. For example, on a moonlit night, her intelligent, cynical mother, Olympia Dukakis, goes out to dinner alone and meets a middle-aged university professor, John Mahoney, who preys on his young students, but finds himself irresistibly drawn to this mature woman. Cher's father, Vincent Gardner, has been having a secretive yet sweet affair with a mature, disillusioned Anita Gillette for years. At the heart of the story, Cher's astonished to discover that she, in middle age, is still capable of love. At the beginning of the film, she is engaged to Mr. Johnny Camarelli, Danny Arrow, less out of love than out of weariness with widowhood. But after he flies to Sicily to be with his dying mother, she goes to her fiancé's estranged brother, Ronnie, Nicolas Cage, to invite him to their wedding. She is startled when they are drawn to each other almost immediately. Directed by Ronald Lee and written by John Patrick Shanley, Moonstruck is one of their achievements in resonating with all Americans. It's a collective comedy, with much of the humor stemming from the feel of the immigrant family that Ronald and Shanley created. There are small, funny moments, such as Dukakis's resentment towards her aging father-in-law, Fyodor Shalyapin, who lives upstairs with his dog. During a family dinner, she yells at him, "Old man, if you feed your dog another bite of my food, I'll kick you to death." Sharon Cage's passion intensifies as her absent fiancé lingers at his mother's bedside, and Cher learns the secret of the hatred between the two brothers. One day, Johnny leads Ronnie astray at the wrong time, and his hand is severed by a toaster. Now, he wears a prosthetic hand and harbors unforgivable resentment. Throughout the film, resentment, old wounds, and hatred towards family members are omnipresent. For example, a mother knows her husband is having an affair. She asks him why, and a friend replies, "Because he's afraid of dying." She understands immediately. But will this make her sympathize with her husband? It's hard to say. One evening, he comes home. She asks him where he's been. He replies, "Nowhere." She tells him she wants him to know one thing: wherever you go, or whatever you do, you will die. Some of these moments are so tense they remind us of the brilliant opening of Saturday Night Fever, where Julie Boyceau, who played the mother, appears here as the aunt. But all the passion is drained by the moon's influence, which captivates these people and protects them from their character flaws. Ronald is remarkable. He seems to have captured some of the same qualities as Ingmar Bergman's A Summer Night's Smile, where the moon itself conspires with the characters to bring them happiness. The film is full of brilliant performances. Cher has never been funnier. Dukakis plays her mother. Their love is deep as their anger. In the warmth and charm of family, love, and the moonlight, and in its laughter, we find what is arguably the best comedy in a long time. Highly recommended, 4 stars. Goldberg put down his review, and Albert's lavish praise for the film doesn't seem like the kind of perfunctory response he'd received. Perhaps he genuinely liked the film, which is why he started pedantically mentioning Ronald Lee and the Swedish director, Ingmar Bergman, a critic's favorite, in his review. Goldberg put the videotape into the machine, and Albert and Cisco's weekly film review program began playing on the television screen. Our film recommendation this week is Moonstruck, which is presented as a romance, but it's actually one of the funniest films in quite some time. Cher is the nominal star of the film, a brilliant ensemble about a group of tough Italians living in New York. How tough? More often than hello, fuck is said. Cher plays a widow who immediately falls in love with a brother of the man she's just agreed to marry. Meanwhile, her mother wonders why her own husband is having affairs with almost every other man she knows. You won't easily forget this film, written by John Patrick Shanley and directed by Ronald Lee, which, although R-rated, is incredibly family-friendly. We both gave it a thumbs up. For the new movies this week, we recommend Good Morning, Vietnam starring Robin Williams. Is it really that good? Goldberg, deep in thought, stared at the film reviews. As the president of one of the 7 major studios, he undoubtedly knew that film critics were essentially insiders in the industry, paid to do their bidding. It had become part of the film industry. Their opinions fluctuated wildly. Positive and negative reviews didn't necessarily reflect the true state of the film. But this situation, where all the reviews were positive, was certainly not the kind of public relations effect that Ronald's mid-budget film, which MGM hadn't heavily marketed, could achieve. If what Cheryl said on TV about Ronald's directing skills, and the effusive praise for Ronald and screenwriter Shanley in the reviews, were true, or at least 80% true, then he could definitely send the script for his new film to him. Anyway, director Mike Nichols was currently overthinking things. He wasn't satisfied with the lead actor offered by Fox, and with the two sides at an impasse, Nichols had used wedding preparations as an excuse to suspend negotiations. Inviting Ronald might actually be a good move. "Linda, book me a ticket. I want to see Moonstruck live," Goldberg then called his secretary. "Also, prepare to send a copy of that script to director Ronald, along with a letter saying that I asked him to take a look." Chapter 865 The explosive opening of a future superstar. "You're here, Ronald." That evening, Joel Silver waited on the top floor of the Fox building for the start of filming for his new movie, Nothing Lasts Forever, working title. He was a bit overweight and hadn't really wanted to join the crowds on set. However, Ronald had told him that his secret to being a producer was to be on set on the first day to observe the director and actor's abilities and teamwork. If everything was okay, then he wouldn't need to be there every day. Yet, not too late, right? Ronald had just arrived on set after discussing the marketing for Moonlight Twist with his colleagues in New York. He greeted Alan Rickman, who was already in makeup and playing the villain Hans Krupp, and Bonnie Bedria, who was playing the protagonist's wife, They both looked ready. Ronald always remembered Roger Corman's principle: on the first day of filming, you had to confirm the director's competence. If there were no problems, then you shouldn't be on set too often, otherwise the actors and crew would misunderstand who was in charge. The producer's role was to stay in the background. If there were no issues, it was best not to let the crew discover his presence. And when problems arise, they need to be able to solve them immediately. "Where's Bruce?" Ronald looked around and only saw director John McTiernan and cinematographer John DeBont busy with the lighting. He couldn't see the male lead, Bruce Willis, so he asked Joel Silver, who had been there for a while. His assistant called back half an hour ago and said that Bruce came from the MGM studio in Culver City and is on his way to the Fox building. Oh, Ronald checked his watch, he should be here soon. Filming for the Blue Moonlight TV series was still ongoing. Bruce Willis would need to switch between two sets for the next couple of days, but he would be able to spend all his time here in a couple of days. "What are we filming today?" Ronald asked the production assistant for the filming schedule and started looking at it. Tonight was the first day of filming, and they were filming a scene where the male lead, John McTiernan, was on the rooftop of a building. To avoid being killed by a bomb detonated by Hans Krupp, he wrapped a fire hose around himself and jumped off the roof to escape. Why are we filming such a big scene on the first day? Ronald didn't understand. Joel Silver seemed equally clueless, shrugging and pointing to director John McTiernan. Generally, on the first day of filming, the usual practice is to shoot some relatively easy scenes to get the actors into character quickly. Or, if you're a big-name director, you might deliberately choose a scene that demands high acting skills, torturing the stars and letting them know you're not easily fooled. But why shoot a scene on the first day that doesn't require much acting but demands a lot from the stunt team? Ronald couldn't figure out why. Such scenes require good coordination between the stunt team, cinematographer, and lead actors. Otherwise, if the stunt performers and lead actors lack chemistry, the resulting shots might not look right, wasting the expensive explosion scene. However, Ronald didn't directly challenge him, especially since he was a director himself. Every director has their own working style, and asking such a question himself would seem like distrust of John McTiernan. "John, is everything all right? Is there anything we can improve?" Ronald walked over, intending to talk to director McTiernan. Ronald. Everything is great. This is my cinematographer, Jan de Bont, a talented Dutch cinematographer. Hello, Jan." Ronald waved to the handsome cinematographer, who was adjusting the camera position on the tripod. "Ronald, hello, this is really exciting, isn't it?" Jan de Bont was delighted to see the producer. He had previously worked with Dutch director Paul Verhoeven and was thrilled to be directing a big Hollywood blockbuster. "The conditions you've provided are top-notch, and the filming is very fun. Looks good." Ronald chatted with his cinematographer for a while, then turned back to the director to continue the conversation. He wanted to steer the topic towards shooting large-scale scenes right from the start, preferably letting the director talk about it himself. "Very good. It's rare for me to work with a producer who comes from a directing background and knows how to make films. You're a blessing. I've never had this much creative freedom on set before. You truly understand directors." The director appreciated Ronald's hands-off approach. Ronald was momentarily speechless, taken aback by John McTiernan's flattery. "A big scene right from the start? Looks like I'm lucky to see one of the most exciting scenes in the movie on my first day on set." Ronald tried a different approach, reminding him. "Haha, that's a deliberate design choice. Filming this scene first gives us the upper hand. I'll be watching. I won't bother you any longer." Hearing this reply, Ronald realized John McTiernan had indeed planned ahead. Luckily, he hadn't said anything. Ronald walked behind the camera. "Bruce is here," Joel Silver reminded Ronald as he stepped out of the filming area. Bruce Willis was still wearing his signature jacket and top hat from Blue Moonlight. He swaggered in, followed by a manager and an assistant. "Hey Ronald, am I late? Filming on two sets at the same time is really tough." "Of course not, we're early. Make sure you get some rest. We'll see your performance as soon as we start filming." Ronald could only offer words of encouragement. Actors filming on two sets simultaneously are most afraid of being in a bad mood, as it greatly affects filming. "Just watch my performance. Today's a big scene. You'll see Bruce's abilities." "I also asked Demi to watch my performance. Has she arrived?" "Demi, she just called to say she'll be there soon. We'll let you know as soon as she arrives." Joel Silver immediately chimed in. "Great, I'll go get my makeup done first." Demi doesn't know how brave her man is. Today is a good opportunity to show him. Bruce Willis walked towards his dressing room. What big scene. He doesn't have many scenes today, right? At most 2 close-up shots of reactions. Will the makeup take a while? Ronald was puzzled and picked up the shooting schedule again. It clearly stated that today's only major scene was a long stunt shot of him jumping off a building. Bruce Willis only had a brief appearance, wrapping a fire hose around himself, before a stunt double jumped off the rooftop in his place, catching him on an inflatable platform below. Television actors, you know, they don't understand filmmaking, Joel Silver winked at Ronald. Indeed, television rarely films such large-scale scenes. Bruce Willis probably had no idea how explosions and jumps were filmed in movies. I'm going to rest for a bit, Ronald said. Looking around before realizing his role as producer was that day, and there was no chair with his name on it available. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and sat down on an apple crate, closing his eyes to rest. After a busy day, a short break was welcome. Ronald, where's Bruce? Where's everyone else? A woman's voice woke Ronald from his slumber. He opened his eyes to find a beautiful, dark-haired woman with long, wavy hair just inches away. His shrewd eyes and sensual lips almost made Ronald lose his composure. Demi, you're here. Ronald stood up from the apple crate. Bruce was just getting his makeup done. The crew just finished the lighting and is getting ready. Bruce even said he wanted you to see his amazing form tonight. Hey, Demi Moore laughed heartily. Bruce Willis loved to use crude flirting. He only said this to her face, to show off his dominance over Demi. Her eyes flickered. Speaking of being amazing, the man before her seemed even more impressive. Although he outwardly exuded a scholarly air, he was quite muscular once he took off his clothes. The two walked side by side towards the dressing room. Demi and Ronald kept a slight distance. Their relationship seemed to have regressed from that special connection to one where they could talk about personal matters, but both deliberately avoided any ambiguous flirting. Hey, Demi, watch me, don't blink. Bruce Willis was dressed as a predator. Barefoot, wearing only trousers, and shirtless except for a gunsling with a submachine gun strapped to his waist, Ronald stood observing his attire. Makeup had applied red syrup to his body, along with streaks of black charcoal, creating the image of a lone hero who had endured a bitter battle. No problem, Ronald nodded. This makeup demonstrated a director's excellent control over the makeup, costume, and prop teams, ensuring the visual impact of the shot was flawless. Moreover, these details required consistency across all shots, showing the director's effective management of the script supervisor, cinematographer, and other teams. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. Ronald glanced at his watch, convinced the director had given his approval. After a few polite checks of Bruce Willis's scenes, and then the stunt double jumping scene, he could go back to sleep. He had a flight to New York the next day. Nothing lasts forever. Scene 1, Shot 1, the script supervisor announced, and with a snap, the clapperboard slammed shut. Action, director John McTiernan announced. Bruce Willis burst into the frame barefoot, slung a submachine gun over his shoulder, opened a metal box labeled Fire Department Only, and pulled out a red rotating head wrapped in a white fire hose. Ah! Bruce Willis roared, then began to pull hard on the fire hose, the red rotating head spinning. Seeing the hose was long enough, Willis pulled on the fire hose nozzle and walked to the other side. John, what the hell are you doing here? Bruce Willis reached a corner on the rooftop and wrapped the fire hose around himself. The camera began to zoom in on him, and the director of photography, Yanda Bond, waved his hand in satisfaction. An assistant beside him began to fan Bruce Willis with a metal fan, a cloud of white steam resembling water vapor created by dry ice blowing in his direction. What the hell is wrong with you? Bruce Willis continued to mutter to himself, the cold wind turning his breath into white mist, further enhancing the Christmas atmosphere of the film. Cut. The director called a halt to filming, checked with the director of photography, and confirmed that the take was good. Clap clap clap. Ronald led the applause. Clap clap clap. Everyone joined in. Ronald looked at director John McTiernan smile and Bruce Willis's goofy grin, and smiled too. They'd cast the right people. Bruce Willis's goofy, blue-collar demeanor was a perfect fit. It was incredibly fitting for the role of John Micklin. Micklin hadn't wanted to get involved in this terrorist incident. He was just there to spend Christmas with his wife. After experiencing a series of unfortunate events, taking off his shoes and having to walk on broken glass, escaping from an exploding elevator, He was now on one last gamble. Success would rescue his wife and all the hostages. Audiences would love this kind of unlucky, realistic hero. It's a common scene in their daily work and life. Unlucky, at least they see themselves as unlucky, grumbling but continuing to work hard. And finally, a Christmas with a whole family. Great. Makeup, quickly touch up Bruce's makeup. Stunts, set up the explosives immediately. Everyone pay attention, clear the area. Director John McTiernan, after Ronald's applause subsided, immediately began directing preparations for the next stunt shot. Several stunt performers came over and placed plastic bags containing liquids in different locations on the roof. Ronald knew they contained gasoline. Various dangerous items, in the hands of professionals, were arranged to be effective without posing too much danger. The stunt double was a union member, and his skills were impeccable. What's this? Bruce Willis remained on set, showing off his acting skills with Demi Moore in his arms. A member of the special effects team came over, smeared a large dollop of something like ointment on him, and then spread it out with his hand. This is fireproof ointment to prevent burns from the explosion when you jump. What's this? Bruce Willis picked up a little with his finger and smelled it. It had a smell, but he knew it was for his own protection. He disgustedly rubbed it on himself and then on Demi Moore. Before Demi Moore could even flirt with him, Willis noticed his girlfriend, Demi Moore, making a shrug at producer Ronald. What's this? I don't know. Ronald panicked too. What was this? Bruce Willis was the lead actor. How could they let him film the jumping scene? This wasn't a real action movie, not Stallone's style of visceral fighting. He chose Bruce Willis for his charisma, not for his action skills. What's this? Hey, Joel, what's this? Ronald, no longer caring about saving faces, the director, went over and loudly questioned director John McTiernan. This is the most exciting shot. What else could it be? Director John McTiernan asked, puzzled. I'm asking why Willis filmed it himself. These kinds of stunt shots require a stunt double. Ronald, Willis and I have already discussed it. He's willing to perform the explosion and jump scene himself. He understands the risks, and he can complete the shot. Let the director and lead actor appreciate the art. Remember, Ronald turned to look at Demi Moore, who was walking towards him, and Bruce Willis, who had already been coated with fire retardant. Yes, I was willing to film it myself. It's nothing, just a simple shot. I often film these kinds of scenes on television. Ronald, what's this? You can't let Bruce take such a risk, Demi Moore exclaimed anxiously. This was a life-threatening shoot. Having worked in film herself, she knew that film shots demanded realism, unlike the kind of sloppy work done in television. Her boyfriend, Bruce Willis, hadn't yet grasped what he was about to face. Bruce Willis was pleased with his girlfriend's concern, but he couldn't show any fear in front of Ronald. Demi loved her bravery, and she couldn't afford to lose her biggest attraction to Ronald, the most charismatic man present, besides herself. Hey, I'm a professional action star, are you underestimating me, Demi? Relax, it's nothing. Ronald knew this was director John McTiernan's trick. He couldn't possibly be unaware of the danger of such stunts, yet Bruce Willis, who had never filmed such scenes, was doing it. Ronald looked at McTiernan, his eyes gleaming, staring intently into the man's eyes. I don't like people playing tricks. Nobody's playing tricks, Ronald, I'm about to start filming. John McTiernan gestured for him to leave. Ronald, Joel Silver came over and pulled Ronald away. He didn't know much about filming, but he understood from Ronald's resentful eyes that something was wrong. Let's wait and see. If it'll be detrimental to the safety of the filming. Do you want me to be ruined like John Landis? Ronald was pulled away, glancing at Silver. John Landis, the director of The Twilight Zone, neglected safety during filming, ultimately leading to actor Vic Morrow's decapitation by a helicopter. He lost his entire fortune and never received another major commercial production offer. Don't be like that. This time, the special effects team is one of the best in Hollywood. They're extremely professional. Although I don't know much about filming, I still prioritize safety. Nobody wants turned up like John Landis. Ronald shook his head. You don't understand. The safety of special effects shots depends not only on the team's arrangements but also on the actor's experience. This is a scene that requires redundancy. Willis hasn't done action scenes before, he doesn't know much about these things. I'm worried about him getting injured. Ronald had seen many of Jackie Chan's stunt crews filming in Hong Kong. While they appeared fearless at the dinner table, They were actually just pushing their luck during filming to save face. Jackie Chan's filming crews had a death quota every year. But now that he wasn't aware of this arrangement to personally perform the stunt, expressing his opposition at the last minute would affect the mindset of everyone from the director to the actors. What might have been fine initially might have caused problems if they overthought it and hesitated. Ronald stood in the corner, biting his lip, caught in a dilemma. He'd never been so badly fooled on a film set before. Luckily, we have ample insurance, don't worry, even if something happens to him, the insurance company will cover it, unlike Landis. Hey, what are you doing? Joel Silver was about to continue explaining when he suddenly noticed Ronald's angry glare and, frightened, stopped talking. Ronald, will Bruce be alright? Demi Moore was also very nervous, instinctively grabbing Ronald's arm and hugging him tightly, as if this man would give her courage to keep watching. Special Effects Department? Prepare the countdown. Camera 1, full speed. Camera 2, full speed. Director John McTiernan began issuing orders. The special effects pyrotechnicians began preparing the explosions. Action. At the command, Bruce Willis climbed onto the rooftop railing, his hands gripping the pillar, checking the fire hose strapped to his body one last time. God, don't let me die here. Then he looked back and screamed, ah! Multiple cameramen nervously grabbed the shirtless Bruce Willis, preventing him from escaping the frame. Boom. Boom. The special effects team began setting up explosions at multiple points on the rooftop. Boom. The explosion ignited the plastic bags containing accelerants, sending up bursts of flame and waves of heat emanating from the corner of the rooftop. Even from a distance, Ronald felt the immense force of the heat. Damn it, Ronald thought the special effects were overdone. This force, applied to Bruce Willis, might cause him to jump further forward, veering off the air cushion on the platform 2 floors below. Ronald and the others watched Bruce Willis, filled with regret. Bruce Willis closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and leaped over the railing. SHXT, Ronald yelled, rushing downstairs before the director could call cut. His fears were realized. Sure enough, after jumping off the rooftop, Bruce Willis was violently propelled forward by the blast wave. Bruce, Demi Moore, unaware of what was happening, followed Ronald down. Director John McTiernan, realizing things were going badly, threw down his headset and ran after them, followed by the obese Joel Silver, who was panting heavily and nearly suffered a hypoglycemic episode and collapsed down the stairs. Huff, huff, wait for me. Silver, drenched in sweat from fright, finally appeared on the platform below, clinging to the wall. Bruce Willis had landed on the very edge of the airbag, another meter or two and he would have fallen to his death. Ronald, on the inner circle, helped him up with the stunt team. Demi, Ronald, I told you, you'd see my bravery, ha ha ha. Bruce Willis laughed uncontrollably. You scared me to death. Demi grabbed him, trembling with fear. It's okay, Bruce Willis reassured his worried girlfriend. Tonight I'll show you who the bravest man in Hollywood is. Of course it's you. Demi Moore couldn't stand it. Her boyfriend had become the bravest man, and she showered him with a passionate kiss. Well done. Everyone on set applauded and cheered for Bruce Willis. Phew, it's okay. Ronald, I wasn't lying to you, it's alright. I was pretty confident. Director John McTiernan, who had almost died of fright, also breathed a sigh of relief. HMPH, if you were confident, why did you shoot this scene first? Ronald glared at him. All the jumps, explosions, and all the dangerous shots from now on, have a stunt double do them. He's a real die-hard. Alan Rickman, who played the villain, came down with the rest of the crew and was very impressed with Bruce Willis's heroic performance. What? Ronald didn't hear him clearly. I said he's die-hard, the kind of person who never gives up. Chapter 866 Hardliners. Do you Britons say die-hard too? Ronald asked Alan Rickman. Although Britain and America speak the same language, their everyday expressions differ considerably. Well, this phrase was invented by the British Redcoats during the Peninsular Wars under Napoleon. A wounded infantry lieutenant colonel refused to withdraw from the battlefield, encouraging his men to die hard. Even if we die hard, Ronald couldn't help but laugh. Alan Rickman spoke with a characteristic slow, deliberate pace, and his jokes were very skillful. Actually, this phrase is more commonly used in British politics now. It refers to right-wing members of parliament who hold firm to their beliefs and are not swayed by changing circumstances, such as the right-wing Conservative Party represented by Churchill during World War II. Alan Rickman continued, explaining the usage of die hard in British politics. How do you know all this? I remember you graduated from the Royal College of Art's drama department, Ronald asked, quite surprised. He himself had heard people use "die hard" to describe the current president's political stance, and others had said the same about Roger Ailes, Georgia's campaign advisor. The use of this phrase in politics was quite similar in both countries, describing someone with unwavering and steadfast beliefs. But how could Rickman, a theatrical actor, be so familiar with political anecdotes? Ha ha ha, my girlfriend, Rima Horton, was just elected to the Chelsea local council in London. She's also the local Labour whip. My brother is the Conservative MP for the Leicester local council. Rima's nickname for me is Little Hard Thatcher. Ha ha ha. Ronald shook his head. Rickman's expression was sweet as he said this. It seemed he and his girlfriend had a good relationship. Despite their opposing political views, they could still live together and have a sweet relationship. It truly seemed like love. Ronald, we need to talk. You seem very happy. Joel Silver walked over, panting. He had just been informed of the dangerous situation by the stunt crew and was puzzled by Ronald's cheerful smile. Joel and I have some things to discuss. Ronald said goodbye to Rickman, glancing at director John McTiernan in the distance. He then helped Silver, and the two walked to the Fox Building's office area. They found a well-soundproofed meeting room that served as a lounge for the film crew's executives and began their private discussion. I want to fire that bastard McTiernan. What do you think? Anyway, it's only the first day, so we don't need to reshoot the explosion and jump scenes he filmed. Joel Silver slammed a decorative crystal ball on the table after closing the door, his anger flaring. What, you also disapprove of him unilaterally having Bruce do the stunts himself? Ronald asked casually. Don't tell me you don't want to fire him on the spot. This guy is too much. If something happens, we'll all be blacklisted by Hollywood. What do you think? We do need to make him pay. This can't be left like this, but it's not easy to find a director to take over right now. Ronald put the crystal ball back in its place. He didn't want to take on this job himself. He was busy promoting Moonlight Serenade, and taking over someone else's job halfway through wouldn't be fun at all. I need you to find someone on set who can keep McTiernan in check. Willis is not allowed to perform any more special effects shots himself. Ronald turned his back and said slowly, word by word. This was him drawing a line for Silver's future filming. I'll keep an eye on it myself. Silver nodded. Ronald didn't respond. In any case, this self-righteous bastard McTiernan still had to finish filming the movie. Record today's incident. After a detailed analysis, report it to the Stuntman Guild, the Directors Guild, and the Screen Actors Guild. Do you agree? Ronald proposed his solution. He couldn't let this kind of thing disappear without a trace and benefit the director. But it's best not to make a big fuss and let the media know, at least not during filming. We need to smooth things over with the various unions and get them to ignore the reporting deadlines according to procedure. Joel Silver thought for a moment. It needs to be reported, but not now, quietly, without attracting media attention, resolved internally. I'll talk to the Directors Guild and the Actors Guild. The Stuntmen's Guild, I'll contact them. I know their president. Silver chimed in. After filming wraps, I'll put John McTiernan on the White Day producers blacklist, and then inform the major studios. I'll do it with you. Ronald nodded, getting up to personally make Silver a cup of instant coffee. Joel Silver was a very professional man, understanding the importance of different interests. They both agreed on this approach, preventing future incidents while also protecting their interests. That bastard, I never thought he was such a gambler, Silver said, taking a small sip of the coffee. That accident had terrified him. When he agreed to McTiernan's request to let Willis perform the stunt himself, he hadn't anticipated this turn of events. You know what I hate most about John McTiernan? Ronald took a sip of coffee. What is it? He's a die-hard gambler. He deliberately put this dangerous scene in the first take. Ronald narrowed his eyes. McTiernan was quite ruthless and malicious. SHXT. He really is a die-hard. Joel Silver's initial shock was reignited by Ronald's words. So that's what this bastard was thinking. If it succeeded, it would all be his credit. If it failed, the two producers would bear the main responsibility. Silver had initially just agreed with Ronald's mindset, but now he felt even more emboldened towards McTiernan, planning to give him a harsh lesson after filming. So, what do you think of the phrase die hard? I always felt that the novel's title, Nothing Lasts Forever, might mislead the audience into thinking it's a romantic tragedy. Well, it's not bad. Joel Silver was a little unaccustomed to Ronald's quick change of topic. This young man was incredibly rational, almost frightening. He himself hadn't understood much at that age. I think Die Hard perfectly captures the film's feel while also creating suspense and sparking the audience's curiosity, Ronald explained his reasoning. Alan Rickman had just given him an idea. The name had a natural magic, instantly grabbing the audience's attention. What kind of Die Hard was he? Perhaps a terrorist, or maybe it referred to the protagonist, McClane's unwavering commitment to intervening in injustices, the NYPD's personality. However, let me see. I actually had a project that I was considering using this name for, but now that you mention it, it seems more suitable for this movie. Joel Silver took out his notebook. Well, my screenwriter originally intended to use this name for this movie, so let's use it for now. The movie will still be tentatively titled The Last Scout. The two agreed on their terms and returned to the set together. John, let's talk. Joel Silver pulled director McTiernan aside and told him about the two producers' decision. From now on, a producer with decision-making authority would be present on set. If any unexpected danger was found during special effects shooting or other scenes, they would have the right to stop filming. McTiernan would be responsible for any resulting losses. Furthermore, all action scenes of a certain level of danger would be performed by stunt doubles, regardless of whether the actor was capable of doing them, for the sake of filming schedule. Actors would only be filmed for close-up facial shots after dangerous stunts. Ronald then went to talk to Bruce Willis. That's completely unnecessary, Ronald. I can handle those shots. Bruce Willis, still embracing Demi Moore, was excited rather than scared, his adrenaline pumping from the jump. The director deliberately put this dangerous scene first. It was very dangerous. This isn't a personal grudge, Bruce. As the producer, I have to ensure the filming is completed on time and to a high standard. Even if you could do it, I wouldn't let you. If you twisted your ankle while filming the stunt, the crew would have to stop. Don't worry, I'll give you all the close-ups and less dangerous close-ups, but the wide-angle stunts must be reserved for stunt double Ken Bates. It's a union rule, okay? For the sake of the film, I agree. Hearing that his glamorous image wouldn't be tarnished, Bruce Willis agreed. That's it for today's shoot. Go back and take good care of Bruce and Demi. He'll feel the pain once the adrenaline wears off. Ronald greeted Demi Moore, then walked to an apple crate in the middle of the set, picked up the microphone, and announced to everyone that tonight's shoot was fantastic, but because the rooftop needed to be restored to its original state after the fire to avoid any continuity errors, the rest of the shoot was cancelled and would resume tomorrow night. Joel Silver had finished talking with John McTiernan. It was clear that John McTiernan, though a little annoyed at having a powerful figure watching him on set, had used a little trickery to get the best shot done, and grinned smugly. To celebrate the successful first day of filming, I've ordered pizza and beer for everyone. Oh, the crew applauded happily. John, Ronald finished speaking, jumped off the apple crate amidst the applause, and smiled at director McTiernan. After silently calling each other idiots, they turned away and went their separate ways. Oh, what an unexpected director. Meanwhile, 20th Century Fox President Goldberg watched the final limited screening of Moonstruck at the Twin Theaters in Los Angeles. The actors' performances, orchestrated by Ronald, were surprisingly fluid and natural, without a trace of artifice. Except for Cher, who, as a non-professional actress, was a little different from the other supporting characters. But that didn't matter. Cher was the female lead, and she naturally drew the audience's attention. Moreover, Nicolas Cage, who co-starred with her, had a more exaggerated acting style. The two complemented each other perfectly. Two scenes particularly resonated with Goldberg. One was The Beautiful Moon, filmed with a captivating intensity, evoking memories of first love, a stirring of emotions tinged with a touch of naivety. The other was the final dinner scene, with so many characters and such complex staging, the long take flowed seamlessly. The god of cinema must have blessed him at that moment, otherwise, how could a young, unmarried man have created such a heartwarming family scene? Ronald, this is Leonard Goldberg, Mr. Goldberg. Ronald had already gone to bed after returning to his apartment when he suddenly received a call from Goldberg. He was a little surprised that the president was calling him so late. I watched your new film Moonstruck tonight, and I was deeply moved. It's an epic about immigrants arriving in the new world of America. I rarely see a film that depicts family life so well, especially from a young director like you. I'm glad you liked it, Ronald replied with a smile. Goldberg praised Ronald's work from every angle. He genuinely liked this kind of drama film without action scenes, just depicting the lives of ordinary people. This kind of film is actually more difficult to make than purely high-concept commercial films, and it's rare that Ronald could handle it so that the audience wouldn't lose focus throughout the entire film. Well, I have a script here, also about New York, your hometown, but this time it takes place in Manhattan. Looks like a good script, Ronald said with a smile, lying in bed, holding the phone in one hand. The president personally calling to invite him was certainly a good project. This was originally a project directed by Michael Nichols. You know him, yes, The Graduate's director. But recently there have been some changes in his personal life. I'll have my assistant send it to you at the airport tomorrow. If you're interested, remember to call me back when you get to New York. A project is looking for you. Is there a role for me? Diane lifted her head from the bed. She had overheard some snippets of conversation and, desperate for roles, immediately opened her eyes wide and asked Ronald. Paula Wagner, did she arrange some career development plans for you, contacting some miniseries for auditions? I haven't read this script yet. I don't know if there are any suitable ones for you. Ronald stroked Diane's dark brown hair, speaking frankly. Diane rolled around on the bed for a while. Okay, I know. Paula told me that my problem in the past was that my roles lacked continuity, that I didn't use a series of films to establish a similar image. Diane knew that Ronald was unwilling to compromise on casting. Paula said that Ronald was a successor to the comprehensive casting school of Marion Doherty's New York casting studio. This school of filmmakers produced many classic New York films, including The Godfather, The Graduate, Mean Streets, and Zillions, all of which showcase their casting philosophy. They emphasize the actor's charisma and chemistry, and would rather not film a movie than work with the wrong actor. However, if there's a suitable role for me, of course, why not? You'd be the equal choice. Ronald pulled Diane into his arms. The equal choice. Diane stroked Ronald's slightly stubborn chin and kissed him. How about that? Isn't your man very brave? At the same time, Bruce Willis was boasting to Demi Moore. I jumped from a height of 25 feet, 7.6 meters, with a 60-foot wall of exploding fire behind me. Even Ken Bates, the most hardcore stuntman on set, said that this isn't a move every stuntman would dare to attempt. Be gentle, Demi Moore, who was applying pain relief ointment to Bruce, raised an eyebrow. You feel pain now? Ronald was right, he's just a director. If we're talking about tough guys, it's you, the man. To prove his tough guy status, Bruce Willis even did a bodybuilding pose. Director John McTiernan really admires me. He said I might become the next Stallone, and this movie will be the first blood in the building. Bruce Willis continued to boast. Are you an idiot? Demi Moore was exasperated and shoved the ointment hard onto Willis's back. Ouch, how could I be an idiot? That's the character's personality. Didn't you hear what Ronald said to you when he went to the air cushion? Demi Moore was at her wit's end with this blue-collar cowboy boyfriend. What did he say? He said the director deliberately put this dangerous scene in the first scene. So what? Such a heroic scene should be filmed in the first scene, you idiot. Demi got angry and turned away to wipe her eyes. She remembered Ronald holding her hand and comforting her when she was pale with fear on set. He was such a gentle person, much better to a woman than this idiot. After a long while, Demi turned back to Bruce, who was still wondering why his girlfriend was so angry. Don't you understand? If something happens to you, the director can replace you with another actor without affecting the subsequent filming. If it's filmed later, because my image is in the foreground, they can't easily replace me. Bruce Willis wasn't stupid, just a bit of a cowboy. That bastard McTiernan, Willis, having figured it out, also started cursing and slammed his fist on the table. The director doesn't care if you're in danger of getting hurt. That's why Ronald said those things, making sure your stunts are done by a stunt double from now on. It's okay, Demi, I know you were worried about me. Bruce Willis hugged Demi, comforting his girlfriend in return. Demi thought to herself that cowboys have their advantages too. Hold me, Bruce. My back won't move. Bruce held her for a while without moving. It turned out that the pain in her back had started to really hurt after the adrenaline subsided, and she had just thrown a punch. Help me back to the room, Demi. I can't move. I'm not doing this anymore. Go by yourself. Demi's emotions were interrupted again. I have. Bruce Willis pulled out a wad of $20 bills. I have $200. Help me in. You? Demi Moore laughed angrily. Come on. She grabbed the money and wrapped Willis's arm around her shoulder. Ouch, be gentle. Chapter 867 Working Girl. Mr. Lee, a young woman who looked like a secretary, wearing high heels, clattered into Ronald's business class lounge at Los Angeles Airport. She pushed open each door, searching for Ronald. "Ah, Mr. Lee, you're here," Ronald waved to her, and she finally saw him. "Mr. Goldberg asked me to deliver the script to the airport. I didn't know how to get to the business class lounge, and I had to ask many people before I found my way in. I'm so glad I didn't miss anything, thank you. Would you like to sit down and have breakfast with me?" Ronald noticed she looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes. She probably slept late last night and was given this extra task by her boss early in the morning. Her working hours must be very long every day. Looking at her, Ronald thought of his cousin Donna. These young women who had just started working were the most hardworking. After 2 or 3 years, not many would still be so diligent. "Thank you," the woman said, sitting down and picking up a sandwich to eat. Ronald handed her a glass of orange juice. "Mr. Lee, our plane is ready for boarding." After a while, a flight attendant came to invite Ronald to board. He gestured for his secretary to finish her meal before taking her home. Then, script in hand, he boarded the plane with Bud, who was carrying luggage. "I am Captain Jimmy O'Connor, and on behalf of the entire crew, I welcome Mr. Ronald Lee, the film director whom our Navy pilots hold in high esteem." Ronald laughed heartily, surprised that the captain of this business jet was a retired Navy fighter pilot. He was even invited into the cockpit and had his picture taken with the crew. Back in his seat, Ronald accepted the tea offered by the flight attendant and then opened the script he had just received. Neatly folded, but with slightly frayed edges, it was a copy that had been circulated among many people. The cover simply displayed the title, Working Girl, followed by Kevin Wade, and below that, the screenwriter's name in typewriter font. Only one name. Never heard of him, Ronald thought to himself. The script Goldberg had sent to him was written by an unknown screenwriter? Ronald continued flipping through the pages. Goldberg wouldn't send a meaningless script without a purpose. Office girls fade out, fade in. Scene 1. Highlands on Staten Island, a series of shots. Scene 1. Morning. Close-up of footsteps. A pair of them, wearing worn-out, rain-soaked running shoes, run quickly down the hill. The camera extends to the calves, beautiful legs, jogging. The owner of the legs reaches down to pull up a pair of limp, inelastic stockings. A wide shot of Teresa McGill. To her friend, it's Tess, a secretary in her late 20s, nearing 30. She's very attractive, but there's nothing particularly exciting about her, though she has a unique sexiness. She's struggling to balance an umbrella, a newspaper, and a briefcase, almost like juggling. The camera reverses, pans. We see her walking towards the slowly moving crowd, hundreds of commuters huddling against the rain and gray morning as they pour into the Staten Island ferry entrance. The camera pulls back from Tess, a wide shot. Tess blends into the vast crowd heading to work in Manhattan. Ronald understands Goldberg's thoughts, no wonder he'd been called. It's about his aunt's home on Staten Island. He turns a page and continues reading. Interior. Staten Island ferry, same as above, indicating a direct continuation of the previous series of shots. Scene 2. Tess and Sin, her secretary colleague and best friend, Sin with her short, explosive hair and heavy makeup, are crammed onto a crowded ferry bench. On the ferry, Tess holds a bouquet of flowers, and Sin lights a match placed on a Twinkie butter cake. She begins to sing Happy Birthday in a thick accent. A couple of passengers join in, but the vast majority begin to complain, some quite loudly. Tess smiles and blows out a match. The ferry's horn sounds loudly as it docks. Everyone rushes towards the exit. The more Ronald read, the more he felt the script's quality resembled that of a film with grand aerial shots that he had dreamt about several times on flights between New York and Los Angeles. The core story revolves around Tess, an older female secretary who relentlessly pursues learning. She has a seriously ill mother to care for, and amidst her heavy workload and family responsibilities, she attends night school and keeps up with financial news. One day on a ferry, she sees a fantastic merger and acquisition opportunity on the news, but her boss, a conservative middle-aged man, doesn't believe his secretary could propose such a deal. Ultimately, a friend of her boss, a merger and acquisition consultant named Jack Traynor, understands her and collaborates with Tess to propose a brilliant merger plan to a company that owns a television network. At this point, Tess's boss, seeing his secretary surpass him, becomes malicious and claims the plan as his own. Tess, who has fallen in love with Jack Traynor, hopes he can help clarify her hard work to all the company's bigwigs and prove who the original plan was. However, under pressure from Tess's boss, Traynor was forced to abandon Tess, claiming the plan was her boss's original idea and that Tess had merely plagiarized it. But Tess produced evidence proving she was the original creator of the merger plan, and her boss and Traynor were fired. Tess's long-held dream was finally realized. As the plane flew over the Midwest, Ronald had already watched the last scene in one go. Another angle, the interior office, continuing, scene 260. Tess, okay. Ben, Tess's male secretary after her promotion, closed the door behind him. Tess went to the window, looked outside, then tentatively sat on a bench, lounging comfortably, like a child in a candy store. She went to the phone, took a piece of paper from her purse, and made a long-distance call. Tess, to the phone, yes, please look for Cynthia O'Rourke. Cynthia, guess where I am? Seems to be in another movie. Ronald closed the script and carefully compared it with the scenes in his dream. The content he dreamt of wasn't in the script. For example, the opening and ending shots, two magnificent long takes using helicopter aerial photography and full focal-length zoom, were definitely not in this script. Either someone had altered the script, or it was another film with similar content. Ronald closed the script he had finished reading and pondered silently. This screenwriter, Kevin Wade, had a writing style very similar to John Patrick Shanley, the screenwriter of Moonlight, whom he had previously collaborated with. Many scenes had a strong theatrical feel. For example, he liked to use a series of shots to complete a dense plot within a limited space. This was a necessary requirement for theatrical settings. But it wasn't necessarily needed in filmmaking. Thank you for your ride, thank you. Upon arriving at New York Airport, the former Navy pilots and crew members came over to say goodbye to Ronald again. Thank you, Ronald said, taking another photo with him below the plane, then turning to Bud and saying, you go get the car, I'll make a phone call. Mr. Goldberg, I just arrived in New York. Yes, I read the script on the plane. I really like the tone of the story, but I'd like to meet with screenwriter Kevin Wade to discuss possible changes. What areas do you think could be adjusted? Goldberg was pleased to hear Ronald's call. The original director, Michael Nichols, had many demands regarding the filming, some of which were unacceptable to Fox. Having a new competitor was a good thing for Fox. I have two ideas. First, Tess's boss should be a woman. This makes her substitution of a female boss more convincing. Otherwise, Wall Street wouldn't listen to a secretary's pronouncements. Very reasonable. Goldberg had no objection. If Tess had a female boss, then Jack Traynor could be written as her boss's boyfriend, adding a melodramatic love triangle element to the script, which audiences would love. What's your other idea? Another idea? The details of the merger in the script are handled a bit hastily. The underlying tone of this story is very realistic. We need to make the details of this merger so that even Wall Street employees can't spot the flaws. Ronald liked the story, but the details of the merger case were a bit exaggerated and lacked authenticity. While reading it, Ronald felt the story resembled the movie The Secret to Success starring Helen Slater and Michael J. Fox, where the main focus was on the male protagonist's love story, and the work and mergers were simplified into a cartoonish story like those in a high school textbook. But that movie was a romantic love story. This movie is a business drama. Tess's story needs to be highlighted by very realistic business details. Is that so? There aren't many screenwriters who understand Wall Street. I can find some people who understand Wall Street to participate in rewriting the script, making it the most realistic film in terms of business details. Also, I'd like to find a screenwriter to rewrite the script. I'll remember your requirements. Give me an actionable plan first, then we'll contact each other again. Ronald sensed something was off about Goldberg's tone. Was he being approached more as a competitor, trying to pressure the original director, Michael Nichols, for a lower price? Or perhaps to gain more influence? What about screenwriter Kevin Wade? Ronald hesitated, then asked you if he could meet with a screenwriter. Of course, I'll have him call you. He's in New York. Bud, having packed his luggage, came to find Ronald. We're going to the apartment on 5th Avenue. Call the lobby manager and ask him to turn on the air conditioning and order some food. I have to work tonight, okay, but opened the car door, let Ronald in, and then called the apartment on 5th Avenue. Ronald took out a sheet of white paper from his bag and began sketching with a pencil. He was trying to draw the opening and closing aerial shots of the dream. By the time he arrived at the apartment on Fifth Avenue, Ronald had finished the 2 storyboard sketches. He put the sketches and the script together, made a few phone calls, and first contacted Michael Gray, the marketing consultant who had arrived in New York earlier, to discuss the New York premiere of Moonstruck. In New York, we've invited all the Broadway supporting actors who participated in the filming, instead of Los Angeles. We've also found some celebrities, such as members of the rock band Bon Jovi, and some of your actor friends in New York, Shirley MacLaine, Matt Dillon, and others. Oh, and the Kennedy family socialite, JKF's sister-in-law, Lee Radziwiłł. The rest are Cher and Nicolas Cage. The New York premiere is even more upscale than the Los Angeles one. New York has a lot of socialites like Lee Radziwiłł, who don't actually have any profession, just a lot of connections. Having such socialites at the premiere will attract many celebrities, which is good for the film's promotion. And John Bon Jovi, the lead singer of Bon Jovi, lives in New York. He loves dating movie stars and enjoys these kinds of events. Is Cher still coming with her Baker boyfriend? Seeing Gray nod, Ronald continued to confirm the guest list with him. Yet, remind Nicolas Cage to have his PR person dress him up nicely this time, and also, bring a female companion. After confirming the details, Ronald was exhausted. He took a shower and lay down on the large bed. A wave of sleepiness washed over him. A woman with long, light blonde hair, styled in a high bun, who looked like a secretary, disembarked from the Staten Island ferry. Beside her was another friend, also dressed as a secretary, with heavy makeup, her hair a mess of colors, and her eyeshadow applied in extremely vibrant hues. However, her actress-like face looked quite cute. Both of them were wearing inexpensive clothes. The light blonde secretary wore an oversized leather jacket and white sneakers. She was clearly Tess from the movie. Her friend, with her multicolored hair, was Sheen, also wearing a red coat and a blue scarf, all cheap items. Hey, isn't that Melanie Griffith? Ronald recognized the actress. She was the lead in Jonathan Demme's film Shrike and Lulu. Could she be starring in this movie? That was unexpected. Ronald found it amusing. Melanie was about the same age as the lead, Tess, also in her 30s. Her experiences were also somewhat similar to Tess's, a child star whose career had faltered. However, this look was incredibly unappealing. Tess looked like a down-on-her-luck, unambitious secretary. Could she really transform into a sexy woman who could make even Wall Street elites swoon? The movie continued, and Ronald saw Melanie Griffith again. She was now wearing a black, low-cut, diamond-studded suit, black stockings, and high heels, very sexy. She was in a bar, talking to Jack Trainer about a merger. A very handsome guy approached her. "Hi, I rarely see such a sexy lady like you in this kind of setting. Why not? I have a business mind and a body that tempts to commit crimes." Oh, Ronald was also captivated by Melanie Griffith's appearance. This actress was incredibly versatile. Both her previous and current looks perfectly matched the character, and the audience could easily tell it was the same person, very convincing. And the handsome man who approached her was clearly played by Harrison Ford. Hey, looks like this is the movie. With a star in it, there's no doubt, but why did the scene of Tess changing her shoes at the dock look so familiar? He felt like he'd seen something similar before. Thank goodness. Ronald was startled awake by his own question. He touched the edge of the bed. He hadn't fallen off. The specially made mattress was indeed large enough. I've got it. Ronald, eager to remember his dream, finally recalled the scene of changing shoes. This wasn't from a movie, it was from when he first met his partner in the leg warmer business at the Staten Island docks. Teresa Kate, then a secretary at a Wall Street firm, did this in real life. She was afraid her high heels would get damaged on the ferry, so she always kept them in a bag and changed them at the office. And Teresa's nickname seems to be Tess. Could Kevin Wade have based it on her true story? Ronald wrote down his tasks for the next day in his notebook and invited Teresa Kate over for a chat. Then he drifted back to sleep. Chapter 868 Secret Test. Hello, Kevin. The next morning, Kevin Wade, the screenwriter of Working Girl, who had been notified by Goldberg, visited Ronald at his Fifth Avenue apartment. He had previously discussed the script in depth with another director, Mike Nichols. Having the opportunity to adapt one's own screenplay for the screen is every screenwriter's dream. However, Nichols' negotiations with Fox were currently at an impasse. Reality was gradually eroding his enthusiasm. Now that another renowned director was also interested in the script, Kevin Wade felt a renewed surge of energy. "Hello, Ronald, Mr. Lee. I really enjoyed your films." Ronald's youth exceeded Kevin Wade's expectations. He was a little worried. This director was not like Mike Nichols, known for making high-concept commercial films, while his own script was a delicate drama. "Call me Ronald. I guess." "Kevin, do you have Broadway experience?" Ronald smiled and invited him to sit down, then picked up the breakfast menu in the building. "I haven't had breakfast yet. Would you mind if I had some with you? The fried eggs and bacon here are quite good, coffee is fine." "Yes, I did write a stage play script, which premiered off-Broadway in 1981 and was then adapted into a screenplay in 1985. Of course, the box office couldn't compare to your movie. Also, I previously worked as a screenwriter for Mark Rappaport, an independent filmmaker in New York, writing 2 screenplays for him." Kevin Wade was over 40, but he was still a little nervous in front of Ronald. This time, his script was sure to become a big production, and what a screenwriter needed most in the industry was a movie that would be well known to the audience. "No wonder, your script always reminds me of Broadway. The plot is tight. How did you come up with this story?" "I always felt that this story was written after a profound insight into the female secretaries working on Wall Street." Ronald still admired screenwriter Wade. "You might not know this, but I lived on Staten Island before I went to Hollywood. I took the ferry to Manhattan every week, and on the ferry I saw a lot of female secretaries who worked in Manhattan but rented apartments on Staten Island. They really were like you wrote, worried about their expensive high heels, so they wore sneakers to work and changed into them when they got to the office." I see." Kyle Wade suddenly understood. No wonder Ronald was interested in his script. He recalled the scene and then slowly explained his source of inspiration. "At that time, I had just finished a successful script and finally didn't have to sneak onto the subway anymore. I spent a lot of time riding my bike around New York. I was a bartender then, and there was an abandoned road behind the bar. I would get on the ferry in the village and then go down to Battery Park. There I would see the Staten Island ferry come by, and those working women in sneakers would get off and then stop to change into high heels. I wanted to write a story about a working woman struggling on Wall Street." It turned out that Kevin Wade's inspiration also came from this detail of a secretary changing shoes. He immediately realized that the protagonist of the new script should be a young working woman in New York City, unfamiliar with the local customs and social dynamics. She hadn't attended college due to her mother's illness, wasn't born into an uptown family, and had completed her business studies at night school with money she saved from working as a secretary. Wade finished the script and submitted it to several places, but producers felt it should be a television series, not a film. Until this year, his script was recommended to Mike Nichols by 20th Century Fox. After speaking with Wade, Nichols planned major revisions to the script, using this as leverage to demand more casting rights and co-production terms from his company. For this reason, he shelved the script with 20th Century Fox again, and it finally ended up in Ronald's hands. Honestly, how far do you think this script is from being made into a movie? Kevin Wade didn't have many other demands. His core requirements were twofold. First, to start filming as soon as possible so he could become famous. Second, to be guaranteed to remain the sole credited writer. "I think there are some details that need further refinement." "Oh, I don't know what those are." Kevin Wade was a little disappointed. These directors were using the need to improve the script as an excuse to get themselves or their friends credited extra. He wanted to hear Ronald's thoughts. "First of all, the merger story. I think it's a bit too simplified. We're making a realistic business war film. The merger story, and the final twist, need to be so convincing that someone actually working on Wall Street wouldn't find any obvious flaws." "Yeah, that's definitely my weakness. Before I became a screenwriter, I was a bartender. I've been reading the Wall Street Journal for a long time. The story of Sony's acquisition of Columbia Records last year gave me inspiration. I wondered what American-owned Columbia Records could do to resist the acquisition. There was a report in the Wall Street Journal at the time about legislation to protect American media companies from being acquired by Japanese capital, which gave me inspiration." Wade had to admit that he really couldn't understand those companies' annual reports. He relied on newspaper reports to use his imagination. "It's all right, I know quite a few investment managers on Wall Street. I can find you an advisor. If you have any professional questions, just ask him." Of course, you'll still be in charge of the specific plot, huh? I thought you'd find a screenwriter who specializes in business dramas to rewrite it. Kevin Wade hadn't expected Ronald to not use the common Hollywood excuse of replacing him with someone else to work on his script, but instead unusually hire an advisor to fill in the gaps. Directors like this are rare. Ronald smiled and shook his head. It's difficult. I'm a screenwriter myself. Your script is very tight. Replacing it would disrupt the flow. Are there any other areas that need improvement? Kevin Wade took out a pen and paper and began taking notes. This was a director who truly understood scripts. He was lucky to have met him. His inner balance had shifted slightly from Nichols. Although Mike Nichols was an Oscar-winning director, while Ronald was just a commercial film director, respect was something screenwriters rarely received from directors. Also, I think Tess's direct boss, the manager of that investment company, could perhaps be replaced with a woman. Ronald offered another suggestion. Ding dong. Sir, your breakfast is here. I'll go open the door, Ronald said, getting up first to open it and letting the waiter push the card in. He also handed the waiter a $20 tip. Then said to Wade, "Here, have some coffee." "Are you sure you don't want any?" "Thank you." Kevin Wade took the bread Ronald offered, put 2 slices of bacon on his plate, and picked up his knife and fork to eat. Wade frowned, but decided to speak his mind honestly. Chatting with Ronald felt like discussing writing with other screenwriters in a coffee shop. Although deep down, Wade knew he wasn't on equal footing with Ronald, he appreciated this equal and casual attitude. "I had some considerations regarding women's rights when I created a male boss." Wade quickly finished his breakfast, took a sip of coffee, and organized his thoughts. "That's very interesting. Please continue," Ronald gestured. "In America, women are often stereotyped as stay-at-home moms, even though their abilities and talents aren't necessarily inferior to their male colleagues. And Tess is a girl from a lower middle-class background. Her family can't afford college, so she has to work to attend night school. So, you want Tess to be a representative of class and gender? To focus the dramatic conflict on how she overcomes her limitations and finds her dreams in America? Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Audiences will love such an ambitious and good girl. That's why I think changing your boss to a woman might be a better idea." Ronald paused to drink his coffee, then began to speak eloquently with Kevin Wade. "You see, besides secretaries like Tess, there are actually some women in Wall Street firms who have reached high-level positions. They come from good families, are well-educated, likely studied abroad, and their partners are often wealthy scions of Ivy League graduates. But what they lack compared to Tess is that talent and relentless effort to climb the corporate ladder." Ronald shared his thoughts. Although it's a film reflecting women's struggles in the workplace, perhaps the best approach would be to create an antagonist for Tess, having another woman, someone Tess dreams of, become her boss. This way, the audience can immediately grasp what Tess would be like after achieving her dreams, making her desperate gamble of impersonating the manager to contact Jack Traynor more plausible and creating more dramatic conflict. "You make a good point, but is that the whole reason?" Kevin Wade thought about it. Ronald's point was valid. Perhaps film and stage plays have different script requirements. Having a female character who mirrors Tess might be the best choice for the film. I won't lie to you, it's because this makes it easier to set up a plot of 2 women vying for one man. Tess and his boss, let's call her Catherine for now, both fall in love with Jack Traynor. Catherine also wants to hook Traynor, this high-potential stock, and get him to propose to her, which is advantageous in the commercial film market. Our film's target audience is city dwellers, and they will want to see a plot like this in the movie. "You're right," Kevin Wade thought for a while, rubbing his head. He felt that Ronald was right. After all, a movie isn't a novel. A scheming middle-aged male boss is indeed not as interesting as 2 beautiful actresses vying for his affections and competing with each other in their career development. So let's call him Catherine. What do you think of Tess's name? Should we change it to? Kevin Wade suddenly asked. Ronald was suspicious. This question seemed to have a hidden meaning. Tess, Ronald picked up his coffee and took another sip as a cover. His mind was racing. Why did Kevin Wade choose Tess as the female lead? He must have had some deeper meaning, otherwise, he wouldn't have given himself a little test at the most crucial moment. He was currently in a position where he needed Kevin Wade's vote, not hoping to bring back Mike Nichols. If he could reveal his thoughts, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the weight on the scales in his favor. Tess, the name was familiar. When Ronald worked in Los Angeles as a portrait photographer, He had taken portraits of German actress Nastasia Kinski. Nastasia Kinski became a star because of her role in Roman Polanski's adaptation of the classic novel Tess. The name Tess is usually shortened to Terry or Tracy, rarely to Tess. Kevin Wade's choice of this name was undoubtedly an attempt to borrow some background from Tess of the D'Urbervilles. Thinking of this, Ronald smiled. It can't be changed. If it is, then she's not Tess of the Promised Land. In 19th century Britain, no matter how hard Tess tried or how talented she was, she couldn't rise in social class. But in 20th century New York, everyone can achieve their dreams through hard work. Ha ha ha, Kevin Wade laughed heartily. Ronald was indeed not the kind of director who only made exploitative films. He was quite familiar with the essence of classical literature and drama, seeing through the deeper meaning of his naming the protagonist Tess. Did I pass the test? Ronald asked with a smile. 100%, Wade didn't deny his little trap. So, did I pass your test? You just asked me how I came up with the inspiration for this script. It turns out, Ronald had subtly hinted at something in his earlier question. He thought the Working Girl script was really good, and he'd already thoroughly researched Kevin Wade's background through his agent. How would someone like Wade, a bartender striving to achieve his dreams, know anything about Wall Street mergers? Ronald suspected that Wade might have plagiarized a script detailing Wall Street mergers, added some romantic elements, and rewrote it as it was. If that were the case, while copyright registration wouldn't be a problem now, after filming and release, someone would definitely accuse his film of plagiarism. The inevitable legal battles and the resulting reputational damage would be very troublesome. Of course, you're 100% sure, Ronald said. Actually, this plot could be used in Tess's final twist, where she, not her boss Catherine, comes up with the idea to prevent a merger, clarifying the mystery to the multinational corporation's big boss. In the end, we'll use this to give Tess a twist, defeating Catherine who stole her idea. Damn, that's a great idea. I'm jealous you came up with it. Kevin Wade quickly jotted down notes in his notebook. You're not going to have Jack Traynor end up on Tess's side, instead of betraying her like in my script, are you? You want Jack and Tess to marry? Would that be too cliché? Kevin Wade thought that if the plot were reversed, then Jack Traynor, the handsome guy caught between two women, could actually stand firmly on Tess's side and have a happy ending. Audiences like happy endings, Kevin. Of course, you have the final say on the script. Let's go with yours. Kevin Wade nodded. He was satisfied with that respect. Ronald was, after all, a commercial film director. Pursuing box office success was normal. Okay, that's all for now. My new film, Moonstruck, premieres this weekend. You'll be there, right? Ronald stood up to say goodbye to Kevin Wade, and casually invited him to the premiere. The screenwriter for that film, John Stanley Shanley, is also a Broadway screenwriter. I'll definitely be there, Kevin Wade said, accepting the invitation from Ronald. Intrigued, he wanted to see if Ronald's ability to adapt a Broadway play into film would satisfy him. Hi, Teresa, long time no see. After seeing Wade off, Ronald was greeted by Teresa Kate, his former partner in the leg warmer business. She had gained weight and seemed very happy. Her husband, David, loved her dearly, and their son was already in kindergarten. Ronald, it's so nice to see you. Since the leg warmer company was sold to Jane Fonda, Teresa had been living a leisurely life, working at a retail store in Manhattan. Why did you specifically invite me? I was planning to visit you at your aunt's when you go back to Staten Island. After exchanging pleasantries, Teresa showed Ronald a picture of her son before finally asking why he had invited her. I'm making a film based on your time as a secretary in Manhattan, and I'd like you to be a consultant. Oh, what do you want me to do? Teresa was overjoyed to have the opportunity to participate in a film, especially one based on her own life. Ronald briefly explained the plot. I'm worried that Hollywood actresses won't be able to portray a Wall Street secretary. You're very capable and shrewd. So I'd like you to act as an advisor and help the actresses. Ideally, you could introduce them to all aspects of being a Wall Street secretary. I'll find an opportunity for the actress playing Tess to intern at a Wall Street financial firm, and you can help introduce them to the rules and regulations. Ronald looked at Teresa, hoping to have an industry insider to enhance the film's credibility. No one was more suitable than Teresa. So, Tess ultimately triumphed over her boss and became the manager, right? Teresa didn't immediately agree but asked about Tess's ending. Yes, she ultimately got that unscrupulous female boss fired, became the manager herself, and even stole her boyfriend, Okay, I agree. Teresa Kate was delighted that her unfulfilled dream from years ago might one day come true in a movie. Afterwards, Ronald called his partner Steve Bannon, who was making money in Japan, asking for help. Bannon, upon hearing that he was sending Catherine and Tess, along with the actor playing Jack Trainer, to Wall Street for an internship to learn the mannerisms and etiquette of financial elites, readily agreed. "So, you'll portray us in a more positive light, right?" Bannon complained on the phone at the end. That just released Wall Street, Michael Douglas's character Gecko, such an evil banker, manages to escape unscathed from a scandal, while Charlie Sheen's character Bud, the honest young man who exposed the wrongdoing, gets prosecuted and sentenced. Even if we're really that bad, Oliver Stone doesn't need to portray us like that, does he? Besides, the current New York Attorney General, Rudy, is known for his impartiality. He's preparing to relentlessly pursue Milken. I don't think he'll escape so easily. Don't worry, in my movies I always eliminate the bad bankers, but in the end, the good bankers always win. Ronald laughed heartily. Hollywood isn't afraid to portray people in any industry as evil, as long as the good guys stand up and defeat the bad guys. Doesn't that reflect a positive image of the industry? But that Milken guy, isn't he the Bond king who helped Mina Hangolan raise $400 million? How come he's now being investigated by Rudy, the prosecutor who helped him fight the New York Mafia back then? Okay, then I'm relieved. By the way, could I play a role in the movie? Bannon asked again. Just a small role. How about playing the owner of Tess's original company? Ronald thought it would be good to have a real banker in a small role. Okay, it's settled then. I'll find you the best banker in the industry to be a consultant for the production team. Bannon, thrilled with the promise, hung up the phone. His initial foray into Hollywood was also related to his love of film. The busy morning passed quickly, and it was lunchtime. The last person to join Ronald was his cousin, Donna. "You're making a Wall Street movie?" Donna tilted her head, looking at Ronald. "Yes, I want to. Do you remember Teresa from the leg warmer shop? The script I'm thinking of is based on a secretary like her." "Oh, really? I didn't expect that." Donna looked at Ronald. "So there are a lot of female roles?" "Yes, but the lead role isn't quite right for Diane. Tess would be an ordinary-looking, 30-year-old secretary who hasn't made a name for herself. If she were 5 years older, maybe she'd be suitable." Ronald also wanted to give Diane a chance, but the age and appearance difference couldn't necessarily be overcome with makeup. Ronald found it hard to imagine Diane Lane or Helen Slater playing an ugly character. They lacked the experience of being crushed by life and having no future. Surely a supporting role would be fine. Donna wasn't too happy. "You don't object to me telling her?" Right, of course not. I was thinking of asking Paula, her new agent, to audition. If I end up directing this movie, that's more like it." Donna smiled and clinked glasses with Ronald. "Why don't you join me for dinner tonight?" "I don't have many people to eat with in New York." Ronald called the waiter to settle the bill. Helen had already started preparing for her movie, and there wasn't much to meet up with in New York. Donna stood up, wrinkling her nose. "I have a date tonight. You'll have to find someone yourself." "Oh, okay, your poor brother will have to find someone himself." Ronald thought to himself, Donna is an elite office worker after all. So beautiful and with such a good job, she must have many young bankers pursuing her. I wonder what kind of person her future husband will be. Chapter 869 Celebrity Participation. The beginning of this script is too bland. We need to find that opening theme song, From the Dream, and then add that helicopter aerial shot, looking out from Staten Island at the heart of New York, Manhattan, Wall Street. That will directly shock the audience and grab their attention. Tess and the chef Mick Dugan, who wants to open a restaurant, have a long-standing relationship. Their breakup needs some proper groundwork. They're not on the same wavelength, and Dugan needs to commit a particularly egregious infidelity to infuriate Tess. This will make the audience feel justified in Tess's decision to break up with him and refuse to reconcile, and won't blame the ambitious secretary. Ronald jotted down his various inspirations from reading the script on yellow sticky notes and pencil, then pasted them onto the pages that needed revision. Kevin Wade's script excels in narrative and foreshadowing, but its weakness lies in not breaking free from the structure of a stage play. The characters and plot are arranged in a few concentrated scenes, facilitating scene transitions between acts. But film is different from theater. It can use editing to transcend the limitations of stage sets, allowing the audience's imagination to soar freely. Therefore, some hidden plotlines can be laid out in advance, then skipped, And when the time comes, a shot can be cut over, so the audience won't feel confused. Ronald didn't mind giving Wade some help. After all, if he were the director, there was no need to be credited as a screenwriter, he could just contribute without being credited. Ding dong, who is it? Ronald asked, annoyed that his thoughts had been interrupted. It's me, Helen. Oh, wait a minute, I'll be right there. Ronald put down his pencil and got up to open the apartment door. Ronnie, Helen Slater had taken a special leave from the glued fingers set to come back and see her lover. As soon as she entered, she hugged Ronald and gave him a deep kiss. I thought you would come tomorrow. How's your rehearsal going? Ronald was very happy that Helen had come back to see him. She was currently preparing for Catherine Bigelow's film, and had just started rehearsals before filming. Catherine wants us to rehearse for 2 whole weeks. I've memorized the script and lines perfectly. Since you're here, I asked her for leave, saying I had to spend the weekend with you. She couldn't refuse that excuse. What shall we eat tonight? Ronald happily went to get his coat. Donna had a handsome guy to date and didn't want her old brother anymore. Luckily, Helen could come, at least he'd have someone to keep him company for dinner. Anything is fine. We can just find a place in the building to eat. Okay, I'll call Littlebud and tell him we don't need a car tonight. Ronald went to the living room to make the call. Okay, I'll sit for a bit. Helen sat down in the chair next to the desk Ronald had been working on. A lingering warmth from the man emanated from the chair, making Helen feel incredibly comfortable. She started flipping through the things on the desk. Huh? What's this? A thick script, Working Girl, appeared before her eyes. Helen noticed many sticky notes on the edges of the script, and curiosity led her to open the cover. Helen. Shall we go? Ronald had finished his call and, seeing Helen hadn't come out yet, came to call her. Wait a minute, this script is really good, I have to finish it. Helen was captivated by the story of Working Girl and Tess's plight, quickly flipping through the pages. Ronald put down his coat, realizing he'd forgotten to put the script away. Helen read the part where Tess discovers she's been betrayed by her direct manager, Catherine, who has taken her merger and acquisition ideas for herself. She's disheartened to find a very wide gap between people with and without family backgrounds or a prestigious university education. After discovering Catherine's deception, Tess returns home dejected, only to find her chef boyfriend, Mick Dugan, having an affair with a dark-haired beauty. Suffering a double blow to her career and love life, she suddenly feels lost and directionless. After spending a night by the sea, gazing at Manhattan across from her home, Tess, unwilling to remain a secretary forever, devised a crazy plan with her friends to impersonate their boss Catherine's colleague and, while Catherine was away, complete the project themselves. Helen, a wealthy woman, had never considered the perspective of those born without privileges. She was moved by Tess's plight, her eyes welling with tears. I never imagined that secretaries and assistants would face so many difficulties in reality, Helen said, hearing Ronald's footsteps. She looked at Ronald. Did you often get harassed by people with connections like Catherine? That's all in the past, it's nothing. Ronald recalled the various setbacks he encountered when he first entered the industry, which was quite normal in America. However, one good thing about this country was that it still left a narrow path for those who worked hard to move up in the ranks. Oh, poor Ronnie. Helen touched Ronald's face. Sorry, I read your script without your permission. I was just curious about those bulletin boards you wrote, and then I couldn't put it down. It's alright, I haven't finalized the director's contract with 20th Century Fox yet. Don't tell anyone else for now, Ronald replied. What happened to Tess? Did she get past that mean boss, Catherine? Did she end up with Jack Traynor? Helen stood up to go eat. Never mind, just finish reading it here. I'll have them bring it to your room. Ronald gestured for Helen to sit back down and finish the script, then went to make a phone call to order dinner. This is a really good script, like those classic Broadway plays. Nearly an hour later, Ronald's dinner had been delivered to the apartment, and Helen had finished reading the script. She seemed very excited. The script was right up her alley. You seem to really like this script. Ronald hadn't expected Helen to like it so much. This was a very good sign. A city girl like Helen was exactly the target audience for this film. Yes, I've never seen such a wonderful script in my life. You have to make it a great film. Why? Ronald wanted to understand more about the audience's perspective. The women in the movies I've watched since I was little are all gentle, beautiful, caring for their husbands, and looking after their children. This is the first movie I've seen where women can excel at work just like men. rise to the top in places like Wall Street, and achieve positions that men might not be able to handle, Helen put her arm around Ronald and said slowly, "You know, in the movie I did with Michael J. Fox, The Secret to Success, although I was also an office lady, I had very little screen time. And even less involvement in my professional work. The key parts of the mergers and acquisitions in the movie were all ideas from Michael's character. I really liked Tess in this movie. This is the kind of professional woman I want to play, unlike in The Secret to Success, where she's basically just a beautiful woman next to a man. Even her promotion to manager is because of an affair with a boss." Oh no, Ronald thought. Helen's feelings clearly showed that she was interested in the role. However, Helen Slater's acting skills were still insufficient to handle such a complex role. Tess initially was an insecure secretary who hoped to escape the competitive lower class and strive for higher positions. Later, she became a real-life mergers and acquisitions manager, navigating the workplace with ease. The Tess before and after needed to be portrayed as two completely different people, both in appearance and inner temperament. This kind of convincing acting required a particularly strong imagination to first believe in the character, to embody the role, and then to move the audience to believe it. While Helen's acting skills were improving, she lacked life experience with the life of a lowly secretary in the workplace and the demeanor of a high-ranking manager. Ronald was skeptical that she could portray the role well. Sometimes, these things can't be learned from acting coaches. Do you want to play this role? That requires a lot of preparation time. Your new film, Ronald felt it was best to be direct. Sigh, if I didn't already have this sticky fingers role, I would definitely audition for it, Helen bit her lower lip. I know I might not be ready for this kind of role, but seeing it always makes me feel uneasy. When I graduated from high school, my classmates wrote in the yearbook that I looked more like a Wall Street office lady than an actress. Have you noticed that there are more and more professional female roles now? Whether it's in movies or TV series. There will be opportunities in the future. Ronald patted Helen on the back to comfort her. Besides, it's a secretary who's almost 30. If you play that role, you can't play teenage roles anymore. Haha, Helen cheered up again. She still looked like a teenager, so playing a high school student or college student would be a piece of cake. You'll be the director in the end, right? I really want to see you direct this movie. Helen sat in the living room, chatting with Ronald while eating. She was very happy that the movie she was producing was about to start filming. Director Catherine Bigelow was very kind to the actresses, giving them a lot of inspiration and giving Helen a lot of room to develop her skills. However, that was a film about two teenage girls. This working girl contains classic dramatic elements such as business battles, love, betrayal, and conspiracy. Helen was a theater enthusiast, and Ronald's ability to direct such a classic theatrical film was particularly to her liking. She also enjoyed Ronald's previous commercial films, but as a girl who had received theatrical education from a young age, she still hoped that Ronald could one day direct a theatrical film, receive an Oscar nomination for Best Director, and make a name for himself in film history. That would be her dream boyfriend. You know what? The more you say that, the stronger my desire to direct this film becomes. I really want to direct this kind of urban fairy tale film. To give every female office worker who is struggling in a company a hope, even if it's just the kind of hope in the movie. That's great, you'll win an Oscar. Helen looked at Ronald with affection. I'll figure something out. Fox originally only wanted Mike Nichols as the director. I'll win the directing opportunity. Who? Helen was startled. Mike Nichols, the director of The Graduate. You should have more faith in me. Ronald wiped the sauce off Helen's lips, put a mouthful in his own mouth, and took a bite. Seeing this, Helen couldn't help but offer herself to Ronald's lips as well. Helen Slater had taken leave from work, and the entire crew was waiting for her to go to rehearsal. She returned to the set the next morning. Ronald also started getting busy, calling his agent, Nisita, and specifying that he wanted to compete for the directorship of this script. What's the main conflict between 20th Century Fox and Mike Nichols? Ronald asked Nisita. Agents are always the first to know about these more secret conflicts. The main conflict between Nichols and 20th Century Fox lies in his reluctance to cast any stars in the film. For him, repeating the situation with The Graduate is best. He prefers stars he can completely control. Back then, Dustin Hoffman was a fledgling Broadway star. Several of his recent films, such as Silkwood, used Meryl Streep and Cher. At that time, Cher didn't have much film experience, and Streep wasn't a star. Last year, his film Firelight used Starring Jack Nicholson and his longtime partner Meryl Streep, the film was a box office flop, grossing just over $20 million, which wasn't even as much as the production cost, considering Nicholson alone accounted for $6 million. So this year, for his new film Gentleman, he went back to Matthew Broderick, who had just recovered from the fatal car accident in Northern Ireland. If someone offered him a role, he'd definitely listen to the director. Nissida really knows a lot of inside information, Nissida thought. Fox's Goldberg has big plans this year. Besides the films Ronald is involved in, he's ambitious from the start, wanting to achieve something significant. He's expected to make 5 or 6 big productions by the end of this year or early next year. If just one succeeds, he'll secure his position at Fox. Typical 20th Century Fox, always willing to take big risks, Ronald smiled. The different production companies in the Big Seven have different business styles. Paramount, previously under Michael Eisner's leadership, was clearly more stable, knowing how to make films with the highest probability of box office success. He brought this style to Disney, but things haven't gone smoothly. Disney, already at the bottom of the Big Seven, actually needs a big gamble like Fox. 20th Century Fox, on the other hand, is currently struggling and needs a more conservative, step-by-step approach. However, their traditions and the unfamiliarity of the Australian owner with America prevented Goldberg from acting in the company's best interests, leading him to gamble several more times for his own future. So, our key lies in finding suitable stars to participate, Ronald asked Nissida. Absolutely right. In fact, your previous successes didn't involve working with truly big stars. They're incredibly difficult to work with. Sometimes on set, you have to play a shoulder bump game several times to figure out who's in charge. So the key is whether you can find a star willing to work with you. That would significantly reduce the obstacles. Goldberg's idea is simple, he needs stars in the cast to guarantee box office success. You have to pick one from the current A-list stars. Unfortunately, Tom Cruise isn't suitable for the role of Jack Trainer in this film. Maybe he can play it in 10 years. So, does Goldberg need an A-list male star to participate? Ronald asked. 1 A-list male star, or 2 A-list female stars? There's room for discussion. Goldberg prefers male stars, after all, they're more of a box office guarantee for theater managers, more likely to be successful. Which stars in Hollywood are A-list right now? Send me a list, I'll pick one. Squeak. Ronald, in the building's business center, waited a long time by the fax machine before the long list faxed from Los Angeles finally came out. With a hiss, Ronald ripped off the fax paper, quickly folded it, and went back to his apartment. Looks like he'll have to keep a fax machine in his apartment from now on, otherwise, always coming to the business center to collect faxes could lead to leaks. CAA has an internal ranking of Hollywood male and female stars based on their popularity with fans. CinemaScore also provides similar sampling surveys. However, the list CAA sent to Ronald only categorized by tires, not individual star rankings. Because a third of the list consisted of CAA clients, they couldn't show favoritism. Sean Connery? The top spot always belonged to former 007, Sean Connery. He was CAA's first signed star and always occupied the largest office in the building besides the partners. Ronald felt Connery wasn't suited for the Wall Street banker role. After all, he was a New Yorker, not a Scottish gentleman. Pass. Harrison Ford? Ronald remembered throwing a party for Harrison to force Bruce Willis to relinquish his privileges. Harrison Ford had expressed a desire to work with him once. This role, played by Jack Trainer, involved quite a few romantic scenes. Maybe he'd give it a try? Maybe. Warren Beatty? Perhaps he couldn't play a banker? Jack Nicholson? A bit too sinister. Michael Douglas? He's good, but he just played a Wall Street banker. I wonder if he'd be willing to repeat himself? Ronald went through the list one by one, carefully evaluating each person. There were fewer A-list male stars, but many more A-list female stars. Meryl Streep, Jane Fonda. Well, actresses can generally play roles more than 10 years younger than their actual age. These veteran actresses can also play characters like Tess and Catherine, who are just turning 30. Michelle Pfeiffer? The status of actresses is actually quite different from that of male actors. These days, A-list actresses generally only earn 1/10 to 1/5 of the salary of male actors of the same caliber. Therefore, actresses who have played the lead role in 2 or 3 successful films are also considered A-list actresses, although the threshold for A-list is a bit lower than for male actors. I didn't expect Michelle Pfeiffer, whom I haven't seen in a long time, to be on the A-list now. Names with beautiful faces and figures flash under Ronald's fingers. Ronald suddenly noticed a familiar name. She's an A-list actress too? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 870, Stepping on Someone Else's Toes. Why did CAA put Demi Moore on the A-list? Is she really that popular now? Ronald asked Nisida on the phone. For a female star to rise to fame, she needs the power of a role in a blockbuster movie. Audiences remember a star because they remember the glamorous characters they played in films. Michelle Pfeiffer, after all, became a sexy catgirl with her stunning performance in Scarface, and Kelly McGillis became the ideal female teacher for high school boys nationwide thanks to Top Gun. What are Demi Moore's representative works? Her boyfriends? Hey, you should ask yourself that, Ronald. You're the one who put her on this list that only considers fame and star power. Nisida laughed uncontrollably on the other end of the phone. Me? I'm not her boyfriend, I mean the Coca-Cola commercial you filmed for her. After it aired on TV, her stunts caused a sensation. Many teenagers recorded her commercials and played them repeatedly at parties. Besides, you filmed her so beautifully, that sexy, sensual look, her eyes seem to be electrifying even through the TV screen, exactly the type of girl high school boys like best. She looks like a recent college graduate, which really ignites the conquering desires of those hormone-fueled boys. And besides, her roles in Street, Elmo's Fire and Last Night are very consistent. Ronald scratched his head, never expecting that the commercial he'd filmed unintentionally would cause Demi Moore's fame to rise so quickly. No wonder she was so eager to get him to help her get a role in Die Hard, a potential box office hit. No matter what kind of star they are, their image is established by a universally recognized film. Demi still lacks a film that makes her known to the entire nation. And now Demi and TV star Bruce Willis are constantly showing off their affection in front of the media. Her PR manager is quite capable. Whenever a picture of Willis appears in a Los Angeles newspaper, they'll try to get her involved. I knew it. Ronald was well aware of Demi Moore's ambition. This tactic of dating a popular star was just another one of her old tricks. Many actresses looking for shortcuts find dating a male celebrity a good method. Of course, the reverse is also true, as seen with Cher's boyfriend. What do you think? Is casting Demi Moore as Tess a good idea? Nisida asked Ronald. Unlike his boss, Michael Ovitz, Nisida preferred not to interfere with his director's casting decisions. Although this might reduce short-term profits, it allowed him to maintain better long-term collaboration with the directors. I think she's a suitable candidate, and we can invite her to audition. However, now is not the time to consider that. I need to finalize the director's contract with the Goldberg first. I don't want to receive a lot of calls from people offering to audition right now. Besides, Mike Nichols hasn't officially withdrawn yet, and I don't want any misunderstandings. Alright, let's do some preparation now. I'll find out the availability of the stars you'd like to work with. That way, we'll be more informed. Then let's talk about them one by one. Ronald began discussing with Nisida on the phone which stars might play roles in Working Girls. You seem to prefer casting female stars in the lead roles, and then pairing them with less famous male actors? Why? After more than an hour of discussion, Nisida suddenly realized that Ronald's preference was clearly for female stars in the lead roles. This is a very different kind of movie. The perspective revolves around the female lead, similar to Sex and the Beast and Moonlight Serenade. I'm just thinking about it from the perspective of casting and narrative convenience. Really? Then let's leave it at that for now. I'll go to my office to organize the audition photos of your favorite stars, and then communicate with Mr. Goldberg first. After you come back from New York, I'll go with you to Fox to finalize the contract. Nisida sensed Ronald's insincerity. Actually, Ronald, though he didn't say it, was probably thinking the same thing as Mike Nichols. Apart from those big-budget commercial productions that required big-name male stars, Ronald, like Nichols, didn't want any star under his wing who couldn't completely follow the director's instructions. Hollywood male stars, in terms of influence and box office driving ability, are about 10 times that of female stars, just like their salaries. Naturally, The number of times they throw tantrums and act on their own on set is also about 10 times that of female stars. For a big-budget production to be a box office success, it can only have 1 or 2 stars in the lead roles, supplemented by ordinary actors. Otherwise, 2 tigers on set will inevitably clash, hindering the performance. Rather than casting a big-name male star as Jack Trainer, it's better to use 2 female stars to play Tess and Catherine. This is also why Ronald was reluctant to follow his dream casting and let Harrison Ford play the male lead. Ring 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 ring. After a while, Ronald's phone rang urgently. "This is Ronald." Ronald put down the pencil he was revising the script and picked up the receiver. "Ronald, you leaked it? Why did all the agents call me as soon as I got back to the office, asking if you were going to direct that working girl movie? All the Hollywood actresses' agents are calling me and Paula." It was Nisita's urgent voice on the other end of the line. It seemed that the news that Ronald was going to direct this movie had been leaked from some source. "What? Leaked? I was very careful and didn't tell anyone. I even told you to keep it a secret, remember?" Ronald frowned. He was always very careful about these things, not wanting to step on anyone's toes. Mike Nichols was using the excuse of having other personal matters to negotiate with Goldberg. If news of Ronald taking over got out now, although it wouldn't theoretically be considered stealing, directing is a very small circle, and it would be inappropriate to release information about auditions before even officially signing a contract. "One of us leaked the information. I'll investigate carefully. You should also check who you told about your interest in directing Working Girls." Nisita hurriedly hung up the phone to deal with the situation. The matter itself wasn't very serious, but if there was a mole in his communication channels with Ronald, it would be a serious problem. Ronald put down the phone and started thinking about who he had told about the news. Besides his 2 agents and screenwriter Kevin Wade, there were only 2 close female friends. Kevin Wade was an industry insider and knew the rules, so it was unlikely that he leaked the information. Diane knew he had a script, but didn't know the details, so it was also unlikely. But her agent is Paula. Could it be Nisita's wife for profit? Only Helen. She's read the entire Working Girl script, but she's a very naive person. However, naive people are often easily manipulated. Ronald felt uneasy, a tightness in his chest. He knew he didn't want to investigate further, no matter who leaked the information. Who doesn't have their own ambitions? Besides, leaking information so easily wouldn't be beneficial for getting the role. Ronald was outwardly gentle but inwardly strong. If he didn't cooperate, no one could force him to comply by leaking information. Finding out the truth probably wouldn't be too difficult. He had private investigator Frank Mikic as a trump card. This former law enforcement elite was very efficient at handling these kinds of matters. However, these potential leakers were all close to him. Whoever it was, if he knew who did it, it might create resentment later. Feeling a bit agitated, Ronald put on his coat and left the apartment, intending to go for a walk. Mr. Lee, where are you going? The elevator operator was Puerto Rican, and Ronald was known for his generous tipping. Therefore, the operator was very attentive to Ronald's service and tried his best to provide the best. Where? Ronald was momentarily stunned. He had nowhere to go. He could usually consult his agent about matters of the entertainment industry. For business and important social issues, he could ask Little Douglas. But for something involving his personal life, he couldn't find anyone to confide in. "If you need a car, I can call our building's luxury car driver. He can take you anywhere in New York and New Jersey. Our tenants get discounts, other tenants use it quite often." Oh, Ronald usually had little about driving him, and he didn't use the building's services much. He had taken leave before the premiere to visit relatives on Staten Island. "Call me a car, I need to go to Staten Island." "Staten Island? I'll find a smaller car, the ferry has size restrictions, sir." "Mr. Lee, we're here." The driver pulled up to his aunt's house on Staten Island, waking Ronald from his reverie. "Thank you, you can go back now, I'll stay here for the night." Ronald got out of the car and walked towards the door. "It's a pleasure to serve you, the bill will be delivered to your apartment," the driver called from behind. Ronnie, Aunt Karen opened the door, overjoyed to see Ronald. "What a wonderful surprise. I thought you wouldn't be coming home this time, son. You've been so busy lately, it's been so long since I've visited your aunt." "Auntie." Ronald went up and hugged Aunt Karen. Aunt Karen's boyfriend wasn't home, and she and Ronald felt like they were back in the past few years as they went inside and sat down. Aunt Karen noticed that her nephew seemed troubled, but she didn't ask. Instead, as usual, getting him some cookies and pouring him a cup of tea. Yes, I can never forget this taste. It seems I should come back to see you more often. Ronald felt a sense of relief, his anxiety lessening considerably. No need to come back, Ronnie. Your aunt isn't that fragile. I have my own life now, lots of things to do, and you have your career, and so does Donna. As long as family members care about each other, don't forget that Donna and I are here when you encounter difficulties. Ronald smiled, his aunt was right. With close family, there's no need to overthink things. Just ask directly. Even if one of them leaked the information, it was likely unintentional. Giving up the idea of hiring a private investigator, Ronald spent a lot of time at home talking with his aunt and even ate dinner prepared by his future uncle. Helen, the news that I intend to direct Working Girl has been leaked. In the evening, Ronald went to his room and called Helen Slater first. Huh? How could this happen? Have you communicated with director Mike Nichols? He's very respected on Broadway. Helen knew Nichols' status in New York circles. He was a pure Ashkenazi Jew, a Holocaust survivor, and a distant cousin of Weinstein. He was respected in Jewish circles. My agent is handling it. I'll call director Nichols. I called to ask you if you accidentally told anyone? If this gets out of hand, it might involve you. No. I didn't even tell my agent, Diane. The news of the new film I want to direct has been leaked. You've already signed? Didn't you just make contact with them last time in Los Angeles? No, it was leaked accidentally. Fox has another candidate, Mike Nichols, so it's a bit complicated. I'm dealing with it. I called to ask you if you've told anyone else. Right, no, I know the rules. If I wanted to audition, I definitely wouldn't tell anyone. Hey, it didn't seem to be Diane either. Ronald felt relieved. He stopped thinking about who had leaked the information and focused on dealing with the consequences. My movie opens in New York this weekend. Why don't you and Donna come see it? It's a love story about middle-aged people. Ronald prepared to return to Manhattan early the next morning to say goodbye to his aunt. I'll definitely go see it. I'll call Donna. Ronald didn't rent a car. He took the express train to the ferry terminal and then the subway back to his apartment on Fifth Avenue. Ronald, Mike Nichols was interviewed on CBS Morning News. Look, it's being rebroadcast on Channel 25. His agent, Richard, who had come all the way from Los Angeles overnight, told Ronald as soon as he entered. Turning on the TV, the CBS Morning News rebroadcast showed the two hosts interviewing director Mike Nichols. Okay, we won't ask you or our colleague Diane anymore. We heard you're working on a new film? Right after finishing Gentleman Soldier, are you taking on another one? I originally had some intention to work with Fox, but they preferred a star-studded strategy, while I prefer finding the right script and actors. So, I won't continue with that project. Now? I'll take a break for a while. Who'll take over? I heard they've got Ronald Lee, a commercial film director. I really like his work, especially his recent one with Cher. Yes. I'll wait and see the star-studded version. It's a great script, and Ronald won't let us down. The wedding? Haha. You must be asking for Diane. We have plenty of time to plan the wedding now. Jewish? That depends on Diane's opinion. Mike Nichols' fiancée is CBS host Diane Sawyer. He smoothly steered the conversation to his married life with his Puritan fiancée and his views on the suffering of Jews. Phew, he gave up. Richard wiped his sweat. But theoretically, we stepped on his toe. Out of courtesy, you should call him and explain the situation. Call his agent. I'll get through. Ronald shook his head. Richard didn't understand directing. Mike Nichols, on the surface, was arrogant about his industry standing and didn't want to compete with a junior like Ronald for opportunities. In reality, Mike Nichols was unwilling to submit to 20th Century Fox's star strategy and didn't want to cast actors with poor acting skills in his scripts. As a director with experience in both Hollywood and Broadway, he had high standards for actors. Moreover, such a public statement effectively limited his choices. Once Ronald took over the film, he couldn't avoid using stars and taking a commercial approach. Hello, is this Mr. Nichols? This is Ronald Lee. Hi, Ronald, can I call you Ronald? I'm glad you called. Of course, I wanted to explain the situation. When Goldberg from Fox sent me the script, I didn't know you were also interested. As for the subsequent leak, that wasn't my fault. Ronald, this is a good script. I hope you don't make too many concessions because of the stars. You'll soon taste the privileges of celebrities. I wish you good luck. Ha ha ha. Anyway, I'm busy preparing for my wedding. This is my 4th marriage. I hope the wedding will be comfortable. You know, American girls value their weddings the most. It was clear that Nichols was still a little bothered by Ronald's disruption of his scheme for Fox. However, he had already achieved great success and was now in a passionate relationship with Diane Sawyer, the former writer for President Richard and now a CBS host. He wasn't too disappointed about losing the opportunity to direct Working Girl according to his own ideas. What about Rick Nisita? Ronald hung up the phone and asked how Richard's investigation was going. No leads found. Rick replaced his 2 assistants and several junior agents under him under other pretexts. He didn't take action against them immediately. Rick is preparing to have someone investigate secretly. Richard was sweating slightly. If it was him and Nisita who leaked the information, it would be a very unprofessional act towards Ronald. I usually organize my own files and lock them in a safe after get off work. I can guarantee it wasn't an accidental leak from my side. Even if it were, it would be a professional corporate spy's method. It's not that serious, I believe you. Ronald patted Richard on the shoulder. You stay here with me. For the New York premiere of Moonlight Temptation this weekend, help me handle things. There will definitely be people trying to recommend themselves, so help me deal with them. No problem, I'll shield you from everyone unrelated to Moonlight Temptation, Richard quickly assured him. I have complete confidence in you and Rick. Just keep investigating, don't let this little incident disrupt our progress. Chapter 871 The Most Beautiful Girl in New York. The Museum of Modern Art in New York is not far from the intersection of 5th Avenue and 53rd Street. Ronald's aunt, Karen, received an invitation from Ronald and came to the premiere of Moonstruck with her boyfriend, Eric. It was her first time in this movie theater that could hold nearly 1,800 people. Seeing her nephew Ronald's name written at the top of the poster, she was very happy and wanted to take a picture with Eric below the poster with Ronald's name on it. Thank you, Aunt Karen said, taking back her point-and-shoot camera from a reporter who was helping her. Do you like this kind of occasion? It's my first time at a premiere like this, and I'm a little used to it. Your nephew is a film director, and I always feel a little unreal. Her boyfriend, Eric, still felt a little unreal looking at the large poster. Let's go in, Aunt Karen said, putting her arm around her boyfriend. Just as they reached the door, they saw Cher and her boyfriend dressed in strange costumes, posing for photos with reporters. Cher wore a white sweater with black patterns, black fishnet stockings, and a see-through top. Her boyfriend, Rob Camilleri, wore a black top embellished with white pearls and faux diamonds, a black and white combination that perfectly complemented Cher's. Oh, hello, Cher. I'm Karen, Ronald's aunt. It's so nice to meet you. Your clothes, are very eye-catching. Aunt Karen was quite taken aback by the outfit. She used to be a fan of Cher's when Cher was still very innocent. You're Ronald's Aunt Karen? Ronald told me. Cher had just seen Ronald hugging her intimately at the door. Everyone in the industry knew that Ronald's closest relatives were his aunt and cousin. I felt like I recognized you the moment I saw you, which means he inherited a lot from you. Halfway through her sentence, Cher stammered, noticing that her ex-husband, Sonny Bono, was also there. Beside him was a chubby girl, Cher and Sonny's daughter, Chesterdy. Cherry suddenly felt a little embarrassed by her outfit. She took the mink coat from her boyfriend and draped it over her shoulders. Chaz, she said, taking her formally dressed daughter's hand and posing for photos. The wild rock star mother, the conservative daughter, the young boyfriend, and the ex-husband involved in politics, the group of people lined up in a row all felt a bit awkward. After the photo session, they went their separate ways to their seats in the theater. Don't be fooled by Cherry's revealing outfit. Ronald said it was for media coverage, Aunt Karen explained to her boyfriend, who didn't follow entertainment news much. Oh, it's really embarrassing, Cherry said, tucking her coat in and turning to her boyfriend from her seat. Ronald also said his aunt is a fan of mine, remember to remind me to give her a signed album. Ronald was still at the door, waiting for the guests. New York is a place where masters of all kinds of art gather, unlike Hollywood, which is just a cluster of film stars. So many people who came today weren't from the film industry. Hi, Ronald, another couple in mink coats greeted them. The man's hair was a mess, and he appeared shirtless under his coat. Thanks for coming. Ronald recognized him as John Bon Jovi, the lead singer of the popular band Bon Jovi. Beside him was his high school girlfriend, Dorothea. According to media reports, after finishing his tour last year, John Bon Jovi turned over a new leaf. rekindled his high school romance, and returned to traditional values, no longer acting like the rest of the band. "Hey, where's your girlfriend, Diane?" John Bon Jovi whispered to Ronald while Dorothea greeted her friends. Ronald glanced at him, saying nothing. Was this guy out of his mind, treating Diane like a member of the rock band? "John, let's go in," Dorothea said, immediately pulling her boyfriend away from Ronald. Drug and alcohol use often leaves rock stars in a state where they could easily go overboard. John, seemingly forgetting where he was, thought he was in Bon Jovi's band, openly provoking his bandmate Richie Sambora. If it had been the guitarist, they would have been fighting. The relationship between the two main band members wasn't as harmonious as the media portrayed. Ronald wiped his mouth, deciding not to stoop to their level. This incident reminded him of dancing with Diane at Club 54 in New York years ago. Also present at the club were supermodel Gia Carranzi, a photographer and director, computer-aided painter Andy Warhol, and John F. Kennedy Jr., the son of former President John F. Kennedy. However, Andy Warhol had died this February from complications of a routine gallbladder surgery. His paintings, which hadn't fetched high prices during his lifetime, were now sought after by collectors. Gia Carranzi, on the other hand, had disappeared from the fashion world due to drug abuse. She died quietly in a hospital last year, only to be remembered again in the newspapers posthumously. Retracting his sentimental reflections, Ronald continued greeting guests at the entrance of the Museum of Modern Art Cinema. Several film critics from the New York Film Critics Circle who had free time also came to show their support. They had already written high praises for Ronald's film, and this was part of Ronald's way of giving back. Don't forget the New York Film Critics Circle's Awards Gala. Janet Maslin, a film critic for the New York Times, reminded Ronald of next year's awards. "I've already made arrangements," Ronald said with a smile, embracing her. This time, his sponsorship of the New York Film Critics Circle was even larger than his sponsorship of the more influential Chicago Film Critics Circle. The owner of the Catskill Resort, whom Ronald had met during the filming of Dirty Dancing, had already given Ronald a group discount, allowing all the New York film critics and their families to go on vacation together. Of course, the largest group of attendees were actors from the Broadway circle. Ronald hugged Vincent and Mrs. Gardenia, who played Lolita's parents, and Olympia and Dukakis, and then beckoned photographers over for photos. The two supporting actors were dressed very simply. They were poor Broadway actors. Unlike Lolita, who could wear expensive fashions, they were dressed like ordinary people going to formal occasions. "Ronald, you're the guy all the Broadway actresses want to sleep with right now," Vincent Gardner joked. "Haha, I've got tons of young actresses handing me notes too. They're all eager to meet you," Olympia Dukakis chimed in. "Oh, I didn't know there would be this kind of reaction. There weren't this many self-recommendations for film casting in the past few days. Have you guys been saying a lot of good things about me on Broadway?" Ronald covered his head, having received a mountain of audition photos from various channels in the past few days. "Hollywood isn't Broadway. Your script is supposedly female-centric, and those kinds of roles are rare. The young girls in the troupe are all green with envy," Dukakis explained, seeing Ronald's lack of understanding of the Broadway actress scene. "If you see any young Broadway actresses you like, be sure to tell me quietly, and I'll introduce you," Dukakis added, teasing the young director as well. "Ha ha ha, but Louis, Vincent," Ronald turned to Louis, Dukakis' husband, and Vincent Gardner, who played her husband in the film, and said, "I'm telling you, Olympia will always be my favorite Broadway actress." The scene of everyone laughing was quickly captured by the photographers on site, to be used as promotional material for the film's wide release next year. Ronnie, a beautiful girl, wearing a yellow coat, a red scarf, and Saint Laurent fashion, her high heels clicking as she approached and hugged Ronald. "Donna," Ronald smiled. It was his cousin Donna, who was already working and hadn't come with her aunt. "Ronald, hello." A handsome man with a square jaw came over to greet him. "Brad, right." Ronald recognized him as the actor Donna had thought was very handsome during the audition. "Brad Pitt?" The handsome man shook hands with Ronald. He wore non-prescription glasses to conceal his overwhelmingly high levels of hormones. A white wool sweater, a slightly worn leather jacket, and a shirt with a loosely peaked hem. He carried a bottle of mineral water in his other hand. This attire effectively masked his unmistakable thug-like air, giving him a somewhat sophisticated yet roguish appearance. Mr. Lee, I'm an actor, always on Broadway. I know you have a new film in development. I was wondering if you, Brad Pitt held Ronald's hand tightly, launching into a monologue. This handsome actor, like Cherry's boyfriend, seemed somewhat unaware of his place in the industry. He offered his own recommendations regardless of the occasion. Ronald understood, these people had little to offer besides their looks, and opportunities to meet a director like himself were rare, so they had to seize the moment. Donna's group were among the last guests to arrive, and Ronald led them a few steps inside. Mr. Lee, I studied acting with Catelyn Adams from Actors Studio. Brad Pitt quickly introduced himself, afraid Ronald would forget who he was in his busy schedule. Ronald ignored him, turning to Donna and whispering in her ear, boyfriend, just a date. It's your first time inviting me to the premiere, so I brought a male celebrity along. Donna was now an assistant manager at the largest hedge fund managing university assets on Wall Street. To her, an actor like Brad Pitt, without any successful works, was just a date. Be careful, Ronald was about to say something to his cousin, warning her not to be used by these scheming actors. Mr. Lee, I know your new film is about Wall Street, so I dressed up as a character in the movie. Brad Pitt continued to promote himself. Ronald turned to look at him, a sharp glint in his eyes. How much do you know about my new film? I know it's based on one of Donna's elders, a partner in her leg warmer company, who used to be a secretary in the Wall Street financial industry. You know a lot, and you're quite accurate, Ronald said casually, turning back to look at Donna. Donna's eyes widened in surprise. She shook her head slightly, indicating she wasn't asking for a role to meet a boyfriend. Then she nodded, confirming she had indeed told Pitt about the film. Her grip on Ronald's arm tightened. What else do you know? You want to play the male role? Ronald continued, asking Brad Pitt. I only know the film is female-centric, with a boyfriend for the female lead. Brad Pitt smiled. He hadn't gathered much information. He kept the most crucial details about the male role to himself. Otherwise, how could he maximize the value of this deliberately created opportunity? If you're interested, have your agent submit your resume, Ronald said, shaking off his advances and patting Donna's back reassuringly. Donna, our seats are in the front row. Brad Pitt beamed with delight, gesturing for Donna to come over. Go to hell, you shameless bastard. You dare use me? Donna slapped his hand away and went to find her mother's seat. Well, Brad Pitt shrugged, indicating his innocence to the stares of those around him, claiming he and Donna were just having a tiff. He sat down in the seat Donna had invited him to, then began searching for his target. He saw Cher and began to imagine if he could replace the baker, who was about the same age. Richard, write down a name. Brad Pitt, 2 T's, a minor actor. He seems to know a lot about the script. Call Nisida, ask him if he's at CAA and if there's a link to him. Ronald, seeing a leak, called his agent Richard to handle it. Brad Pitt, 2 T's. Richard wrote down the name, indicating he would follow up immediately. Why isn't Nick here yet? Ronald turned to look around. Only Nicolas Cage was missing from the cast. He called to confirm. He's made a lot of preparations this time. Limato found him the best hairstylist in New York and an Italian stylist. You'll be satisfied, celebrities have to pay attention to their image. Did you bring a female companion this time? Ronald was pleased that his younger brother listened to him so well. He said he'll find the prettiest girl in all of New York to be his companion, Richard said, mimicking Cage's tone. Ha. Ronald glanced at his watch. That Cage guy, he shouldn't be late, the photographers will all be gone by then. He shook his hand and walked towards the door. Cage was the male lead, and he needed some photos of himself with him for future PR purposes. Nick. Before he even reached the door, Ronald heard reporters shouting Nicolas Cage's name. The flashes of cameras went off incessantly. It seemed a very important star had arrived. The photographers were snapping pictures like madmen. Ronald, who had just stepped out the door, was blinded by a blinding flash of white light, unable to see clearly what was outside. The most beautiful girl in New York, who is that? She's certainly attracting a lot of attention from reporters. Ronald shielded his eyes with his hand, looking across the doorway. Are you dating Nick? Why are you here for Moonlight Serenade? Are you still friends with director Ronald? After graduating from Princeton, will you make a comeback? The reporters, not expecting to catch such a big fish right before the premiere, swarmed forward, shoving their recorders and microphones towards the mouth of the most beautiful girl in New York. I just graduated not long ago, and I don't have any plans to make a comeback right now, but maybe in the future. I'm here today at the invitation of my friend Nick to see his new film. I really enjoyed his performance in Peggy Sue Is Getting Married, a 6-foot-tall beauty. With wavy blonde hair typical of a professional woman, wore a black business-style coat, a pencil skirt, black stockings, and black high heels. The white shirt sleeves peeked out awkwardly from her black fashion jacket, but the beautiful woman deftly rolled them up slightly, exuding the air of a pragmatic Wall Street working woman. However, her delicate features, striking eyebrows, and the posture and physique of a professional model betrayed her. This wasn't the stunning figure of an ordinary Wall Street office lady. She wasn't the most beautiful girl in New York, but rather the girl previously hailed by the media as the most beautiful in America, a face from the 1980s, the eighth wonder of the world, possessing both intelligence and beauty, a graduate of the prestigious Princeton University. Brooke Shields. Brockback Mountain, Ronald couldn't help but call out. Ronald. Brooke Shields saw Ronald coming out to greet her and turned around to say hello. Amidst a flashing of camera flashes, the two remained silent. Ronald. Nicolas Cage broke the awkward silence as Ronald approached. I didn't break my promise, did I? I brought the most beautiful girl in New York to the premiere. Cage was pleased to have attracted media attention. Haha, of course. Ronald, realizing what was happening, stepped between them, putting his arm around one of their waists and posing for photos with the photographers. Nick is a friend of mine. I need these exposure opportunities to get back to work after graduation, Brooke Shields explained softly in Ronald's ear while flashing a professional smile for the photos. I know, Ronald replied, tightening his grip on Brooke Shields' waist slightly. Chapter 872 Mending the Fence After the Sheep Have Lost. The New York premiere was more successful than the Los Angeles premiere. New York has a larger Italian-American population, and people there were more likely to appreciate the Italian-related jokes and the temptation. Perhaps more importantly, the city's residents are inherently more romantic than those in Los Angeles. This isn't the superficial romance of Hollywood, but a genuine love that remains yearning for life even after recognizing its hardships. Furthermore, New York's minority groups mostly live together, preserving their cultural traditions better than in the more mixed-race environment of Los Angeles. The audience was particularly moved by the long take at the end of the film, which saw Ronnie's proposal to Loretta accepted, and the entire family celebrating and toasting around the table, regardless of past conflicts. Even Ronnie's brother, Johnny, who wanted to break off his engagement with Loretta but was instead taken by his brother, was pulled up by his grandfather to drink with him. The final shot panned to a family portrait in the hallway, a photo of the first-generation immigrants, their grandparents. New Yorkers love this kind of sentimental appeal. Who doesn't have a few family photos from their grandparents' generation, or memories of happy family gatherings from childhood? New York audiences showed more understanding and appreciation for this film, ostensibly a romance but essentially a heartwarming family drama. Applause filled the theater at the Museum of Modern Art for several minutes, and no one wanted to leave. Ronald went on stage, thanked the audience along with the other lead actors, and answered a few questions. The enthusiastic audience members, holding autographs, gradually left. Ronald rented a large banquet hall in the hotel building housing his Fifth Avenue apartment for the premiere party. All attendees were picked up in limousines, and champagne and various foods were served to the guests. Pop, the sound of champagne bottles being opened rang out, and Ronald raised his glass to congratulate everyone, wishing you all a brighter future. Cher and Nicolas Cage were overjoyed. The audience's reaction indicated the rising value in the film industry. With each screening of the film, their reputation in film criticism steadily increased. The Broadway actors, especially Dukakis, who played Cher's mother, were overjoyed. For them, the critical acclaim also presented a lucrative opportunity. Soon, high-quality, high-paying scripts would be flooding their agents. These actors were all highly skilled, but lacked a role that audiences would recognize. Moonstruck seemed destined for box office success, and with the industry praise, they could frequently appear in films and television as character actors, earning a salary that was average in Hollywood but enviable on Broadway. At the party, Ronald was most concerned with the New York Film Critics Circle critics. While they weren't members of major unions, some of their senior critics had voting rights on Oscar nominations. So, Ronald's primary task that evening was to keep them happy. The lead actors were also urged by Ronald to chat with the critics. Ronald, how does it look? My hairstyle, outfit, and my date, aren't they perfect for this occasion? Nicolas Cage smiled mischievously. His agent, Limetto, had given him some pointers, knowing Ronald was giving him a chance to become a star, so he complied with all of Ronald's requests, since the film's marketing budget would cover it. Especially his date, Brooke Shields. L'Amato had specifically designed this, then asked the Italian-American director, Zeffirelli, to arrange it. Brooke Shields had been out of the public eye for 4 years. She desperately needed to regain public attention. And as a Princeton graduate, having such a girl attend the premiere of his film was a great arrangement for Cage. "Very good, you did a great job," Ronald patted him on the shoulder. Brooke Shields was clearly adept at handling the media and socializing in celebrity-filled places. More mature than before, she had lost some of her naivety, and her speech was more sophisticated. Brooke Shields looked over, their eyes met, and they both smiled. Perhaps somewhat disdainful of such occasions, Cage refrained from engaging in pleasantries, leaving the best social opportunity to Brooke Shields. Ronald, about to approach Brooke for a chat, was interrupted by a call from behind. Turning around, he saw his cousin Donna and Aunt Karen. Donna looked troubled, her brows furrowed. She had truly made a mistake this time. At the premiere, she had ditched her boyfriend, Brad Pitt, to confide in her aunt. Afterwards, Ronald's agent, Richard, also came to explain that Pitt might have leaked Ronald's undecided plans, putting him at a disadvantage in negotiations. If this had happened at a Wall Street investment firm, this error might have resulted in Donna being fired. Moreover, she felt ashamed that she, who prided herself on her intelligence and superior IQ, had been taken advantage of by a third-rate actor. Aunt Karen, of course, accompanied her daughter to apologize to Ronald. Her philosophy was that family members must be honest with each other, and that familial forgiveness shouldn't be abused just because someone made a mistake. "I'm so sorry, Ronnie," Donna said, stepping forward to apologize. "Don't be silly, you didn't do anything wrong," Ronald patted his cousin's head. "It's my fault for not telling you to be more transparent. This business is very different from Wall Street. Any seemingly insignificant word can reveal everything. There are many cases of Hollywood actresses stealing roles from their best friends." Ronald certainly wouldn't blame Donna, and besides, Brad Pitt alone couldn't have created such a stir so quickly. "But my boss, Mr. Simmons, said that people must take responsibility for their mistakes." Donna didn't want to be treated like her little sister anymore, as if it were a minor student's mistake that could be easily forgiven. In business, a careless remark could cause significant losses. Ronald looked at Donna. It seemed she was slowly transforming from a college student into a competent professional woman. He glanced at Aunt Karen and noticed that her expression also showed appreciation for her daughter's willingness to take responsibility for her mistakes. She was just a little worried when she saw him, wondering how much this would affect Ronald's career. "You have a cousin named Ronald who once said that people shouldn't be responsible for mistakes they don't know about," Ronald said, noticing Donna's still somewhat annoyed expression. He added, "But you did make a mistake, and I'll give you a chance to make amends. I'll be directing this film now, and the lead role is a secretary at a Wall Street fund company. Once the actress is cast, I'll arrange for her to train with a real secretary for a few weeks. You need to, no problem. I'll take your lead and familiarize her with the skills and mannerisms a Wall Street secretary should have," Donna quickly interjected. "Good girl," Ronald smiled and gestured to his aunt, indicating that this small matter wouldn't affect him much. "Who'll you choose? Could it be Brooke? She's dressed very much like a Wall Street professional woman today." Donna regained her cheerful mood and began inquiring about a part-time job. "Dressed like an office lady," Ronald stroked his chin, looking at Brooke. Perhaps, to some extent, she had worked hard to get the role. Brooke seemed to pay special attention to Ronald, noticing his gaze immediately, and then smiled at him. Ronald smiled back and said to Donna, "Film casting is a very professional job. Directors also need the help of casting directors to find the most suitable actors. So nothing is finalized yet." Ronald thought of his former boss when he worked part-time shooting audition photos, Julia Taylor of the casting studio. All the actresses she selected for Moonstruck proved to be very suitable, and he had to get her on the cast this time no matter what. Besides giving him good advice, there would definitely be many people vying for the lead role of Tess, and having a professional casting director would make it easier to refuse them. Finally, the noisy after-party ended. Ronald stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, seeing off the guests one by one. "We're going to rest now, don't overwork yourself." Aunt Karen and her daughter Donna received the rooms Ronald had booked for them, and they would be resting in Manhattan that night. They were among the last to leave, and Ronald suddenly felt a little tired, picking up a bottle of mineral water to drink. At this moment, his agent Richard came over and whispered a report in his ear. Rick, Nisida called me back. He had an assistant check her phone records. 2 days before the leak, she made several calls to a New York phone number and used a fax machine to send an unplanned list of celebrities to New York. She refused to admit she had done anything wrong and resigned. Rick is trying to track her down, but it will take more time. This is my private investigator, Mr. Frank McCook. He has extensive connections in New York. Have Rick contact him and get to the bottom of this. I want to know if this is a coincidence or if someone is targeting me. By the way, that Brad Pitt guy, I guess he's contributed here too. Nisida finally found a clue to the leak. Someone had leaked the list of celebrities Ronald received to others. Meanwhile, Brad Pitt heard rumors about Ronald's casting from Donna. It was unclear whether it was an unintentional leak or someone deliberately watching Ronald's every move. If it was the latter, then Ronald would need to make even more thorough preparations. Ronald, I have to go now, Nicolas Cage said, finally enjoying a bit of stardom. He stayed late to say goodbye. His previous film, Peggy Sue Gets Married, had been a disaster on set with co-star Katherine Turner. Cage insisted on using a neurotic, husky voice and an exaggerated acting style, often clashing with Turner's performance. If he weren't director Francis Ford Coppola's nephew, he might have been replaced halfway through filming. Turner, a top star, was upset, resulting in Cage being sidelined from the film's promotion and awards campaigns. So this was the first time Cage was enjoying the treatment befitting a leading man in a major studio film. Plus, he had Brooke Shields, a media darling from a few years prior, as his date, and the media had been bombarding them with questions, making him feel great. Well, are you feeling a bit like a star today? Ronald asked Cage with a smile. He spent a fortune on his hairstyle and clothes, finally giving Cage a bit of a star aura. This also made the visiting media reporters truly treat him as a celebrity who respected them. Indeed, ha ha ha, Nicholas couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't realized this before, going to movie promotions with a messy hairstyle. Now he finally understood that he wasn't a rock star, and the reporters had expectations of his image. A person who respects themselves earns the respect of others. This is especially true in Hollywood. I won't see you off. I live in the building, no need to go down the elevator. Ronald was genuinely tired, waving goodbye to Cage. See you later, Cage happily left. He looked around and saw his companion, Brooke Shields, still chatting with the last few reporters at the door. He went over to Brooke and said, "We're the last few. Do you have a date later? How about I take you home?" It's hard to find a car around here at this time. Since Brooke Shields had come in his rented car, he could use this excuse to take her home. Thank you, Nick, Brooke said with a smile. I already had plans. Brooke glanced back at Ronald. Actually, I found a place to stay in the building. It's always hard to find a car in New York at this time of night, just like you said. You have to take the elevator to the lobby first. Brooke pointed to the elevator outside the lobby. Okay, I'll be going now. Bye, Nicolas Cage said disappointedly as he walked towards the elevator. Ding, the elevator doors opened, and Cage pressed the button for the hotel lobby. The lobby of this hotel and luxury apartment wasn't on the ground floor, but in the middle of the building. He still had to transfer to another elevator to the parking lot of the shopping mall on the 6th floor below. Slap, Cage suddenly realized something and slapped himself. I'm so stupid, Brooke, Ronnie. After everyone left, Ronald went over and put his arm around Brooke's slender waist, accompanying her to the elevator and into the lobby. Then the two transferred to a private elevator that went directly to Ronald's apartment above. Ronald unlocked the door with his key, then turned on the lights and invited Brooke in. What would you like to drink? Water is fine. Brooke looked around. It was a duplex loft house with a huge living room decorated in bronze. Behind the leather sofa was a large floor-to-ceiling window, leading to a balcony. There was also a staircase leading upstairs. Ronald took a glass of sparkling water and poured it for Brooke. What do you think of my outfit today? Do I look like an office lady? Brooke Shields walked towards Ronald with the professional stride of a model, took the glass, and slowly took a sip. Then she stared at Ronald, seemingly expecting an answer. Ronald didn't follow Brooke's lead. He took a bottle of classic Coke from the refrigerator, opened it, and took a couple of sips to quench his thirst. I know you're preparing for your new movie, Ronnie. Do you think my outfit is appropriate today? I specially found this suit, the latest trendy style, from Yves Saint Laurent. Brooke Shields adjusted her coat. Several years had passed, and her figure wasn't as good as it used to be, but in professional attire, she could still be on a magazine cover. Brooke, Ronald sighed. Who taught you to say all this today? Your agent? Or your mother, huh? Brooke Shields was caught off guard. All her carefully prepared answers hadn't yielded the response she expected. I have no one to teach me. I don't have an agent yet. Sit down, Brooke. Seeing her flustered state, Ronald felt a pang of sympathy and helped Brooke to sit down. We've been friends for a long time. If you need anything, or want to return to the film industry, just give me a call. Brooke was a little flustered. I just wanted to, I know. Ronald patted Brooke's hand. He knew Brooke Shields didn't want people to think she was asking for a favor. The darling of the entire nation she once was had lost much of her former glory. It would be incredibly awkward to have to call her ex-boyfriend for a role. Things are a bit complicated today. The fact that I'm directing this movie was intentionally leaked. I didn't know. Brooke Shields covered her mouth with her hand. If Ronald misunderstood that she was actively seeking information to get a role from him, then Ronald would likely have a very bad impression of her. You don't have a full-time agent. I know it's not your fault. Ronald thought that Brooke and her mother couldn't have orchestrated such a conspiracy if she said she didn't have an agent. How much do you know about this movie, me? I just heard that you're going to direct a movie about professional women on Wall Street. I think the appearance has to meet the requirements first. Brooke Shields' face flushed slightly. Oh, Brooke. Ronald could only shake his head and smile wryly. It seemed that she really didn't know the story of this working girl script and thought it was one of those workplace dramas often seen on TV, where actresses had to dress extravagantly and meet certain requirements. Brooke, this is a modern New York test, the story of the ugly duckling. Ronald could only sigh. I'm looking for an actress who can play ugly. No matter what you wear, you can't make the audience think you're ugly. Brooke Shields laughed when she heard Ronald say that. She knew that the title of America's Most Beautiful Girl was still there. How could she play an ugly woman? Are you listening to me? Ronald felt that Brooke Shields was missing the point again. This play wasn't really about finding an ugly woman to play, but about making the makeup believable to the audience. The initial test wasn't the stunning type. Every move Brooke Shields made was a professional, automatic way of finding her most beautiful side and the most beautiful movements to show. Such acting skills couldn't play an ordinary test. Besides, she was very famous, and the audience wouldn't believe that she would be an ordinary secretary. It's okay, you're always so capable. As long as you're the director and guide me, I'll always understand the requirements quickly. Brooke Shields recalled how Ronald had tickled her feet when she couldn't get into bed scenes. His persuasiveness was strong. Are you listening to me, Brooke? Seeing that Brooke Shields still didn't understand his refusal, Ronald said, you should find an agent first. I'll have the casting director and you guys have a meeting to discuss it. By the way, I can't talk to actors about casting directly without an agent. I can't find an agent yet. Why? Ronald asked in surprise. Given Brooke Shields' beauty and previous fame, finding an agent shouldn't be a problem. My mom doesn't want an agent. She said I just need to find roles that suit my teenage years, and there's no need to find an agent or practice acting skills at this stage. Ronald rubbed his forehead. Why did Brooke become so clueless when it came to her career choices and her mother, Terry? Chapter 873 Who should be chosen as the female lead? Why? If you're serious about returning to Hollywood, a professional agent is crucial, and it's the first thing you need to address. Ronald could hardly believe his ears. How could Brooke Shields, after 4 years at Princeton, lack the intuitive, clear direction she had in her teenage years? What did she even study at Princeton? Oh, I think it was French. My mother wants to manage my career the way she used to, and she did a good job. I didn't need an agent before, Brooke Shields replied. Brooke, Ronald felt obligated as a friend to clear Brooke's confused mind. This former teen star was still a household name in America. With proper management, continuing her career shouldn't be too much of a problem. But if things went wrong, Hollywood is full of stars who rose to fame at a young age and then faded into obscurity. Brock, I don't know how to approach this in a gentler way, but I'm offering advice as a friend, so please don't think I'm being blunt. Ronald didn't want to beat around the bush anymore, trying to protect Brooke's pride. This girl seemed unaware of her current situation in Hollywood. Of course, that's exactly what I need, advice from a friend. I feel like everything's different since graduation. But I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong. Brooke let her hair down, tossed it from side to side, and looked earnestly at Ronald, radiating the charm of the former most beautiful girl in America. "How many script offers do you get each month?" Ronald asked directly. Almost none." Brooke lowered her head, suddenly feeling a little ashamed to be questioned like this by Ronald. Before she left the film industry to focus on her studies, her family received several movie and advertising offers every week. "What about your endorsements?" Ronald recalled Brooke's many endorsements, such as the sensational CK jeans. "Calvin Klein said that my ads made everyone remember me, not the CK jeans brand, so he didn't renew my contract after it ended," Brooke continued, head bowed. Not only jeans, but also the Barbie dolls, wigs, toys, and other products she had previously licensed, all of them canceled their collaborations with Brooke Shields. This was undoubtedly a humiliation for Brooke, a former top model, actress, and product spokesperson. She had thought that as long as she said she wanted to make a comeback after graduation, all of that would return. "What you need now is a movie, Brooke. A movie that suits your image. To get this movie, you need to find an agent to manage you. Not this blind, aimless approach. This movie isn't suitable for you, it's about a 30-year-old woman." Brooke covered her face in frustration. This was definitely impossible. Once an actress plays an older role, she won't receive scripts for younger characters anymore. Actually, she had considered this strategy of acting in a movie first to make the audience remember her. When Brooke Shields was a junior in college, her mother, Terry, contacted DC Comics to cast her in a comic book adaptation. Brenda Starr, the character, a journalist, was a top university graduate, tall and beautiful, a perfect fit for Brooke Shields. If all went well, the film was supposed to be released this summer, the year she graduated from Princeton. However, her mother's alcoholism ruined many things. In her drunken stupor, she hadn't paid attention to legal details when signing the contract, plunging the original comic book author and the production company into legal trouble. No major distributor was interested in releasing a film embroiled in litigation. "But I can't find an agent willing to represent me." Brooke Shields was forced to accept Nicolas Cage's invitation to attend Ronald's film premiere. Otherwise, the proud woman wouldn't have come to plead for a role. But upon seeing Ronald, she regained her trust in him, as if anything could be found with Ronald making decisions. Just like on set, he was the one who knew best how to guide her. "Can't find one." Ronald looked Brooke Shields up and down again. Aside from the Saint Laurent outfit that hadn't made her famous, Brooke Shields' shirt, trousers, and earrings were clearly not in fashion this season. He even recognized her handbag, he'd seen her use it years ago. Immediately understanding Brooke Shields' predicament, Ronald thought for a moment and offered a way to help her without hurting her feelings. "Don't worry," he said, "a good friend of mine, Paula Wagner, who is also my agent's wife, remembers you graduated this year and asked me for your contact information. I'll have her contact you and give me your current number." Brooke Shields was simply temporarily stuck in a vicious cycle because she hadn't found a suitable agent. Given her previous public recognition, returning to stardom shouldn't be a big problem, and Paula Wagner probably wouldn't refuse another client like her. "I'm living in the apartment I bought a few years ago, on 63rd Street, not far from here." Brooke hurriedly pulled a notebook from her bag, wrote down her new address and phone number, and handed it to Ronald. As Ronald reached for the note, he bumped into Brooke, who was turning around. Ronald's nose slammed into Brooke's forehead. "Ouch!" Ronald yelled, a sharp pain shooting through his nose, almost making him cry. He immediately turned away, covering his nose and waiting for his senses to return. "Ouch!" Brooke also cried out in surprise. Seeing Ronald turn away and ignore her, a pang of sadness shot through her. Had he figured it out? Brooke was both shocked and frightened. In her last 2 years of college, Brooke had inherited her mother Terry's addiction genes. However, she hadn't drunk alcohol. Instead, she'd indulged in chips and snacks. Compared to the model with her perfect figure, she was now 20 pounds heavier. She had specifically used a slimming waist trainer to prepare for this meeting with Ronald. Had Ronald sensed her weight gain during their embrace? She quickly adjusted her clothes, trying not to let her tummy show. "Ronald, what's wrong?" Brooke slowly realized that Ronald wasn't upset about discovering he'd become overweight, but rather about his injured nose. She helped Ronald sit back on the sofa. "Are you alright? You seem to have a nosebleed." After a flurry of activity, Ronald's nosebleed stopped. However, after this incident, neither of them felt like reconciling. Seeing Brooke carrying her bag as if she was about to leave, Ronald asked, "Where's your driver?" I think his name is Dick. Can he come pick you up? It's already late. Dick is just working part-time for me now, Brooke replied. Sigh. Ronald felt that Brooke's financial situation might be worse than he had imagined. Why don't you sleep here? I have plenty of rooms, Ronald said. No. I'd better go back. Brooke hurriedly stood up. If Ronald saw her belly, even their most cherished memories would be ruined. Ronald was speechless. How did things get like this? I'll have the driver take you home. Paula will call you in a couple of days. Ronald called the apartment manager and asked him to arrange a car. After seeing Brooke off, Ronald checked the time. It was still early in Los Angeles, so he called Nisida's house. How's your investigation going, Rick? That assistant only resigned 2 days ago, and now we can't find her, Nisida said seriously. I suspect it was someone from within CAA. A lot of people want to put actors in your movie, and without me and Richard, they have no chance. But once things get out of hand, everyone will have a chance in open auditions. The private investigator I introduced you to is pretty good. You can start with that actor named Brad Pitt, maybe that will be a breakthrough. The two discussed some strategies for the future. Ronald switched the phone. Is Paula home? I need to talk to her about something. Ronald, do you have another actress for me to take on? Paula, who had just finished playing with a child, came over to answer the phone and joked. Yes, Ronald chuckled wryly. You'll be happy this time, because former America's Most Beautiful Girl, Brooke Shields, wants to make a comeback. Oh my god, you really have one. Paula Wagner was also surprised. Brooke Shields, how could she not have an agent if she wants to make a comeback? Her mother is troublesome, but I've spoken to her, and she herself is very much looking forward to it. Ronald gave a few instructions, then handed Brooke's phone number to Paula. By the way, if you sign her, the initial packaging fees and early acting training should be the same as her previous treatment. Give me the bill, don't worry, Brooke Shields has great potential, I'll handle it. The next day, Ronald made a special trip to visit Julia Taylor, the casting director of Moonlight Seduction, whom he had previously worked for shooting audition photos for. Julia, I heard the Casting Society of America is nominating you for Best Casting in a Theatrical Film this year. Ronald brought 2 gifts, a brand new Sony camcorder, which he first carried into Julia's office, where Sony staff busied themselves setting it up. Then he presented a second gift, cookies baked by Aunt Karen, modified by her boyfriend Eric. He then inquired about Julia Taylor, his former boss. Thank you so much, Ronald, Taylor said happily, accepting the cookies. A camcorder is a very convenient tool for casting directors, and cookies replenish the energy expended during the various bizarre performances of casting. It's all thanks to how well you filmed Moonstruck. We at the Casting Society of America love films like yours that combine the style of a stage play with critically acclaimed movies. It's a pity there's no Best Casting Oscar, Ronald chuckled. Whether the credit for a successful casting should go to the director or the casting director has always been a difficult question to resolve. Hollywood has both traditional casting directors who handle casting tasks like assistants, and talents like Julia Taylor who recommend the most suitable actors to directors, truly playing a role in casting. Julia Taylor has been casting for Woody Allen for a long time. Before Hannah and the Sisters, Woody didn't know how to make movies without her. And Ronald Ingalls invited her to lead the casting for Moonstruck, which even brought in several Broadway veterans. The film's critical success can be largely attributed to this slightly plump, middle-aged beauty. Haha, this isn't a problem that can be solved in a short time, Julia Taylor laughed, moving on from the topic. Actually, the biggest obstacle for Best Casting, as a separate award, to enter the Oscars like the Emmys, is the Directors Guild. They don't like anyone sharing the director's power. But if you get a Best Director nomination, I'll vote for you. I'm also a member of the Academy. Julia Taylor is also a full member of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences and has voting rights. Although she couldn't vote for the Best Director nominees, she could vote in the final round. How are you going to do your public relations for this film? Julia Taylor also hoped Moonstruck would receive recognition from the awards, so that her casting work in commercial films would be recognized by Hollywood, and she wouldn't just be seen as a casting expert for niche films like Woody Allen. I'll be attending the Los Angeles Film Critics Circle Awards, then the Kansas City Film Critics Circle, then Chicago, and finally back in New York. I'll try to network with these film critics associations as much as possible. After that, it's the Directors Guild Awards for Best Director, which is the most important. Ronald was very open with Julia Taylor, She was one of the most influential casting directors in New York, wielding considerable influence. After discussing Moonstruck's award campaign for a while, Ronald, seeing the opportunity, brought up another important matter for his visit. "Julia, let's work together again this time. My new film needs a casting director like you. There are a lot of actors who are hard to find, so your rumors are true?" A lot of Hollywood stars are in it now. Julia Taylor had also heard the rumors about Ronald wanting to direct Working Girl. "Yes, when I go back to Los Angeles, I'll probably be bombarded with questions, but this is a star project for Fox, right? Are you sure you want me to be the casting director this time?" Julia Taylor didn't agree immediately like she did with Moonstruck. Moonstruck was a mid-range project with a budget of several $1,000,000, while Working Girl is a big project that will definitely have big stars. Based on recent average costs, it will generally cost over $20 million. Julia Taylor's professional opinions will be influenced by many stars, and the most suitable actors for the film may not be selected. She doesn't like this kind of casting work. "The first thing I'm doing when I get back to Los Angeles is trying to convince Fox to cast a female star, not a male one. So I need your help, haha." "Ronald, you're a seasoned Hollywood director and producer now." Julia Taylor understood the underlying meaning in Ronald's words. Female stars are relatively easier to manage. Male stars are notoriously difficult to work with on set. But if he could get a female star to promote the film for the distributors, Ronald would have much more freedom. Directing a female star would make it easier for him to get their cooperation. Firstly, his status as a blockbuster director gave him more leverage with female stars. Secondly, the leading ladies in his past films had been outstanding, making them more willing to listen to him. Julia Taylor felt reassured. This casting would give her much more opportunities to shine. She decided to clear her schedule and dedicate herself to casting for Ronald's Working Girl. Once Ronald finished his work in New York, she would fly back to Los Angeles with him. "Do you have anyone in mind?" After Ronald and Julia verbally agreed, Ronald showed her the script. They had known each other for a long time and trusted each other deeply. A verbal agreement was like a signed employment contract. "You want to change Tess's direct supervisor to a woman? In that case, I'll definitely recommend Jane Fonda and Meryl Streep first." Julia Taylor mentioned two candidates that didn't surprise Ronald. Tess? Tess is crucial. The female lead is key. The film mainly relies on the contrast between two female characters to tell the story and showcase its themes. Therefore, the common procedure is to choose the female lead first, and then audition the supporting actresses to see their chemistry. Julia sighed. "I know you need to find a star to bolster the distribution business, but this role, from the ugly duckling at the beginning to this one later on, is a huge challenge for the actress's acting skills. I can't think of a good candidate. You need to find a new era Bette Davis." Bette Davis was one of the most famous actresses of the Golden Age. What's most interesting about her is that she can play roles that aren't particularly beautiful, and when she's carefully made up, she can convincingly portray a beautiful woman. "My agent gave me a list. What do you think of Demi Moore?" Ronald said, offering one of his shortlisted candidates. Julia Taylor, as the casting director, watches every new film every year. Demi Moore, as a new era female figure, especially in her recent films, Street, Elmo's Fire, Last Night, and that Coca-Cola commercial, all feature professional women and college graduates. Wearing a business girl's clothes would be no problem for her. Then we'll have to see how she portrays the ugly duckling. Julia Taylor thought for a moment and finally said. Chapter 874 Classics begin with the script. Inside 20th Century Fox's new building, filming for Die Hard was still underway. Interior renovations in some areas were halted, leaving the messy construction site standing until filming was complete. The company's legal department was most affected. Their offices were just one floor below the filming location and were frequently disturbed by noise and dust. However, the employees actually liked it, as they could sneak up to observe the filming. "This version of the contract is fine, you can sign it," Ronald's business lawyer, Mitch Cantor, a well-known figure in Los Angeles entertainment industry, whispered in his ear after reviewing the new contract delivered by the legal department, indicating that he had cleared all the landmines Fox had planted in the contract. Fox's president, Goldberg, had offered Ronald a top-tier salary for a commercial director to direct Working Girl. However, the price was that Ronald's daydream could only be symbolically credited to the production company, with little to no profit sharing. After much persuasion from Ronald's agent and company executives, Daydream finally secured a modest investment and priority in profit sharing. Fox's legal department had prearranged numerous obligations for the director in the contract, linked to the final profit sharing. These included factors like Oscar nominations, box office performance, and Ronald's mandatory attendance at marketing events as director. However, these legal professionals were all named partners at prominent Los Angeles law firms, including John F. Kennedy Jr.'s former bosses and protégés of Mitch Cantor. These tricks, of course, didn't escape his keen eye. Under his persistent advocacy, Fox's legal department was forced to concede on several contractual terms. Now, Ronald was flying back from New York to sign the contract. Cheers! Goldberg pulled out champagne to celebrate this small victory. Under his leadership, several projects had recently progressed smoothly. Many projects had secured leading roles from popular stars. Besides Ronald's film, a project by female director Penny Marshall was also about to begin production. Could you speed up the casting process? We're wondering if we can release the casting news for Working Girl before the Christmas holidays. Goldberg's real strength lies in public relations and marketing. I can't guarantee anything, but I'm going to meet a potential lead actress with my casting director later. You always put the producers at ease, Ronald. That's why Hollywood loves you so much, ha ha ha. Goldberg finished his champagne with satisfaction. The brief signing ceremony concluded, and the photos taken by the photographer would appear in the breaking news section of newspapers like The Hollywood Reporter tomorrow, as a small announcement of the project's launch. Ronald, at the elevator, lawyer Mitch Cantor called out to Ronald, "Can we talk?" Of course, Ronald and he walked to a window, separating from the others. "May I ask why you compromised on the box office revenue sharing terms, but then won back on the videotape revenue sharing? Do you favor the videotape revenue sharing more? Did the phenomenal videotape sales figures give your confidence?" Mitch Cantor, a veteran Hollywood lawyer, was very interested in industry trends. Ronald's unusual lack of concern about box office revenue sharing made him feel that another shift in the distribution of profits was imminent. Considering the recent frequent contacts between the major unions and the Producers Guild of America, Mitch Cantor wanted to know the thoughts of Ronald, a director known for his high ROI. "Actually, nobody can predict a film's box office, Mitch," Ronald shrugged. "In this industry, nobody really knows how to make money." Seeing Mickey Cantor's somewhat skeptical look, Ronald added, "But I know that getting paid for videotapes is much simpler than getting paid for movies. My accountant told me that there's far less room for manipulation here than for box office revenue. And unlike box office revenue, you don't have to wait a year after the movie leaves theaters to receive your money back. Look, the movie Sex and the Beast is almost over, and I haven't received a single penny yet." Great business insight, great. Mickey Cantor admired Ronald's business acumen. It's rare for a young director to be successful artistically while also having business acumen, to possess genius in two fields simultaneously. Has Sex and the Beast grossed over $100 million? My girls love watching it. Not quite. I expect it to break that mark by the end of January next year. Ronald smiled. Sex and the Beast's box office performance in North America had exceeded everyone's expectations, already surpassing $80 million and about to exceed $90 million. If you add the rental fees from overseas distribution copies, the profit on paper has already far exceeded $100 million. However, as Ronald just mentioned, box office revenue is always a tricky issue. It's likely that cinemas will drag their feet and only pay their share of the profits before the legal deadline for filing a lawsuit at the end of next year. But the earning power of Dirty Dancing isn't solely based on box office numbers. The film's soundtrack album, Dirty Dancing, has quietly occupied the top spot on the sales charts for many weeks. It consistently outsold Michael Jackson's new album until recently when MJ personally called Ronald to intervene, finally yielding a slight advantage in the reported sales figures. Even so, the sales in America have already delighted RCA. Next year, sales are projected to exceed 10 million copies, bringing enormous wealth to the record company and Ronald himself. At the end of the year, another huge check will require Ronald to pay a substantial amount in income taxes. Capitalizing on this success, RCA and Daydream Studios' second soundtrack album, More Spicy Dancing, has also recently been completed. 10 songs that didn't make it onto his first album but appeared in the movie, along with 5 brand new tracks selected by RCA to match the film style, will be released at the end of February next year. In comparison, Ronald's meticulously produced Spicy Dance videotape, subsidized by Coca-Cola at $6 per copy, is expected to rank only third in terms of revenue from this movie, which cost less than $5 million. Fortunately, the videotapes, which will be released around the Super Bowl next year, are a short-term business with quick returns. Ronald will receive his first payment before the Oscars next year. However, recently the President and Congress have both wanted to eliminate personal income tax credits, and stock market investments can no longer be deferred for tax exemption. How to handle such a large amount of tax revenue needs careful consideration. If all else fails, he might as well buy a house. Recently, Ronald, who has been counting money with boundless energy and doesn't feel tired even after working 10 hours a day, is just waiting for the income from the records and videotapes to arrive so he can speed up the construction of his house in Los Angeles and the renovation of his landscaped garden on Staten Island. Mickey, want to come up with me? They're filming Die Hard there. It's a good movie. A cheerful Ronald saw Julia Taylor, who had come with him, waving at him from the elevator, and extended an invitation to Mickey Cantor. Why not? Is this a movie you produced? Yes, a Rambo movie set in a building. You know what I mean. Ronald skillfully accompanied guests like Mickey upstairs to visit the film crew. Alan, what are you doing here? Upon reaching the filming floor, Ronald immediately spotted Alan Rickman, sporting a bad boy beard, chatting with the crew. Ronald, hello, I'm practicing my American accent with them. Rickman greeted Ronald, having nothing better to do than chat with a small-town crew, mimicking their accents. A West End theater actor, constantly honing his skills. Where's Joel Silver? Ronald noticed that not only supporting actor Rickman, but also many crew members were chatting and playing around on set as if nothing was wrong. He immediately felt that Joel Silver's producer was being a bit irresponsible. Ronald, you're finally here, that's good. Just then, Joel Silver walked over from a distance. Let's talk in my dressing room. This is my lawyer, Mr. Mitch Cantor, you know him. This is my casting director, Julia Taylor, from New York. Ronald couldn't show his urgency, so he introduced everyone to Joel Silver as usual. Mitch, Julia, we're all family, I have an urgent matter. Joel Silver recognized the Hollywood regulars and pulled Ronald to his dressing room next door. What's wrong? Where's director John McTiernan? Ronald entered the room and asked, seeing Joel Silver sweating profusely. I didn't investigate thoroughly beforehand. McTiernan is a set director. It's good you're here. We need to sort this out. Joel Silver took a script and handed it to Ronald. Ronald flipped through it. The script was considerably thicker than when filming started, with many blue, pink, yellow, orange, various colored inserts. Hollywood protocol dictates that once filming begins, the script is locked. Any changes require photocopying with a different colored paper, replacing the original white paper. Each revision uses a new color, making it immediately clear to the actors and crew, ensuring everyone is on the same page. The colorful papers Ronald saw indicated that director McTiernan was still constantly making on-set changes after filming began. Fortunately, Joel Silver's on-set management was excellent. Otherwise, without following the rules, everyone might have mixed up the script versions, and there would certainly have been numerous problems. How is the progress? The progress is alright, but we're working long hours every day. Like now, the crew is waiting for that bastard McTiernan. He filmed halfway through and then thought the original plot didn't make sense, so he wants to change it. This happens every day, and our crew is inevitably going over budget. Over budget is fine. What do you want me to do? Ronald was mentally prepared for this. Not all directors have been trained by Roger Corman. Many people get new inspirations while filming, and you can't stop them from filming them. That's why, whenever he works with a new director, Ronald loosens the budget by 20%. This money is used as a contingency fund in case the director encounters unforeseen circumstances halfway through filming. You need to show me whether these changes will improve the quality of the film, or are they just purely to satisfy the director himself. Joel Silver didn't hide anything from Ronald. The two were ultimately responsible for the film project and were in the same boat. At this time, listening to Ronald's thoughts as a fellow director was the most reliable thing to do. Actually, it's alright. I haven't seen the sample footage, but judging from the script revisions, John McTiernan hasn't messed things up. However, his inspiration is really lacking? I see many scenes were rewritten halfway through filming. Ronald picked up the shooting log, which contained many records of the director rewriting scenes and lines halfway through filming, and the number of reshoots. If it weren't for Joel Silver's capable assistance, These chaotic shot numbers would have been a nightmare for the editor during post-production. That's alright then. I need to give the female assistants more overtime pay and treat them to good food every day. They often disassemble and rebind all the script copies every night. Working overtime until midnight is a common occurrence. Where are the director and lead actor Bruce Willis? Ronald reassured Silver. Based on Ronald's experience and the image quality of John McTiernan's previous Predator film, these script revisions were in a positive direction, just the creative process was a bit messy. McTiernan's been working on the script. He says there's a plot twist that's hard to handle, and Bruce is resting with his girlfriend. Joel Silver gave him a wink. Take me to meet them. Okay. Joel Silver had finally managed to get Ronald, this busy man, back on set so he could get a role. John, I heard there's a problem with the plot twist. Ronald entered the director's dressing room, trying to act like a fellow director discussing something with McTiernan, not showing the negative emotions of his producer duties. Ronald, you're here. Look at this. I just realized today that the scene where the villain, Hans Krupp, discovers that Micklin is the one who's against them is lacking in drama. End of Act 2, moving on to Act 3. Huh? Ronald listened to McTiernan's explanation. The problem still lay before the final act, the grand finale. The polite villain finally discovered that Micklin was the hero who was against him. On the unfinished floor, he suddenly encountered Micklin, played by Bruce Willis. Two protagonists and antagonists who have never met before suddenly encounter each other here. How to separate them again, then get them back together to regroup, and finally face off again on the rooftop is a major plot challenge. The showdown between hero and villain is always saved for last. So this encounter is just their first meeting, and they both realize that the other is their destined rival. But this plot needs to be dramatic, to create tension in the audience, and to end the second act here, leaving no room for reconciliation. John McClane and Hans Krupp both need to realize that they cannot fulfill their destiny unless they kill each other. For McClane, this destiny is to rescue his wife and colleagues, become a hero, and find a way to reconcile with his wife. For Hans, it is to kill McClane and take a large amount of bearer bonds. Why the hell didn't you think of this before? Ronald cursed under his breath, sitting down to read the script written by McTiernan. Artists all have different working methods. I heard that Francis Ford Coppola also has the habit of revising the script on the spot. Some more extreme directors even go so far as to make changes as filming progresses, often turning supporting characters into leads. For example, casting director Julia Taylor, who accompanied the film, often did this with her longtime collaborator Woody Allen, sometimes forgetting the main plot mid-shoot, only to have the editor complete the story later. When Hans Krupp meets John McClane, he needs to recognize him as the man who opposes him. However, he can't allow the conflict to erupt at that moment, postponing the final battle to the end of Act III. Ronald had been reading McTiernan's writing for a while. It all revolved around this theme. Perhaps it was the first time he'd seen this storyline, or perhaps it was a hint from his dream, but Ronald had a sudden inspiration and said to McTiernan, "Did you know that Alan Rickman can now imitate an American accent?" Oh, John McTiernan didn't understand the implication of Ronald's words. The kidnapper speaks with a German accent, but McClane has never seen him before and doesn't know what he looks like. What if he switched to an American accent? Ronald thought to himself that this guy's aptitude was a bit lacking. He had already hinted so clearly. You mean, we could have Hans Krupp speak with an American accent, pretend to be one of the hostages, and escape from McClane? What do you think? You haven't seen the two of them before, have you? No, that's a brilliant idea. I'll revise it right away, and we can film it as soon as it's done. All the clues for the second act can be resolved here, and then the two of them can naturally enter the final battle, because McClane has seen Hans, and it would be natural for him to find out that he is the kidnapper leader. All done. Joel Silver looked at McTiernan writing furiously over there. Already done? You're a genius. Is Bruce Willis rested enough? I have to. Ronald walked out. McTiernan estimated that he would need to revise for another half hour, which would be convenient for him and Julia Taylor to do their work. Okay, I'll take you. He's always with his girlfriend. He's just resting when he's not filming. Joel Silver ran to Willis's dressing room and knocked on the door. It's Silver. Bruce, are you there? What is it? Bruce Willis, wearing a white tank top, peeked out from behind the door. Ronald's here. He wants to talk to you. You know he has a new project. Joel Silver still respected this very dedicated lead actor, even though they were a bit noisy during breaks on set. Hey. Ronald. Come on, I'm not filming right now. Demi Moore peeked out from behind, her hair a little messy, her hands tucking her clothes in. Hi, Ronald, she tried to act natural. Ronald came to talk to me about a new movie, can you believe it? Before, I was just a TV actress, and now a big director like Ronald is coming to me, huh? Bruce Willis was very happy. Filming this kind of action movie really suited his taste, much more exciting than a series like Blue Moonlight that was almost impossible to finish. Demi, go order some good food for me. Ronald and I need to have a serious talk. McTiernan always dawdles, it's still not time for filming to start. I'm starving. Bruce Willis pulled a wad of $20 bills from his pocket, roughly $200, and handed it to Demi Moore. Oh, Demi Moore was a little annoyed, but that was just how her rough-around-the-edges boyfriend was. No, you've got the wrong person. I'm here to talk to Demi. Ronald smiled and pointed at Demi Moore, noticing Bruce Willis's expression change. Okay, haven't you always wanted to play a real lead role in a movie? Ronald, coming to you is definitely the right choice. Bruce Willis stood up to hide his disappointment and embarrassment. I'll go buy you some pizza. He put on his coat and headed out. I want pineapple, Demi Moore added. She was on a diet and didn't want to eat too much meat. Let the assistant go. Ronald smiled and pointed at Joel Silver. I'll go. Joel Silver laughed as he approached, taking the cash from Bruce Willis. Cowboy, let's get something with lots of meat. Right, a pizza isn't complete without meat. Bruce Willis, having someone offer him a way out, walked out with Joel Silver. Demi, this is Julia Taylor, my casting director. I'm asking you this time, do you think you're suitable for the lead role? Lead role? You're directing it? Demi Moore's eyes lit up. Was this finally her chance? Yes, but you'll be playing a secretary nearing 30, which might damage your image. Ronald laid out the difficult part first. No problem, you won't let the lead role stay ugly forever, I know you, Ronald. Demi Moore didn't hesitate for a moment. I'll have my agent contact you, you can arrange the audition. Very good. Ronald glanced at the casting director, Julia Taylor, beside him. Julia Taylor nodded subtly, indicating that at least she wouldn't be rejected. Do you think she's suitable? After leaving the lounge, Ronald asked Taylor. Not bad, at least her decisive and risk-taking personality for opportunities is very similar to Tess. As for her appearance, she's a bit too beautiful. We'll have the makeup artist make her look ugly later. Chapter 875 Divorce Battle. What, am I not suited to be here? The next day, Demi Moore arrived at the 20th Century Fox audition room. She wore a low-cut black dress studded with rhinestones, her long black hair flowing freely. She leaned slowly against the desk, her shoulders slightly swaying in a seductive gesture. Demi Moore hadn't yet dyed her hair blonde to suit the role of Tess. Her eyes sparkled as she cast her 120% electric gaze at Ronald, her co-star. No, I'm pretty sure you're top-notch at everything you do, Ace. Ronald quickly glanced at his script. He'd forgotten his lines. Even though Ronald had experienced her charm before, he was still a little overwhelmed by the woman's natural allure. As she aged, she exuded a more mature, womanly charm. I have a business mind and a body that tempts to commit crimes. What's wrong with that? Demi Moore moved a few inches closer to Ronald and delivered her lines in a husky voice. Of course. Nothing's wrong. Ronald's nose drew closer and closer to Demi Moore. He could practically smell her pleasant breath. Ronald, genuinely smitten by the beauty, was now playing himself. In the script, Tess deliberately went to the bar to meet Jack Trainer, the investment banker who would be impersonating a manager to sell her merger and acquisition plan the next day. Because it was a deliberate meeting at the bar, Tess was well prepared, employing a series of seductive tactics that left Ronald, his co-star, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Fantastic, Ronald. I didn't expect you to be such a good actor. Have you considered playing a role? Casting director Julia Taylor deliberately praised Ronald from the side, trying to ease the awkwardness. Hey, Demi's acting is better. Your acting has improved amazingly. Ronald looked at Demi Moore, this woman who spent all the money she earned from commercials on acting school and buying beautiful clothes, never hesitating to invest in herself. We'll call your agent later, Julia Taylor said, seeing Ronald still deep in thought, essentially telling him he could leave. Demi rubbed Ronald's hand, then tapped his arm with two fingers, mimicking a walking figure. Okay, I'll be here with Bruce filming these next few days. You can find me upstairs. She stood up and swayed as she walked out. So what do you think? Ronald asked casting director Julia Taylor, remaining seated in the audition chair. The swan part was very good. She has the air of a professional woman, very intelligent and sexy, Julia Taylor wrote on the audition form. However, the ugly duckling part seemed too young. She seemed to have experienced some setbacks in her youth, so her portrayal of the bullied secretary relied on emotional memories, making her seem less mature than a woman approaching 30. Do you think she can play the role well? Ronald asked. She's talented, she's one of the best actresses out there. Julia Taylor started packing her audition materials. She was going to meet several actresses in Los Angeles these next few days, including Michelle Pfeiffer and Mel Streep. Where are you going next? Julia Taylor asked Ronald. I'm going to the premiere of Spielberg's new film. A lot of old friends I met in China are coming. Okay, let's split up. I'll call you when I see any actresses suitable for the role of Tess. This was one of the few times Julia Taylor was involved in casting, rather than choosing based on which actor was most suitable for the role. She was learning something new. After Taylor left the audition room, Ronald stood up, using a script to cover his trousers, and moved towards the door. Demi Moore was truly captivating, but she had a boyfriend. If this caused trouble, it would be a problem. The premiere of Empire of the Sun was at the Westwood Cinema in Lushanji. Many stars were in attendance, and Ronald even saw the young, somewhat shy lead actor, Christian Bale. Chris, did you come alone? Ronald was delighted to see the young actor and even patted his head. Mr. Lee, I was supposed to come with Mr. Spielberg, but he had something come up. Oh, let's take a picture. Ronald and a young actor were about to take a picture before going inside to watch the epic film shot in Jiaotong. Cinematographer, you take our picture first. A tall man, about the same height as Ronald, with a ponytail, shouted for the photographer to take a picture of him and a beautiful woman. The woman was Kelly Lebrick, the star of the erotic comedy The Woman in Red, which had been a hit a couple of years ago. Today, she was wearing a black and white checkered top, looking very fresh. Kelly, Ronald greeted the woman. Ronald, it's so nice to see you here. Kelly Lebrick hugged Ronald tightly, her beautiful figure burying itself in his arms. Hey, don't get in the way, the man with the ponytail spoke up, calling over the photographer to take a picture of himself and Kelly Lebrick. You're Sly's bodyguard, right? Ronald recognized him. He'd been Sylvester Stallone's bodyguard back at CAA. Who knew he was now working for Kelly Lebrick? But he was clearly trying too hard. Kelly Lebrick obviously wanted to chat with Ronald about the lead actress in the new Hollywood movie everyone was talking about. I work for Mr. Michael Ovitz now, the bodyguard immediately denied, emphasizing that he wasn't Kelly Lebrick's bodyguard and that his client was far more powerful. Okay, you guys get back to work. Ronald wondered if Ovitz, the boss of CAA, was trying to keep a beautiful actress as a mistress? This actress was obviously too glamorous, not quite matching Tess's image. But if Ovitz were her sugar daddy, he would definitely come knocking. No, you've misunderstood, Ronald, Kelly Lebrick explained. This is my new husband, Steven Seagal. I'm not only Mr. Ovitz's bodyguard, but also his Aikido instructor. He's agreed to invest in a movie for me, an action film. Steven Seagal approached, staring at Ronald with a predatory look. Ronald took a half step back, adopting a wrestling stance. Was this guy out of his mind? Hey, Steven, don't do that. His wife Kelly Lebrick immediately stopped him. I just wanted to see what he was capable of. Seagal was relatively gentle with his wife. Then, he watched Ronald's steps with disdain. Steven Seagal was actually quite nervous as his wife warmly embraced Ronald. This actress was his stepping stone into the upper echelons of Hollywood. Kelly Lebrick's ex-husband was a wealthy restaurant owner who had invested in and produced several of her films. As a result, Steven Seagal took advantage of the situation, stole her away, and even got Kelly Lebrick pregnant with her child. She quickly divorced him, then gave birth to a daughter for Seagal before marrying him. Steven Seagal, having risen to power through adultery, was very sensitive about his wife's intimacy with other men. His methods of seduction were masterful. The reason he became the only Westerner to obtain a certificate in Aikido in Japan was because he stole his master's daughter, becoming her son-in-law and thus receiving the true teachings. Ronald, observing the Aikido stances that were more for show than for actual combat, wasn't afraid. Although he had neglected wrestling practice in recent years, being prepared meant he wouldn't be caught off guard. Hi, Ronald, Michael Ovitz of the CAA approached as the two were facing off. I was just about to introduce you to Steven Seagal, a future action star highly regarded by the CAA. He holds a certificate from the Aikido Foundation's Aikido School and is the only Western Aikido master authorized to teach. We just met. Excuse me, Ronald nodded politely and walked away. This guy, Ovitz clearly saw that Seagal had fallen into his old habit again. He always teased others in the industry with this half-serious, half-joking manner. Some people, out of curiosity about a mystique of Japanese martial arts, would also try to outsmart him. But this time, he had chosen the wrong person. This fool had clearly offended Ronald, and he should be careful not to give the fool too much of a budget. Wait, don't take my picture. Ovitz stopped the photographer from taking a picture of him, stepped back, and as the owner of an agency, kept a low profile, never stealing the limelight from stars. Inside the screening room, Ronald and Christian Bale separated, and Ronald found a secluded seat in the aisle, waiting for Empire of the Sun to begin. This was Ronald's first time seeing the complete version of Empire of the Sun, a film that, like The Last Emperor, was released on a limited scale during awards season. Spielberg's most admired director was David Lean of Britain, and Lean's epic films were Spielberg's favorites. Ronald could clearly see that some of the film's techniques were borrowed from David Lean's Lawrence of Arabia and A Journey to India, then integrated into Spielberg's unique cinematic style. Tisk. As the film progressed, Ronald began to dislike it. The main plot revolved around a young British child, played by Christian Bale, who was sent to a Japanese camp after the outbreak of the Pacific War. However, this film has an implicit theme that Spielberg didn't explicitly state, leaving it for discerning viewers to discover. This implicit theme is the protagonist Jamie Graham's journey to find his father. Or rather, it's a journey to find a spiritual, emotional father. Britain suffered greatly in the Pacific War. The largest surrender in its history occurred in Singapore, Asia. Therefore, at the beginning of the film, Jamie gradually abandons British culture, becoming closer to, and even liking, the neat uniforms and gleaming boots of the Japanese. But when the Japanese are being utterly defeated by the American forces in the Pacific, Jamie begins searching for a third father, America. Even his nickname is changed to the Americanized Jim. At the end of the film, when Ronald makes a meaningless click of his tongue, it's the same moment when the protagonist Jim sees the intense flash of light from the Pacific Ocean in Tsujiahu, the light of the atomic bomb exploding in Japan. In the end, the protagonist, Jamie Graham, completed his spiritual quest to find his father, was rescued by the American Army, and even received beer and chocolate airdropped by the wealthy American military. What? You seem a little dissatisfied with this part, a tall, unshaven man wearing a baseball cap asked Ronald from the dark aisle. Steven, Ronald recognized director Spielberg, who was also hiding in the back. Spielberg gestured to Ronald. He had sneaked out to watch his own premiere and saw Ronald watching as well, so he wanted to talk to him afterward. Why weren't you at the door earlier? Ronald looked at Spielberg, the cinematic genius dressed in slovenly clothes, his socks seemingly mixed up. I didn't want to be seen by reporters, they'd ask me a lot of questions. Oh, okay. Ronald was momentarily confused about what was going on. Go on, why are you not so happy with that part? I think it's okay, just a bit unexpected. So there's a problem? Tell me, what's our relationship? You were my best man at my wedding. Spielberg was clearly a bit off. Ronald thought for a moment, then spoke frankly. Actually, you can't see the atomic bomb explosion over Hiroshima from Tsujiahu. Doesn't this make it seem a bit too ethereal? This is a boy's dream. I thought that handling it this way might give it a powerful ending like Lawrence of Arabia. It requires a giant to wield the whip so the protagonist can realize that nomadic tribes like the Arabs can't build an empire, and the British can only find spiritual support. Spiritual support, father, I guess. Yes, what do you think? It's alright, but I'm worried that knowledgeable film critics might point out that small factual flaw. It's okay, my mind is a mess right now. This is the best ending I could come up with. Compared to David Lean's epic endings, it's still a bit lacking. Spielberg muttered a few words. David Lean had been semi-retired after filming his India movie in 1984. Spielberg really wanted to take his place, become a top director of epic films, and win the Academy Award for Best Director. After the movie ended, the two sneaked out the back door. Ronald whistled, signaling Bud to drive the car across the street. Shall I take you home? Ronald asked Spielberg in the car. Do you know anywhere for a beer? Oh? Sure, let's go to the bar downstairs at the Beverly Hilton. Their Shulitz original is pretty good. Should we call Amy? Ronald thought of Spielberg's wife, actress Amy Irving. "Never mind, we've had another fight." Spielberg picked up the beer the waiter brought and downed it in one gulp. Apparently, after giving birth to their son Max, Amy Irving wanted to return to acting. Spielberg, however, felt their son was too young and needed his mother's company. The couple had recently had a major falling out, and Michael Ovitz of CAA had offered to mediate, but Spielberg didn't want outsiders interfering in his private affairs. Only Ronald, the best man he'd temporarily hired at their wedding, was someone he could talk to. Looks like directors and actresses have to be careful when they marry, Ronald thought. He hadn't expected to witness two marital conflicts today. Hollywood was truly a place of extravagance and decadence, quite different from the Puritan moral standards of his coastal home. He drove Spielberg back to his Malibu mansion, which Spielberg had bought specifically for his wife. Watching Amy Irving direct the servants to escort Spielberg away, Ronald shook his head. Marriage was something to be cautious about. Back at the hotel, Ronald began preparing to wash up when the phone rang. "Ronald, have you watched TV?" It was Julia Taylor on the other end. "What is it?" "I haven't had a chance to speak yet. NBC Channel 5 is rebroadcasting entertainment news. Your leading lady has just filed for divorce." "What? It's already out?" Ronald was shocked. "Can Amy play Tess?" "What Amy?" "I meant Madonna." Ronald found the rebroadcast channel. Many reporters and a TV helicopter were anxiously waiting outside Madonna and Sean Penn's house. A lawyer-looking man came out. "Hi, after a tumultuous 2-year marriage, my client, Madonna Ciccone, has decided to formally file for divorce in the Los Angeles District Court." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.